thing.
Okay.
I think we're live. I will put the link in the Discord
Yay.
in a moment when my tablet realizes I'm streaming. Please. Stream together, manage goals, quick actions. Okay. Stream manager. Okay. And I do have music. I just haven't pulled it up yet.
Perfect.
You're good.
And I have to turn my tablet sideways because otherwise it doesn't give me any options.
I'm gonna have like nothing open. We're gonna talk about Pathfinder.
Excellent.
We're gonna talk about Pathfinder.
It's always weird because and I've said this before in other streams. Every single stream I have like 5 to 8 viewers, and I know like 3 of them, but I don't know who the rest of them are. And I'm like, who are you? Show yourself.
Who are you? Who are you?
So
who has joined us?
Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know who you are, but either it's just random people, or like I have like 3 viewers who religiously watch me and will never say anything. So
we welcome all people here.
Yes.
They may not like us after learning about Pathfinder, but that's a different story.
I may not like us after learning about Pathfinder.
I was gonna say, you already know at least some.
I do. I have played it, but I played it in 2017, so it's been a while.
The trauma never leaves, unfortunately.
No, that's true. I did think about just digging out my old Kara sheet and just being like, yeah, I'll play her. It's fine. I don't need to make another character.
I don't have to worry about making a new character. I've already got one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but what would be the fun of subjecting people to Pathfinder if we didn't also deal with what is Pathfinder?
Yeah. Well, and then the problem is I'd have to de-level her because she was at level 6 when I stopped. So that's fun.
More confusing.
Yeah, a little bit.
Don't worry, we're gonna make it easy on everyone. It's going to be fine.
We will. Okay, I think we're up.
Things will make it easier for us.
Okay, got that. I feel like I should move you because you're going to be doing more talking than I am, but I don't know how to do that.
Well, you can just put my screen as the major
that's
thing.
Fair.
That's all I want to do. That's the only thing.
We'll just be very small.
We can be small, and it can all look at just the screen I'm sharing.
That's fair.
It'll be fine. Everyone can stare at D20 PFSRD, and I'll just be like, "Oh boy, this is what we're dealing with."
To be fair, I did think about that because I noticed when I went back. Oh, now it's just Jared. Hang on.
Now it's just me again.
There we go. Because I noticed when I was doing the maps in our Dark Ages one, the maps are really small. So, like, I tried to zoom in as much as I could, but like it's a fourth of the screen, so like it can be bad.
It can only do so much.
But I don't know. I need a way to make us a little bit bigger than Discord generally does, but not like big. So I don't know.
Yeah.
All I can say is, yeah, probably make the D20 screen. The shared screen can be our primary, and then everyone can see D20 and all of its glory.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it all 4 of us while we're just talking about it, and then when we go to rules, I'll switch over.
Go with
if that's cool with you, because like.
That's
perfect. Looking at a menu is really fun, but
trust me, this is not the most exciting menu. This is probably the ugliest of the versions.
There's a more
I might as well just put it on
exciting
Archives
menu?
of Nethys to be like slightly better.
Yeah.
This is at least cool looking.
Fair.
But we won't be using this because it's really good, but it's not organized well.
So what is the name of the thing of the system we're using for the game?
So I guess we're starting. Is this me
No, wait, no, I just need to log in.
Okay.
I'm not talking about Pathfinder. I'm just Path Companion. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're welcome to banter a little more. I just need to actually get into this website.
This is all my nerves and a bit of dying right now because I'm just like, oh god. I literally just ran Pathfinder last night, and I'm already nervous.
And you're like, I don't know. I don't remember how to do this. I've been doing this
You love explaining things to people. That's not that's not a bad thing.
No.
I do, but it is Pathfinder, and Pathfinder is is the weird stepchild that you sort of forgot about. Everyone loves them, but but you just kind of look over in the corner and they're making like weird sketches with crayons, and you're like, what are you doing?
They're like
That's what
drawing on the
Pathfinder
walls
feels
in their
like.
own blood and like, talking about the end of the
You're
world.
like,
Good.
but it looks really good, and they've never harmed anyone, and honestly, they're really well contained, and you feel good about them in general. But it's just a little messy over there.
Oh, balls. I have to name this character first? That's the first
Yeah,
thing
well,
I
don't
have to
worry.
do?
Wait to make your character. Just
Okay,
have
okay,
an
okay.
account, and then we'll get to that.
Okay, I've done that. I've done
Yes, you
that.
will need a name for your character eventually.
Fuck.
Oh.
You don't. If you don't name them first, you can skip that step, by the
Okay,
way.
cool,
and
Oh,
cool,
you can
thank
do it later
goodness.
on.
Because, yeah, that's the most important part.
I'm so
And
bad
I
at character
have a
names.
name yet.
Where's
So-
Ellie? Generally, when I'm naming a character, I just text my best friend and I'm like, hey, what do you think of a good name? And she's great. She's
What's a
perfect
good
at
name?
finding names.
Yeah.
I'm
Like Ellie.
terrible.
So,
Okay.
are we good to start?
I'm
We there?
I'm good
So?
if you are. I'm good to go.
Oh no,
We're
I'm
good.
terrified.
You got this.
All
You can do
right,
this.
everyone. So, welcome everyone. I guess I get to lead off this time.
I ain't doing
I'm Archie
shit.
or
I'm just here
Jared.
getting drunk. No, I'm kidding.
I Damn it, I should have done that instead.
Mhm.
My name is Jared or Archie, and I have the unfortunate privilege of talking about Pathfinder First Edition. I say unfortunate in that I love this system, dear to myself. It is really ingrained from the start of my DMing experience, and probably the one system I know more about compared to anything else that I have played. On the other side of that, I do not know the system as well as people think, because Pathfinder is honestly one of the biggest systems for rules that exists. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I'm going to give you a little bit of background about why this system even exists. So Pathfinder First Edition is actually pretty old at this point. It came out in 2009, but there's a bit of history about why it exists. So everyone knows about Dungeons and Dragons. It's the big hit on the block currently with their current edition, which is 5th edition. But back in the day, middle of the 1990s, after the studio who originally created Dungeons and Dragons, that was TSR, decided to sell the rights of Dungeons and Dragons to Wizards of the Coast, who currently own it, they came out with an edition called 3rd edition. Now, 3rd edition did a lot of updates. It took it away from sort of the old style of math, removed some of the problematic issues that were happening in earlier editions, really rewrote a lot of the lore, and brought it into the world of Faerun. That's the world for a lot of Dungeons and Dragons. They did a lot of world building, connected it to Magic the Gathering, and did a whole bunch of other things that Wizards of the Coast did so that they could make their rights known about the property. Over time in the 90s, they updated the rules, they created some addition changes, and they updated it to what's called 3.5, which is essentially still 3rd edition, but it had a lot of enough changes that we kind of had to give it a new name. At the same time, TSR, the old studio who used to own Dungeons and Dragons, had been doing a monthly magazine called Dungeon Magazine, sometimes called Dungeons, sometimes called Dungeons and Dragons magazine, but that magazine was essentially like their game guide coming out every month with tips to players, additional small adventures, like one-shot adventures you could run for players, new campaign ideas, some errata was also thrown in. It's basically they could just throw out a magazine every month, and it was a subscription, so, you know, a little bit of money. And on top of that, the part that really mattered was they decided, Wizards of the Coast, that around the turn of the century, so around 2000, 2001, they were not seeing enough money from Dragon Magazine that they did not want to publish it anymore. So they sold the rights to publish the magazine to Paizo. Now, Paizo is the company who created Pathfinder, but we're starting in 2002 at the moment, and I said Pathfinder doesn't come out until 2009. So in 2002, Paizo takes over the rights of writing up Dungeon Magazine. They had already been publishing in the magazine even up until that point, and so they were already well familiar. They were writing modules and adventures and new classes for 3.5 Dungeons and Dragons. We move forward to 2007. Wizards of the Coast says, you know what? This really isn't profitable for us anymore, and they cut ties with Paizo. And they basically said, you know, we're done. Cutting off Dungeon Magazine meant that Paizo no longer was necessarily publishing anything into 3.5 and removing their kind of only connection to Wizards of the Coast. But part of this was all designed. Wizards of the Coast at the end of the year in 2007 announced that they were coming out with a new edition of Dungeons & Dragons, which is 4th edition. 4th edition has a lot of discourse from people about whether it's good or bad, or whether you like it or hate it. Everyone has their opinion about 4th edition Dungeons & Dragons. But what mattered here was they had a more restrictive game license that they were putting on their 4th edition. And all of the 3rd edition Dungeons & Dragons, 3.5 included, had a very broad open game license. We still see this with 5th edition today, so obviously things have changed, but 4th edition added in this game license, this game service license that really would have reduced the landscape of who could write content using their rule set. Now, no one owns any rights to a rule set that exists, but we have these licenses that allow third parties to create content and sell their products in this system and not have to create everyone having their own system. So 3.5 basically said, if you don't like our content and you don't want to publish in 4th edition, too bad. End of 2007 occurs, they say they're going to come out with their 4th edition, and Paizo turns around and says, well, I guess we either move over and come to terms with the fact that we're going to be restricted about what content we can create for the new edition, or we keep making something in 3.5. Now, in 3.5 edition, they were obviously realizing they didn't have a lot of the options that remained because nothing new was going to come out, and they would have to be self-publishing. So Paizo basically made a decision early in 2008 to say, you know what, we're just going to create our own game system using the core concept of 3.5 Dungeons & Dragons. And over the course of a year, they put it to open test, basically went through a lot of back and forth with their audience, and in 2009, published Pathfinder. Originally, Pathfinder was supposed to be this sort of like middleman between 3.5 and 4th edition Dungeons & Dragons, but in creating their own system, making a lot of changes from 3.5, they had created a succinctly different system that lost a lot of the original content that Wizards of the Coast holds ownership over and created a lot of their own content. Starting in 2007 all the way up until 2017, Pathfinder 1st edition was the primary source for Pathfinder. 2017, they created a 2nd edition version, which has seen a couple of updates over time, but over the course of 10 years, Pathfinder created thousands of different products underneath the umbrella of Pathfinder, and we're going to be talking about what Pathfinder is. So for those familiar with Dungeons & Dragons, you'll already see some very familiar things, even if you're only familiar with today's version, 5th edition. If you are familiar with older versions like 3.5, you'll see a lot of similarities, and we're going to see a lot of differences as well. Now, I am no expert on Pathfinder. I would love to say I'm an expert on Pathfinder, but I don't think anyone is an expert on Pathfinder, even the creators, because this is a game system so vast with so many rules for nearly every situation that knowing something is kind of half the battle. I'm constantly referencing and looking back at these things, but we're going to be talking about some of the rules. We'll talk about how to make a character in Pathfinder, how it's different from something like what we just did, looking at Dark Ages Vampire, and we'll talk about what this game system is. But at its core, I'm going to also preface, this is a class-based system, which means if you're familiar with things like video games, where you have like Dragon Age, where you pick a class, this is similar to that. So that's the basis. But to turn it over to my wonderful players, what do both of you know about Pathfinder? Have you ever experienced it before, heard of it before, looked at a character sheet? What do you know so far?
Yeah, okay, I'll
You
go
go
first.
first. Cool, thank you.
Because I think you know more than I do. Because you've actually played before. I have never played Pathfinder. I have heard of it. I knew it was extremely complicated. Like that, I think that scared me away initially. Because I was like, that's a little, there's too many choices. My brain can't handle too many choices. And I've heard, is it Pathfinder, Path of the Righteous, or there's something. There's Wrath of the Righteous, yes. I haven't downloaded, I haven't played it. I should have, I should have played it, because then that would
Oh my god.
You know.
Yes, so we can get out of the way. I have some props. This is Wrath of the Righteous, the campaign book. This is one of 6 volumes, just to show off exactly the adventure path.
Oh my god!
I ran this adventure path that is now a video game over 6 years.
Jesus.
So I own it.
Kudos.
It's got beautiful covers. It's falling apart, which is unfortunate, but it's well loved. So yes, I agree. Wrath of the Righteous, great choice.
Yeah, haven't played it yet, but I haven't.
I will say, for those that have heard of Wrath of the Righteous or Kingmaker, which is the first game created by Owlcat Studios, they are both very good CRPGs. If you like kind of that sort of top-down role-playing game, very choice-heavy, very tactical focused, they are very good. They're one of the best versions of Pathfinder into a video game that I've ever seen. And also, I will say, they adapted the adventure path I ran, tabletop adventure path I ran over 6 years, very well. It is fantastically done. The choices they made came from a studio who had to play the game first to have an understanding of what would be good content for a player. And so I would suggest, if you ever go back to it, it is a lot. It is a lot as a video game. I think through the 2 different playthroughs I've made of the game, have sunk in well over 200 hours.
Jesus.
And that's not even touching the DLCs, plural, that came out for the game.
Oh my god.
So it's a lot. It's also incredibly well written. The stories are great. I really love the characters. And can honestly say they are great interpretations. Are they Baldur's Gate 3? They are not Baldur's Gate 3. Owlcat is not Larian Studios, but they are very good CRPGs for those that like that sort of mixture of both XCOM style mechanics for fighting enemies, both Larian Studios and sort of the Divinity mechanics, but also want to play something where you have a lot more customization and a much more epic storyline. Okay, sorry. That just had to bring that in because we're talking about Wrath of the Righteous.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I figured that would get your attention.
Oh yeah, and that is all I know.
Perfect. Fair. What about you, Jadis? What do you know?
So I did play Pathfinder in 2017. Almost in 2017, like I'm a scholar or something. And I remember it being very complex. I have heard kind of where it came from, kind of the bit you said earlier. I do remember it being really hard to do. I remember a lot of, hey, I want to make this character, please make it for me. To the point where I repeatedly called the GM anytime I had to level up. Because I was like, I don't know how to do this, and it's how I ended up with a stealth stat of like 20. Of like plus 20 to stealth at level 6 because I didn't know what other feats there were, so I'd go to the feat page and type in stealth and take those.
And you take whichever one, yeah.
But yeah, I know it's similar to 3.5, which I haven't played, but I know a bit about. And I know there's a lot of options, like a whole lot of options, almost to the detriment of the system. A whole lot of options.
Definitely the detriment of all of us.
Yeah, and I think that's about it. There's probably more, but that's and I also have Wrath of the Righteous in my Steam library. I have not downloaded it. I might play it soon.
Just saying, it's a lot. It is a fairly okay game to stream if you want to stream it, because I've seen a lot of people do that before. Fair. And it has a very good story. Being someone who ran Wrath of the Righteous, I like their choices that they made. It is a very epic story in that you are dealing with literally a demon incursion into the world and something that potentially could lead to the end of the universe if it is allowed to continue.
Interesting.
The characters are also very good, and you can make a really hot character if you want and have a lot of fun. Just that's how it goes. Yeah.
I gotta finish
I know there's one character that I see everywhere, and that's the hot, evil, mean elf.
Yeah.
I don't
know who that is.
David Dyron? I don't remember his name.
Yeah, that one. Sorry, there's two of them, and I
there's
Gotcha.
two evil hot elves.
Yes. Yeah, there are. There are in fact two hot elves.
Wow.
Not my type.
That one.
That's fine.
Fair. That's fair. That's fair. I do think you might be in the minority here, though.
That's fine. I will.
My
be
Tumblr
in the
was
there.
blowing up.
They're both really interesting. Both of their storylines are very unique to the universe. Talking about the universe, let me give you the bit of spiel about why Pathfinder is so good. Because the system is very chunky. It's very crunchy, which is also a term we hear. That means there's just a lot of like numbers that kind of float around. There's a lot of mechanics that are out there. There's a lot of choices that sit around and really hit you with paralysis. The part I love is the lore. So Pathfinder is really interesting in that if you go to 5th edition and you look at their campaign settings, you have Faerun, which is a mostly anachronistic world designed that you could kind of plop someone in anywhere and make content by adding drama to what's happening. At its core, there's not a lot happening in Faerun that really gets you excited. The continent that is pretty much the main place of setting for Wrath of the Righteous, as well as the entirety of the Pathfinder universe, is the continent, or is the world of Golarion. And the world of Golarion is very distinct in that there is a lot going on. Probably more than most worlds should have, considering the amount of apocalyptic things happening in basically every country right next to each other. You have Wrath of the Righteous set in the far north, where there is a country where 100 years ago, there was supposed to be a god who was supposed to come down and basically propose the next golden age of humanity. This god was Eridan. He was the most human god, one of the more recent gods who became from human, technically not exactly human, but from humanoid to godhood, which is vastly different in this setting. There are some people who have become gods. He was supposed to come down 100 years ago and basically proclaim a new golden age, and 100 years ago happened. He was supposed to show up, and he didn't. And it was 4 days of basically cataclysms and tornadoes and earthquakes. An entire massive hurricane appeared off the southern continent's coast and is still raging after 100 years.
He had one job.
Seriously?
And he did not show up to his
do.
primary country that was worshiping him, a place called Cheliax. And when he did not arrive, everyone was like, okay, well, maybe we just picked the wrong date, even though he was the god of prophecy. And then suddenly, all of his worshippers lost their magic. And no one knows what happened to Eridan. It's been 100 years, and still no one knows what happened to Eridan. It's assumed he's dead. But the problem is, things basically rolled from there. The country of Cheliax that worshipped this human god, Eridan, fell to the corruption of devils and is now a devil-run country. And the northern country, called Sarkoris, basically said, okay, well, if he didn't show up in your country, you know what we'll do? We're going to do a ritual and just summon him to us.
Oh, no.
There might have been some other things in there thrown in, and they ended up tearing a hole in reality straight through into the abyss, which is one of the realms of demons, and basically unleashed demons into their country and a demonic horde. And ever since, Crusaders have basically been on the borders trying to keep them penned in. Meanwhile, there's a lich who runs a country, or ran a country 500 years ago, the country of Ustalov, and got beaten back by crusaders into his tower. But it's a good question whether he's actually stuck in there or he's just biding his time. Meanwhile, the country is just full of undead creatures and undead menaces and vampires, and everyone's going about their lives like normal. There's a country run by a fake religion called Razmirin, where a guy basically said he's a god and uses trickery and fake magic items to basically make everyone think that he's a god.
Interesting.
This is just a tiny amount of the massive drama within the country of Golarion, or in the world of Golarion. And the Inner Sea region, which is the main continental map that they use, is not even the only place. There is a distant eastern area that follows more of our own anachronistic, like Chinese culture and Japanese culture, that has both yokai and also Indian like concepts of literally multiple lives built into their entire customs. And so there's a vast array of cultural ideas and place settings and just massive drama in Golarion. And that's what I love. It's a setting that has history. It feels really baked into its drama, and it's rife for adventurers that are looking for high fantasy campaigns, which is what Pathfinder is all about. If you're looking for sci-fi, Paizo created their own campaign setting off of that called Starfinder, which is basically the same universe, but it takes it from the the world of Golarion and basically says there's a lot of other planets out there, and there's a lot of things happening in the galaxy. Some of the adventure paths even take place in some of these settings if you go to other planets, which can exist. So there is fantasy. Maybe you also want to play sci-fi or have a lot of tech in your universe. There's a lot of tech in Golarion as well. There's a country where an alien ship landed, and it's being run by people who don't want the alien tech to get out. There is a country in the south where a country of basically the undead, an undead necropolis, fights against a country of ghosts. And in between, because so much magic has happened, they created a null zone called Alkenstar where no magic works. And you have a place that is run entirely with tech. Again, Golarion is full of adventure choices, and you could basically set an adventure anywhere for the type of campaign you're looking at doing. That's what I love, because Faerun is fun for 5th edition. Golarion is set. You're immediately capable of pointing at the map and saying, this is an adventure. But now we have to talk about the actual concept of what the game mechanics are. Because I love story, but if you can't make a character in it, it's kind of hard to play. So with the background that we've got and talking about these characters and the fact that we've got enough time, I'm gonna give some TLDR of a few things ahead of time that will really matter, because though I am going to show off how the characters get created in Pathfinder and what the things that go into your character look like, we are going to be using an application to make these characters. Now, someone might ask why. The answer is, this is a character sheet for Pathfinder. It's great. It's got so many lines on it. This is one of 6 pages for just this one NPC that I have.
Jesus Christ. Wait,
That's
for an
one
NPC?
Yep.
You have 6 pages for an N. Okay, cool. Sorry. Please carry
a
on.
class-level NPC. And this character sheet, for those that want to like understand basically why Pathfinder is so complex, you could look back at 3.5, but the reason is everything is derived from various stats that you have. In 5th edition, a lot of it is based upon some simpler math. They really reduce down how many things file into each other. But Pathfinder runs on a lot of stats that increases you level, and the math adds to itself level by level. On top of that, you have magic items. Lots of magic items. You both are going to get multiple magic items.
Oh, God.
Before we even start this. Because unlike in other editions, these were designed with the notion that loot is very essential to player character power. And so you will have magic items because it's intended for you to have magic items. They will be boosts to your normal stats, but also give you some cool things that you can do. Or for some of you that might need to hide your wings, we can talk about that as well.
Whichever of us that might be, you know.
Yeah, whomever that could have been.
I don't even have a race. Who knows?
I was gonna say,
Exactly.
I don't even know if you have a face, so much less a race. So,
Me either.
we'll find out.
Here's the small TLDR about some things. Number one, I do not know every rule that exists in Pathfinder. For reference, there are a lot. There are rules for how to create characters. There are rules for feats, because this is a feat-driven game. That's features, which is basically to say the cool things your character does. Some of them are minor bonuses. Some of them are massive changes to how cool you can do something. This game has rules for if you're in severe weather, if you're on a ship, if you're casting spells in the middle of a tornado. There are rules for basically everything. Now, will they come up? I don't know how often you choose to cast spells in the middle of a tornado, so probably not. But Pathfinder has a rule for it. There are rule systems that were created for you're in a horror campaign and you want sanity mechanics. You're in a very high intrigue setting and you want a way to have mechanics for doing social combat, but you're not that good at just being good at roleplay. So you want to have a system for it. They've got rules for that. Let's say you decide to get into a psychic battle with someone else who's very good at mental magic. They have psychic duel rules that exist, and they are vastly different from regular mechanics. Which is to say, we're not going to touch a lot of these mechanics. They exist. And I don't know all of them. I cannot spout about them, but I can tell you they exist, and if you ask a question, it probably exists somewhere online. So if I don't know, my go-to answer is looking on Google, because this game was played for well over a decade. There have been thousands and thousands of players thinking about how the rules can be looked at and understood, and how you as a player can make the thing you want happen. Now, the second thing that really matters here is, aside from me not knowing things, I have already got a small list of magic items out that you both will be able to take from, because you're going to have magic items. We'll also give you certain things. Like, I think your armor needs to be something you create yourself, and that's really not that hard.
Okay.
To also put it, there are rules in this game system for making magic items, because Pathfinder believed you could make your own items, and it is robust. You want a magic item to do something, it probably can. It's going to cost you a lot of money, but you will be an independently wealthy individual regardless. All adventurers basically crash the economy in Pathfinder's Golarion. You have more money than most small nations.
Great.
Yeah.
It's just how it works. Don't look at the economy. It says something
Don't
like
think about
commoners earn like 1 to 2 gold a year, and meanwhile you'll be like walking around with like 18,000 plus gold worth of just items on you. Don't worry, it's normal. So that's the number 2 here. You're gonna have a lot of magic items. I've already got them set out. That's fine. The third thing is, like I said, we are going to talk about the mechanics of how to make a character. We'll talk about what sort of options you both want for your characters, and then we're going to build them in what's called Path Companion, which is a Paizo-supported and also creator-supported tool that allows players to create their own characters and allows for a GM to add their characters into a campaign setting so that you can actually play together. It allows you to cast spells on each other, add different sort of like applicable bonuses to your character as you're going, keep track of your magic items, and it's robust enough that it's similar to D&D Beyond in terms of what it has, but it is free. The last thing that matters here is the reason why I'm not pulling out any of these books to show everyone. This is the Player's Handbook, followed by the GM Guide and the first Monster Manual for Pathfinder 1st Edition. The reason why I'm not looking through these 3 books is that we will not be using them. We will be using them because, or we will not be using the physical versions because all of the content for Pathfinder is available for free. And it's available for free because of that thing called the Open Game License. So I mentioned Pathfinder was created off of 3.5. When 3.5 was created, it was made on the Open Game License, the OGL, and that meant that the content had to be available for anyone if they went looking for it. It could be reused, repurposed, and all of that has been put in multiple places online. So if you're looking for literally anything about Pathfinder, one of its benefits is you don't have to buy the books. In fact, if you're looking for rules, we have this wonderful website that we're going to be talking about a little bit here with its riddling of ads. This is D20 PFSRD. This is basically the go-to for anything Pathfinder, both rules as well as magic items, classes, all the races that exist. Pretty much anything that has ever been created for rules is in this website. If you're not a fan of as many ads, we also have the Archives of Nethys. Nethys is one of the gods in Pathfinder's lore, the god of magic. And they created one for both 1st, 2nd, and Starfinder with all of the classes, races, as well as magic items as well. They even have a little bit more lore added in that the D20 PFSRD website does not include. Our other major resource here is the Pathfinder Wiki. This is a personal and fan-created website by other people who put together all the lore from those books. So like I mentioned, this adventure path that's here has a lot of lore and world implications about what's in it. And people have gone through painstakingly and added in the information to this available document. It also has an entire scrollable map for the world of Golarion with pinned information for different locations. So if you're like, I want to know something in this particular country, but I don't know where I want to set it, you can go to the map, scroll around, and start clicking on different things to get information about different settings. Maybe you just want to run a one-shot in a crazy haunted mansion. There's a place called Renchurch in the country of Ustalov, and boy does it have a lot of information about what happened there. So this website also, for free. There's nothing here stopping you. And even though I own a lot of Pathfinder documents, that is a underselling of the entire bookshelf of Pathfinder books that I own. The amount of free information and free available resources is staggering. And that's why we're not going to use the books. Like, I love all my books, but we're not going to use them. Instead, we'll be talking about things in this D20 PFSRD document. And again, this massive chunker, not even that pretty to look at. This is an eyesore, to be honest. This is still a very usable website to go through, aside from the ads, which I hate. Now, if you're a fan of physical papers and you don't want to use a tool like Path Companion, there's a website called Dyslexic. It used to be called Minotaur back in the day, and they create character sheets custom for Pathfinder's editions, as well as 3.5 Dungeons and Dragons. And it's beneficial because it has a lot of the classes pre-built in with custom character sheets designed for what the class's abilities do. So if you need to have something more catered to your particular class and you're a fan of these old school stylized paper documents that you have to update yourself, Dyslexic is the place to go. It's oftentimes talked about in the Pathfinder community, but if you use a lot of the tools that exist like Path Companion, you can oftentimes export your character to a similar character sheet. So that's the TLDR, that's the big things out of the way that I have to talk about because it's very important.
Can I interrupt for just a second? Oh, good. Yeah, it sounds like you were about to. I'm so
Perfect.
sorry. Because this is something I was curious about, and I don't actually know the answer to this. This isn't just me going, so tell me about. I actually don't know.
Which I'm also fine with.
Fair. So I know, and I'm assuming some people viewing might also know, but I know that there's a new edition of Pathfinder that came out pretty recently. Or at least a new version of Starfinder that came out recently. I don't know how old Pathfinder 2nd edition is. What is the difference between 2nd edition and 1st edition, and why do you prefer 1st edition is my question.
Perfect. That's actually a really good question. So the first thing is, this is not any hatred on 2nd edition. My experience with 2nd edition is very minimal. That's the first thing. I love 1st edition because I played it for so many years. I've literally been playing it for over 10 years at this point.
Jesus.
That adds a lot of weight to why I love it. Even in spite of its flaws and in spite of itself, second edition is a really good reworking of the mechanics from first edition. We'll talk about some of the mechanics. I'll talk about the differences. One of the things they implemented was removing the word race from their documents because it might be slightly problematic for everyone at this point, and I would agree. Now, it's a holdover term. It came from 3.5 and second edition and first edition Dungeons and Dragons, so it's not like they created the term to be used here, but it has connotations. And so one of the changes they made was to insert what's called ancestry in second edition, which is basically talking about where do you come from as a person, and what environment did you grow up in? And those help build out the concepts of your character and what sort of things you start with. Race in Pathfinder First Edition kind of assumes that you're just, because you were born a particular way, you have certain things. Now, there are choices you get to make in choosing your ancestry and your heritage, even in First Edition, that undercut that message, but just the term creates a connotation. Pathfinder Second Edition also said we wanted to have a means by which you could play multiple different kind of mixed classes that was a lot more flexible than First Edition is, which we'll also talk about. They created a whole system where you can have some mechanics from other classes kind of mixed in that naturally bake into your character and give you the ability to customize your own class to what you want it to do. First edition has that to some extent. We have what's called archetypes that allow you to get a little closer to what you're looking for. We will talk about those as well, but it's not as robust and doesn't allow quite the level of kind of mix and match that most people would like to have. The other major change, and some people love this, some people don't, is that first edition Pathfinder 3.5, all the older editions of Dungeons and Dragons ran on a multiple action system. You see this in 5th edition as well, where you have like bonus actions and regular actions. In Pathfinder, you have a standard action, you have a swift action, you have a move action, and you have an immediate action. And this is a lot of things to keep track of. Fortunately, things like Path Companion do that for us, so it makes life a little easier when you're in the middle of it. But second edition basically said, let's remove a lot of that complexity of being like, oh, but that's a standard action, so I can't do this, and that's a swift action, I can't do this. Instead, they implemented just that you have actions on your turn. And every single thing you do takes a number of actions. You have 3 actions to use every turn, and let's say you want to do something that takes 1 action, followed by something that takes 2 actions to do. Spells have a certain cost, movement has a certain cost, and that way it's a little bit simpler. Every single thing you have has a little mechanic symbol, this little tiny like caret that tells you how many actions it takes on a turn to use.
So it's almost more like Divinity's action points, kind of.
Exactly. It's much more like a video game action points, which is good, but also some people didn't like that since it made things like spells really costly to use. But it also didn't change mechanically too much that was happening. So there's a bit of back and forth about people that like that mechanic, people that don't. Personally, I like the kind of complexity of first edition Pathfinder in that and this is something we're really going to show off, which is, though you have a lot of cool stuff in second edition, first edition is to the point in terms of choices that you could make any character. You can make any character you want to imagine. If you want to think of a type of character, whether it be someone that is your personal original character, or you want to create a superhero from any Marvel or DC universe, we might have some of those today as well, you can do that because Pathfinder has the options to do so. The other thing I really like, which is different from other game systems, is that Pathfinder rewards you mechanically when you specialize your character towards the thing you want to be good at. So if you want to be really good at being fast and attacking often and like just trying to like lock down enemies, if you mechanically build towards that, you are rewarded for doing so, rather than being sort of a jack of all trades. You have to just know it's like, I want to be a bulwark tank that just can't be hit. If you want to do that, you sacrifice the other things, like being able to hit harder, being able to cast more spells, but you can become a bulwark against everything, basically never get hit. maybe even protect your allies from being hit as well. And that's the sort of thing that you are rewarded for in Pathfinder. So you're really rewarded for thinking about what cool thing do I want my character to do, and then choosing mechanics that kind of match into that. So long-winded answer about why I love first edition, what really kind of makes me excited about it.
It's good to know though. Like this is
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious about this because like it's an interesting choice to do for your favorite game. So
Yeah, for as much as I'm also deriding it, I'm tempering expectations for how much we're going to be.
We
getting
talk
into.
shit about Dark Ages Vampire too, so as
Exactly.
we
Yeah,
should
I'm gonna
have.
do the same thing with D&D.
Yeah,
Perfect.
yes. So will I. But I'm gonna try not to hate on 5e too much because everybody
Well,
knows
here's
I
the
hate
thing.
5e
Deserves being hated on.
Fair.
All game systems, if you love them enough, you have to talk about why they're not good. Because
Exactly.
Pathfinder, trust me, oh boy,
It's a doozy.
oh boy, does it have problems. Which, to get into it, let's start talking about characters. So if you go to D20 PFSRD and you find yourself mildly interested by Pathfinder and you've never heard about it before, it fortunately creates a little tiny box right here for players that says basics and ability scores and has a thing called character creation outline. This is really the core version of how do I create a character. It's terrible, but it works just fine for our purposes to give you an outline about what character creation could look like. They start off by saying get a character sheet. You can see the dyslexic that I actually showed earlier where character sheets are located. They also mention things like PC Gen, which is an application you can download that basically does some of the calculations for yourself. It's not perfect, which is why we're not using it. And this website is a little old, so it's not great in terms of what it is, but there is, once again, another free resource out there. They also say get some dice because, yes, we are going to be using dice at some point. Maybe even today we'll be using some dice.
What?
Depending on another choice that we're going to make. And by dice, I mean lots of dice. I mean lots of dice because we are going to need some dice.
Full set.
And the reason why we need, yes, this wonderful dice bag that I have. We're going to need a lot of dice because you basically use all the basic types of dice that exist. This is a D20 based system, hence why it's called D20 PFSRD. Most of your dice rolls are going to be using a D20, though you'll be using a lot of smaller dice like D4s and D6s and D8s. Those are dice with those number of sides on them for damage rolls, or some of your cool abilities may call for that type of die. But almost all of the random mechanics use a D20. Now, the thing that I have a problem with here is that it moves straight from get a character sheet to determine ability scores, which, don't worry, ability scores are great, but if you don't know what sort of character you're playing, determining your ability scores might not be a good place to start. Here is my suggestion when you're making a character in Pathfinder, which we've been having discussions about a little bit up until now, which is the best way to play Pathfinder is to start from what concept of a character do you want to play? Now, you might have a really robust idea, like I want to play Iron Man. And you're just like, I want to be a person in a suit that shoots people with lasers. And that is your firm concept of what you want. And that is possible in Pathfinder. And it's not just possible, there are multiple ways to create that character in different formats, which we will be talking about, because even though you may have a firm concept of what this character is, just because you say it doesn't mean there's only one way to build it. In fact, between magic items and the many class options and feats that exist, there are probably at least 3 or 4 at minimum ways to make just that one specific character. Now, the more required features you have for your character, kind of the harder it gets. You'll have to go a little bit more detailed about what you're looking for, but the more firm your concept is of the character you want to play, the more defined notion about what sort of options you have and what you can choose from there. So, to start us off, what is your character option? What is your character concept that you've got in mind for what you want to play in Pathfinder? And I'm gonna hand it over to Jadis this time because you spoke last before. What is your character concept?
My phone alarm just went off. Sorry, give me just 2 seconds. Turn that off.
Of
We're all
course
good.
it did.
So I'm thinking, because we've talked a little bit about classes, and I know this is jumping ahead, but I'm thinking sort
Which is
of
fine.
I'm here. I'm just turning my light on.
Okay. A like, let's call it a vigilante.
Okay.
Let's just say that. Let's just say a vigilante.
How convenient that there's a class called Vigilante.
Isn't it great? Like a person with a dual identity, one who is more like kind of ditzy and airheaded, and I'm a rich asshole who doesn't know anything, and then another one that like beats people to death in back alleys.
I think you do.
Love it.
Yeah. I know where, from what you've told me about the idea you've got for like the session, I know it's going to be a little more like both social and not, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So, basically, I would like to make a character that can both do like social stuff and like, lying and subterfuge and court intrigue, and also beat people to death in back alleys.
Perfect.
And
like, here's just going with that. Some of the things, like as a DM and as a player, you can start thinking about are, number one, if you're looking for something that has both a dual identity, that does exist in Pathfinder. It is called the Vigilante class. Like I said, this is a class system, so you choose a class. Vigilante exists. It allows you to play that sort of Batman-like character who has an identity in public and a, superhero identity, essentially. And it's very customizable in terms of what your cool dual identity looks like. You have cool social abilities as well as powers. And the whole point being, that's designed for a social campaign or one shot. So it does have to have some social capacity, or you lose out on some of the cool stuff that you get to do. That's why we're both doing sort of a mixture of definitely doing combat, but also having some social intrigue in there, which will be fun. I've mentioned already last time that I think we're going to do a bit of a murder mystery. Don't worry, I've already got a lot of ideas.
I'm excited.
And that's going to be fun. But don't worry, there will also be lots of combat, because your cool things oftentimes end up in combat. So what other ideas do you have around your concept for your character?
That's about it. I'm thinking probably like a more noble type person, like somebody who's pretty rich, or at least comes across as rich. Probably not too connected with like whatever city or setting we're in, like is more of a new arrival. I would like to be able to gossip mine, if that makes sense. I think that would be fun to be able to do. It's just like float around little groups of people and hear what they're whispering about and get information from that sort of thing. And other than that, I would like to punch people good. And that's about it.
Punch people good.
Punch people real good.
Now, with asking that question, do you have any other weapons, or is it like bare fists?
I think just bare fists, probably.
Perfect. These might seem like weird questions, but this matters for later on when we start kind of adding the parts to the character, the detail, how good you are at something. I mentioned those features, those feats. You get one at level 1. You get one every odd level as well, and some classes give you extras. And there are a lot of them. Some of them do minor things like give you a small bonus to one particular stat, but some of them, like I mentioned, there are ones dealing with physical combat called style feats that allow you to do super cool martial arts abilities. And that might be something we lean towards depending on what you really like.
Cool.
All right, Cinn, what ideas do you have?
I also went down the superhero comic route, and I want to play basically Ghost Rider.
I'm so excited. It's gonna be fucking crazy.
As a lovely lady, but I want her chains. I had mentioned this to work like Kratos's Blades of Chaos in God of War.
Nice.
Because I think that's a look. I think she's definitely not going to be as subtle of a lady as the vigilante. I think she's made to like be seen. And when she's there, she commands the room in the way that you know she's there. You know that she is here for a purpose, and you better not get in the way of it.
I'm good. It's fine. it's all okay. It's cool.
I had bounced around the idea for being kind of like this mercenary or like a repo man for the undead.
What the fuck?
So if things
detail.
are taken
Awesome.
from graves or tombs, or the dead are disrespected, whatever organization or boss she has sends her out to deal with it. Get back what was taken, and make a statement.
So what I'm hearing is I'm going to be doing all the social stuff. Is what I'm hearing.
Yes, and
Okay.
I'll be there to intimidate behind you.
Excellent.
Which is also possible.
Be like,
That
have
is
you
very
seen
much an
the
option.
giant woman behind me?
Yeah.
So, Ghost Rider has a lot of other things. Obviously, one of the key characteristics that you've already mentioned is you want the chains that are similar to God of War Ragnarok. So, usually something that can be thrown outward, can hit enemies. Do you want them to be able to pull people closer to you, or more like just hit at range, do big sweepy style attacks?
Yeah. I feel if it wasn't just like the 3 levels here, like if we were going like
We may
above
go
and
up to
beyond.
5 because I think 5 is
Okay.
kind of like a nice point where you feel a
Okay.
little more heroic. So
Yeah,
dream
'cause,
big,
like,
and we'll see what we can fit in.
okay. I mean, I sure don't mind having the get over here, pulling
Okay.
someone in.
Doesn't sound like
You
a bad
know,
thing.
No, I think mainly she does do the big sweepy takeout, probably more for like crowd control, take out a lot of people at once,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of thing. And then maybe getting up close, being able to pull them in for the one-on-one
Perfect.
bad damage.
Yes.
Angry damage.
I am aware you're going to draw this character and I'm gonna die. So I'm not gonna be here next stream, just be aware. It's gonna be the end of my life, and just so y'all know.
And she wears all leather.
Perfect.
Fuck you, Cinn. Okay, sorry, carry on.
Again,
as you
all
were.
of these matter because there are means by which to both make items pull in people. There are features that do that. There are classes that have that as specific abilities. And so I've already picked out some options to give you some suggestions based upon some things that you've already talked about. But I also want to make it really apparent to everyone. You may have a huge idea about your character and then start looking at classes and looking at feats and realize, I don't know if I can ever make this happen. Trust me, between magic items and most of the classes, you can make it happen. Most of just what you have told me so far can happen with magic items by themselves.
Nice.
You can make flaming chains. You can make flaming chains that maneuver people. You can make leather armor that can make you smoke and flame. There's the ability to change your look. There's specifically an attribute you can put on pretty much any piece of armor called Glamoured to make it look however you want at your choice. Which might be good for a vigilante character who wants to switch outfits.
It might be.
Yes.
Yeah. So here, that's the point to make.
Because
yes, absolutely.
Because, which I think will probably, when we get into character creation, it will be answered. Because obviously, Ghost Rider turns into flaming skull into the person, right? I don't know how we're gonna do that. It'd be cool if we could.
Okay, perfect.
Because it's a vibe.
Cool.
If not, I'm totally fine with intimidating leather dommy mommy. That's also totally fine.
I'm also fine with that, just so y'all know. I'm also okay. I have no objection to that. But I like the flaming skull thing too, honestly. I'm down with that.
Yes. Again.
Yeah, or even if it's just like her skeleton glows, from the inside, you can see it through her skin. That'd be cool.
Just for people that might be wondering, it's like, how do you make something like that happen? It's a level 1 spell. It's called Disguise Self. And there's an item that exists called a Hat of Disguise that is very versatile in Pathfinder. And it's basically just, I wish to look this way. So you give your character that magic item.
Nice.
Presto. You can change your appearance with a standard action. So yes, that's the easiest mechanical way, which is why I said there's usually multiple. I'm going to give you some other things, but we'll provide you some other options as well,
Nice.
depending on like how physical you want those flames to be.
Uh-huh.
So those are our concepts. Any questions that you both have as we start building out your concepts and then start matching them to mechanics?
Okay.
So, any questions?
I have one.
Yes, please.
I'm intending, and I know we haven't gotten there yet, I keep jumping ahead, I'm sorry.
No,
To play
absolutely.
a winged character. And I
Yes.
would love to be able to fight with my wings, at least a little bit. Like maybe
Okay.
not like entirely, but
Sideswipe
like
with them.
yeah, like crowd control stuff with my wings would be very cool. Don't know if that's possible, but I think it'd be cool.
It is possible.
Oh yay.
Again, you asked the question. The answer is probably.
Probably. Cool. Excellent.
Yeah. And I know you had brought it up before. Playing a winged character can seem like, how am I going to disguise my wings?
Mhm.
The Hat of Disguise can do that as well. You can make your wings appear like they're not there. They will physically be there. They're just not
be
physically
invisible.
present to anyone that looks at them. The other option is there's a magic item or a regular item called a wing sheath that's literally just designed for tucking your wings away.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
So yeah,
So
Pathfinder
nice
has
and
an item for that as
convenient.
well.
Cool. Very cool.
They're also very cheap, and they're like 10 gold, and they basically are designed for like, they basically just hide your wings behind your back so they don't flare out, and you can put like a cloak over them if you want. They're a mundane item. They're not even magical.
Oh my god.
And there are mechanics for if you just want to take them off, you just use the standard action. They're like a clip-on. And then if you just want to like really make it cool, you can burst out of them with a strength check.
Hot. Very hot.
The drama.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Pathfinder was all about let's make it as cool as possible by giving you the mechanics. Unfortunately, you have to wade through everything to get there. So,
Yeah.
first thing
You can
is
get there.
concept. You just it
There if you
just
can
takes
find
a
it.
lot. So, any other questions about your concept or anything else you want to keep in mind as we move forward?
I don't think so.
Yet. I don't think so, because I know we had talked about already, and it'll come up, I'm sure, my steed.
Yes.
And
which I have
wanted to do that,
options.
so yeah.
Multiple options. Okay.
Beautiful.
Then the next thing we have to talk about, in my opinion, is what class you want to play. Because even though races in this campaign setting and this concept matter, and if you start going down the list here, you'll see determine ability scores, choose a race, then choose a class. It really doesn't benefit you to know what sort of character you're playing until you know what your character is going to be able to do. So class matters a little bit more in Pathfinder because you can always choose a race later on that goes more hand in hand with what you're looking for in terms of what your concept is bringing up. Also, classes in Pathfinder have stats that favor them. So if you already roll your ability scores at the beginning, or make your ability scores, you're going to run into the issue that maybe your scores don't match what your class favors. So, for example, let's talk about Vigilante. As you can see, it is under one of the many classes that exist, and though this is a lot of classes, this isn't even all of them. This shows the core classes and the base classes. There are also what's called hybrid classes, because Pathfinder basically said, what if you wanted to play a mix mash of core classes? You wanted to play a fighter that does things more like a monk. That exists. They're called brawlers, and they are a mixture of both classes. What if you want to play a bard that's also a barbarian? Because a barbarian is a thing. They are called scalds in Pathfinder, and they are a mixture of both classes in terms of what they do. There's a mixture of wizards and sorcerers called arcanists that basically have the best of both worlds and are really good at magic, just kind of overflowing with magic. Less of the problems of just being a wizard or specializations, and more of the immediate magic of a sorcerer. And so the options are pretty massive. On top of that, Pathfinder created what are called splat books, which are essentially like one-off books that really aren't required for the core campaign information, which includes things like their occult characters that they have, which include kineticists as well as mesmerists and psychics, because why not? That sounds super cool. Pathfinder also has a class that doesn't appear in any other editions, which is the Summoner. Basically, a character, a caster that has a magical creature that they summon and can customize to however they want. Going back to that Iron Man example, you absolutely could create a summoner character who steps into their eidolon, their summoned creature, as a suit of armor. That is 100% an option.
Nice.
So that's why I say there's a lot of options here. So the first thing we're going to talk about is class. And Cinn, we're going to get to yours. I'm going to give you some ideas, but we're going to start with the one that we know, which is Vigilante, because Jadis, you've already said Vigilante. So let's talk about the mechanics of Pathfinder. Every class gives you a lot of required information. Now, some of this, the game assumes you follow. Like you might see on here, it says an alignment. Yes, Pathfinder has alignments. Alignments are the how good you are, how evil you are, how chaotic you are, how lawful you are. Those are not things you have to follow. But one of the things that is sort of unique to Pathfinder is there are planes for each of these types of alignments. And by planes, I mean there's a world out there to the world of law. And though you'll see that in other settings, it is a very physical manifestation of that concept in Golarion. So the world of law basically is a magic unto itself that impacts people in our world of Golarion who are very lawful. And so it feels very necessary. Here's the other thing. If you're a GM and you don't care about alignment, you can hand wave it and it's also fine. Everything that seems like a requirement could be an exception to the rule. So even though it says alignment, this one says any, don't worry. If your player doesn't want to play a lawful character, but they want to play a class that says they have to be lawful, you can just hand wave it and allow them to be one. Interpret it as you will. Now, the other thing you'll see on here is they give a role description. Now, the role here is basically the idea of how this class fits into a campaign. Vigilantes are kind of good at a lot of things, but they are good for social situations and courtly intrigue, which is important to understand. They give you a lot of context in the Pathfinder books as a GM to say, Game Master should consider carefully whether or not Vigilante will make a good fit for their campaign because they're about social capacity. So if you have a character that's like, or a player that says, I kind of want to play a Vigilante, but the Game Master knows their setting doesn't have a lot of social actions, they would be missing out on a huge part of what their character is capable of doing. And so you want to allow for classes that still mix into the campaign setting. So, first thing to consider. Now we get into mechanics. The first thing it says right here is hit die. Now, every class has a hit die. This is basically how many hit points you get every level. So you start always with the highest number on the die, plus your Constitution, which is one of your 6 ability scores. We're going to talk about those in a moment as well. Now, that means you're pretty good. Now, there are other classes that get a D6, there are classes that get a D10, and there are classes that get a D12. That would be your barbarians, who need a lot of hit points. Wizards get a D6, but there's an inverse proportionality here. Basically, the more hit points you get, the more expectation that you're probably taking punches to the face. The fewer hit points you get, the lesser idea or thought that you're getting punched in the face. Vigilantes kind of are in the middle. A D8 is higher than a D6, less than a D10 or a D12. That's the first thing. Now, this number matters because, like I said, you gain that die of hit points every time you level up. You can choose the average of that die, meaning half the die's value rounded up, if you want, or if you roll your hit dice every time you level up and you realize you roll terribly, like every time you roll you get a 1, you can take the average instead of going with whatever the die says. That's the first mechanical thing. The second thing you'll see down here is starting wealth. Every class starts you with some money, and every class is slightly different. Some classes start with very little money, like barbarians, and vigilantes start with a pretty decent amount because you're fairly social. Do you have to follow that? The answer is also no. A DM is not required to follow starting wealth. This is a suggestion. The next mechanic that matters is what's called class skills. Now, here's where we're starting to get into things that matter. Pathfinder has a lot of classes. Like I mentioned, I showed up this big character sheet. Everything right here is a skill. You have ability scores, which again, you have 6 of them. You have strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Those are fairly standard in a lot of 6 ability score systems. You'll see them fairly often. Your strength is your punching. Your dex is your accuracy, or your throwing things. Your constitution is your ability to survive getting poisoned. And your general hardiness. Your intelligence is your book smarts. Your wisdom is your street smarts, and charisma is your smarminess. That's the easiest way to put it.
Excellent.
Now, those get added into your skills. For other editions, this was the same way. The point about class skills is that you're naturally better at them. So when you get these skills, if you start building them up, you get a natural +3 to these particular skills compared to anything else. Some classes get a lot of class skills. Some don't get very many at all. Vigilantes get quite a few. Acrobatics.
So many.
That's a lot.
Yeah, there is a lot. And trust me, some get very few. Some get bonuses from other abilities as well. But yeah, vigilantes get a lot. Acrobatics, appraise, which is like you're looking at an item and you want to know how much it's worth. Your ability to lie, that's your bluff. Climb, that's your ability to climb. Pretty simple. Crafting, magic items, standard items. Maybe you want to make a cute little rocking horse. That's craft. Diplomacy, that is your I'm being nice to you. Disable device, that is I would like to break into your house. Disguise, I would like to look like someone else. Escape artist, that is I would like to escape the house after I broke into it. It's also I have been grappled and would like to not be grappled anymore.
Fair.
Intimidate, I would like to intimidate. Knowledges, there's a lot of them. They both do what they say and don't do what they say. Dungeoneering is I am underground. Engineering is architecture. Local is knowledge about the place that you're at. It's also knowledge about the world and people in the world. Knowledge nobility. Nobility. There are other ones, like knowledge arcana. I know things about magic. Trying to see if there are any others on here. There's actually several few, but not as many as I thought, because you would get a lot. There's knowledge nature. I know about local flora and fauna. The ubiquitous perception. This is the skill everyone wants. This is I see things well. I hear things well. I smell things well. I just generally vibe things well. This is perception. It does a lot. It is the most called for skill, and it does a lot of heavy lifting. Perform. This could be I bard well, I sing well. It could be I am playing a person that is not myself well. Like you put on a disguise, you might want to pretend to be someone. That's perform. Profession is doing a job. I make rocking horses. Profession is I sell those rocking horses.
I feel like I have to be like the descendant of a rocking horse magnet now.
Now, yes, the creator of rocking horses.
Exactly.
Exactly. Ride is
Come from
I
the
get
rocking
on
horse family.
You know, I make jokes about it, but there's a lot of skills here, and I'm trying to make them fun so
Fair,
you remember
that's fair.
some of them. Ride is I get on horse and know how to ride.
Get on the rocking
as
horse.
opposed to- you could get on the rocking horse and ride the rocking horse, and if you had a bad ride score, you might fall off the rocking horse.
Excellent.
Sense motive is probably the second most called for skill, along with perception. Sense motive is what you intuit about what someone is saying. It's the I think you might be lying, but I'm not quite sure skill. Sleight of hand, I wish to steal from you or put something on you. Stealth, I wish to not be seen, and sometimes you're good at it. Survival, I'm in the woods and I don't want to die. Or number 2, I'm tracking someone and I am really hoping I find them. Then we have swim, which is swim, and use magic device, which is unfortunately a very important skill in Pathfinder. That is, I have a magic wand. Can I use it?
Oh, didn't know there was a skill for that.
There is, and it's called Use Magic Device. So
Is that for like all magic items, or if it's like you found one and you're like, ooh, can I use this? Or is it like, does everyone need to have a good charisma?
Everyone needs to have something in Use Magic Device. It's also called UMD, is the general term for it. I hate it as a skill, going to things that I wish I could nitpick and remove from existence. UMD is a holdover from older editions, but it is your ubiquitous, I have found this magic item, I know what it does, and I wish to use it. You find a wand of pyrotechnics. It shoots little pyrotechnics and causes little like smoke to appear. But the question is, can you use it? Well, every device has a UMD check that determines, can you use it?
Interesting.
Most casters don't even have to roll it because you already know the spells. You're already good at magic. But let's say you're just a fighter and you grab a staff of power and you're like, I don't know, I've never used magic. You will be asked to do a UMD check to try and use the thing.
So if you're sexy enough, you can use any magic item, is what I'm hearing.
You're really good at using any magic item. Exactly.
Excellent. I love this.
Yes,
system.
the ability to use magic items is directly correlated to how hot you are.
Clearly.
And you see that there are ability scores listed here. Now, these are the generally accepted and preferential ability scores for each of these stats. Are they required? The answer is hidden within the very annals of all the other rules, which says, technically, you're not bound to any of this. You can tell someone, hey, you're in this party and you're trying to lie to someone, but you're like literally 10 feet tall and made of muscle. I don't think your bluff is based on charisma anymore. I think it's based on strength. And theoretically, there's nothing stopping you from just telling someone they could roll for bluff, but use their strength score instead. But that's hidden within the rules, deep down, out of sight. So we get this already pre-existing, which is to say, this is the general, normal ability scores you would use. So technically, you could always say UMD requires you to be very hot and sexy, but theoretically, maybe you're a wizard that has terrible charisma. The GM might also say, you can use your intelligence, it's fine. But that's homebrew. Pathfinder's a lot of that. The last thing on here, as we're talking about mechanics, is skill ranks. Every class gives you a number of points per level that you can add into your massive array of skills. Every time you add in a point, it increases how much your bonus is when you roll for that skill. So if you go up to level 4 and you say, I still want to be really good at bluff, you can keep adding skill ranks up to your level. So at level 4, you could have up to 4 ranks in bluff. Every rank is a bonus to your bluff score. So when you roll that d20 to try and lie, you get a bonus equal to your bluff. Those skill ranks, for those that get a lot of them, mean you get a lot of skills, and you're much better at skills. 6+ intelligence modifier is a lot. Some characters get 2+ intelligence modifier. So already, vigilantes have that sort of inverse reaction where it's more skill ranks, slightly lower hit die. That's normal. That's the first set of mechanics. The reason I talk about that is, maybe you want to play a more skill-based character. You would want a character who gets a lot more skill ranks. That's the first set. That's all setup. You can understand why we're barely into this character, and I've talked about mechanics, and suddenly we haven't even talked about what a vigilante is. And I'm not even done yet, because we have to talk about, what's this chart? What is this thing on this page? So, Pathfinder has classes. Every class can go up from starting at level 1 all the way to level 20. That is the maximum level you can go to. And every class, aside from the class skills you start with, your hit die, as well as your skills that you get every level with that class, has a number of other very specific things. The first thing you're going to see is base attack bonus. This is also called BAB, B-A-B. Base attack bonus is how good this class is at attacking people. you might notice that in general, there are weird slash marks at certain levels. This is because in other editions, they call this extra attack, which is to say, you can make another attack. In older editions, this is denoting you have reached a level at your capacity to punch people or stab people where you are fast enough now that you get an additional attack, but it's at a slight negative. So you go up from 0, and at level 8 for a vigilante, suddenly your normal attack is a lot higher at a +6. Your second attack is 5 lower at a +1. It's always at a 5 threshold here, so it's not perfect.
Right.
And immediately you're seeing the math. This is why we are going to use Path Companion, because it will pre-build this in, and you don't have to worry about that. But I'm giving it to everyone that when you start making your character, if you make a level 5 character today that's a vigilante, you would go to this line right here, and you would say, aha, I am at a +3 for my base attack bonus. In addition, you have 3 saving throws. Other editions have a saving throw for every single one of your ability scores. That's Strength, Dexterity, Con, Int, Wisdom, and Charisma. Here we only have 3 saving throws. That's your Fortitude save. That's someone literally poisoned me, or I've been stabbed with a dart made of poison and venom, and I don't want to die. Reflex save. A wizard decided I was a great target for a fireball. Will save. Someone is trying to take over my mind and I don't want to die. That is your will save. So those are your 3 things. It's basically fortitude is something physical affecting your body's ability to exist. Poisons, a caustic air of some kind that you're trying not to breathe. These are things that you do physically. Reflex, your chances of getting out of dodge when something is happening. This is your intuition to avoid natural things from happening. Fireball is the big example. Will save is your mental fortitude to overcome some sort of effect. Usually magical, but it could be you're looking at an eldritch horror and you don't want to go insane. That would be a will save. Every class has multiple different bonuses. Most classes have 2 good saves. You see 2 of them go up to a +12, and 1 bad save, which is to say they only go up to a +6. That doesn't mean that's all you get. You do get to add ability scores onto these, but now we're going to talk a little bit about the math, because let's say you're a little insane like I am, and you found a character sheet like this one, and you're like, but I want to do everything on paper. Well, there's a place for all of your skills, all of your skill ranks, all of your class skills, and the bonuses you get based upon that. There's a place for your ability scores and the modifiers based upon your ability scores, which we're going to get to. And then on the back here, you'll have a place for your base attack bonus, which I'm hoping I'm pointing in the general area, but that's fine. Base attack bonus. Now, all of those things add into other stuff. We're going to look at them, but we're not going to do the full math here because, let me be honest, if you are that insane like I am, you will take the time to go through it and learn how all of this works. We will be talking about what goes into these scores, but there's literally formulas on this piece of paper. This isn't a lie. There's a thing over here that says armor class, AC, that is based upon your armor you are wearing. It is based upon the positive number 10. You just add 10 to your ability score for your base class. Your dexterity, because if you're dexterous, you're just better at not being hit. And then a whole bunch of other lines over here that are just like, yeah, do you have any other bonuses? Anything else on there? Because, yeah, there are a lot of floating things. Whether it be magic items you're wearing or special spells that someone's cast on you, that might just give you a bonus for that particular thing. So we'll talk about what goes into this as we're building these characters, but I'm giving you the preview right now. All right, that's what every class gives you. Hit die, starting wealth if you care about it, class skills, skill ranks, a base attack bonus per level, your fort, reflex, and will saves per level. Now, what else does a class tell you? It gives you cool special things. That's what you get per level. That's all your cool stuff. And it also gives you basic proficiencies and sometimes spells, which are also a proficiency. A vigilante starts with the ability to use simple and martial weapons. That means pretty much every type of weapon aside from like weird stuff that you wouldn't find generally lying around. So like if you're going to pick up a unique martial arts sort of spear and expect to use it, that's probably not a simple or martial weapon. These are going to be your like lances and pole arms, standard swords, but also things like if you want some knuckle dusters or like basic gloves that have like spikes on the tips of them, those exist as basic weapons. It also tells you what sort of armors you're capable of using. Not everyone has the same types of armors they can use. Most people can use light armor, except for magic users may not have any armor that they can use. There's medium armor, which is better, but at the detriment that you don't get to add as much dexterity to that armor class. Your armor kind of has to make up for it. And then there's heavy armor. Those are your tanks in their giant suit-plated armor, where they aren't moving very fast, but you are well defended. This class doesn't give you heavy armor. Light and medium is the highest you can go to. You can also have a shield if you want to have a shield. That can be something that you hold. That could be something that's kind of just on your shoulder as a shield. There are bucklers that are literally just on your shield as additional armor. They do very little, but they're armor. And then lastly, you're told you are not allowed to take a tower shield. Tower shields are their own specific thing in Pathfinder and 3.5, which is basically the shields taller than a person sort of thing. Those are designed as true bulwark characters, and you can make them, and they're very cool. You can even fight with your tower shield.
Oh my God.
It's kind of cool. Like I said, Pathfinder plays to every concept of thing that you'd like to play with. So that's your basic proficiencies. You also notice you don't have spells. If you had spells, this would tell you how many spells you get. You have no spells listed here, so you are not a spellcaster, at least naturally. Do you like the Vigilante so far, or do you want to know more about what the Vigilante actually gives you?
I'm loving this so far.
Okay, good. Because the only reason why I bring up all this right now is this is the backbone to every character. Whatever we look at for you as well, Cinn, is going to have a lot of similar stuff. And it's good to just look at it and go, okay, that class gives me a higher hit die because I want to be better at being hit. That can be nice. Or I really want to be good at skills, but the class I'm looking at doesn't give me as many skill ranks. Maybe I don't go with that class. Or I want to have a lot of class skills. Or I want to be good at more saves. Or I want to be better at punching people. You want to have the higher base attack bonus. And that's the things you keep in mind. The granularity here is, for those that want to know, skill ranks can start at 2+ int and go up to 8+ int, which are things like rogues. Base attack bonus starts off at the lowest level, which is a basic wizard can attack up to 2 times in their entire life. They start at a 0 and they get the lowest track for base attack bonus, what's usually called a half base attack bonus. This is what's called a 3/4, because you get up to 3 attacks. And there are classes like Barbarian, very martial heavy, they get up to 4 attacks. Naturally, sometimes you can get even more. Some classes will have 2 good saves. Some will only get 1 good save. One class, I believe, gets all good saves, but almost none of them will have all 3 as good saves. And that's the stuff that matters here. So, like, things to keep in mind. You want to be really good at fighting, you probably want to go for a class that has a higher base attack bonus, or gives you a feature that gives you that. You want to be better at magic, you want to have a class that has magic. You want to be good at getting punched in the face, you probably want more hit points. You want to be good at skills, probably want more skill ranks. And these are all the things you keep in mind as you're like, okay, that concept I had, what classes fit with that concept? Now, we know we're going to Vigilante, so let's talk about your dual identity. You essentially get 2 identities. You can keep them separate from people. And the cool thing is, you're really good at it. And it's really hard for people to determine the difference between you. At base, it takes 1 minute to essentially go into your phone booth and swap your identities, but there are ways around it. They obviously suggest that cool item I mentioned, that hat of disguise, to just, be really good at just appearing as someone else within a very short amount of time.
Mm.
And it talks about the fact that you can basically even have 2 different alignments to your personas. Your social persona can have a different alignment compared to your other character. I'm saying other character because we have to talk about what that means in a second as well.
Cool.
Now, it even says things like attempts to scry on you are messed up because you only ping as the persona you are in at that time.
Huh.
So if they're looking for your weird vigilante character while you're in a social soiree, they aren't going to find you.
Cool.
Because this is kind of the cool part about vigilante. It's not just small, it's a lot. It also tells you, seamless guys, it's really hard for someone to just know. You get a natural disguise check bonus of
Jesus.
plus 20. If someone is like, wait, didn't I see you in glasses yesterday?
No,
And you're
no,
like,
you didn't.
actually, no, you didn't. So, yeah, you get naturally a plus 20 to just hide between your 2 characters, and it's really hard
Goodness.
for someone to know. And again, they
That's
really
beautiful.
built it in here. They wanted you to be cool. Now, the cool things about your character are every other level, starting at first, and every 2 levels thereafter, you gain a social talent. And the opposite happens for what are called your vigilante talents, which I'm going to scroll down to. Starting at 2nd level and every 2 levels, you gain a vigilante talent. But none of that really matters until we figure out what type of vigilante you are, which I think we sort of already know. One of the things that I hate is that Pathfinder doesn't put things where they should. This should really be the first thing on the list, because you have to figure out what sort of character you are. And that is, you either have to choose to be an Avenger or a Stalker. And that's basically, Avengers are your more physical combat fighters. Stalkers are more like stealthy and roguish. So I know I asked a whole bunch of questions kind of in the past couple of weeks about this. And Avengers, again, are the ones, if you want a character to get up in someone's face and punch them a whole bunch of times, that's Avenger. Stalker is your sort of roguish stylized characters. They sneak up on people, take them out from the shadows. So, which do you have a preference for?
I don't know. They both sound good. Like, the problem is, I would like to be good at fighting. Like, I'd like to
absolutely.
be able to fight without having to like hide and then fight and then hide and then fight. Like, I don't want to have to like go full like Arkham games in order to do any damage. But at the same time, I'd like to be a little stealthy.
You can always be stealthy. And here's the thing, stealth is independent. Remember, it's a skill.
Right, that's fair.
The difference is, Stalker, all of its talents, that specialization, leans towards attacking from the shadow.
Right.
Avenger gets a lot of things that lean towards jumping out at people and then punching them to the ground and keeping the pressure on them.
I'm gonna have to go.
And you can kind of see that in what it's talking about here. It basically says Avenger basically gets a better base attack bonus. You get to attack more times or be better at attacking than a Stalker will be. Because this table up here, as I scroll up once again, shows what's called a 3/4 base attack bonus. That means you only get up to 3 attacks. At the total, it moves slower than a lot of others. A Stalker keeps this number. The Avenger moves at a full base attack bonus, which means your base attack bonus is equal to your level. So at level 5, you would be up here, where the normal Stalker would have to get to level 7.
Right.
So the Avenger always will hit more and hit harder. Stalkers, however, get access to a lot of cool hiding in the dark thing, and they get a special ability that allows them to just strike from the shadows called Hidden Strike. It's kind of like a rogue sneak attack, basically.
I was about to say it's like a discount sneak attack from what I'm
exactly.
seeing.
It's not as powerful. It gets more powerful a little slower, but you're basically doing extra damage. But you have to come at them from concealment, meaning you have to hide, then jump out and attack, or when the enemy is being flanked. So if like both of you are teaming up on one enemy and you're on opposite sides of them, you can get that kind of sneak attack by running in and stabbing at them or punching them where they are most vulnerable. So that's the way it works. But yeah, that's the first choice you have to make.
That's hard. I think between the two, probably Avenger. And then I'll just like put a bunch of points in stealth. So like I can still be sneaky. I just won't get a bonus to. I just won't get like sneak attack.
And that's the main difference. And you'll see some other things down here. Like, again, one of the key things that matter is you're going to get cool social talents. And I know you've looked at them a little bit, but for everyone else that's listening, social talents are basically the cool things you get to do in your social persona, which are things like you're better at spreading rumors. You can even take ones that allow you to talk with animals. Maybe you want to be really good at like talking with people and maybe going and talking to animals like in Baldur's Gate 3 and finding out the weird hidden stuff that no one knows about. There's also ones that allow you to put on sort of like an everyman guise, where you kind of grunge yourself up and pretend to be like a nobody in sort of like a Sherlock Holmes sort of way, where everyone would recognize Sherlock Holmes, but the guy who randomly grabbed like a mustache and a like top hat off the street corners like ragamuffin and shoved it on and grabbed their like really dirty looking scarf just thinks that they're a normal person. So you get a lot of options for that. You also have the ability to basically be like, no, I didn't do anything wrong, which is called feign innocence, where you're like, that person that you say is bad, they didn't do anything. They didn't do any of that stuff.
I didn't see nothing. They didn't do anything wrong.
Nothing happened.
Exactly.
I'm the most innocent.
They have a permit.
Exactly.
But yeah, there's magical things that make you better in low light, or I know one that you've talked about that you've mentioned. There's also the quick change options, which allow you to basically do the spinning in a booth and basically come out within like 6 seconds as your other persona, which is also very cool. There's also ones that just make you better at stuff. Like, you know when people are lying, you know about special attributes or specific skills. You're better at certain skills because you're an expert. We're not choosing those right now, but I want you to think about them. And if you have any ideas about what sort of social abilities you like, feel free to go ahead and say what those are.
So I wrote them down.
Okay.
I have too many. I'm just gonna say right now.
That's perfectly fine.
Even if like unless we're at like level 13, I have too many. So
We are not going to be at 13, but that's aspirational. That's the point.
let me make sure I'm looking at the right ones, because I think okay. So Case the Joint is one I was looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's just fun. Feign Innocence is another one I was looking at, because I love the idea that you can just gaslight people into thinking you didn't do anything.
Yep.
Gossip Collector, which I sort of mentioned, I think.
Here. Yep. You
Quick
can
Change.
Just get all the stuff.
Yeah.
All the information. Quick Change, fantastic.
Quick Change, which I'm realizing specifically says you have to be 7th level to get. So,
it is what it is. This is why How to Disguise is very useful, because pretty useful.
You just take a hat off. And then Subjective Truth is the other one I was looking at.
Which is also very cool. That's that sort of like allows you to know things. Now, unfortunately, this also says a vigilante must be level 9. Have to feign innocence, social talent.
I didn't see that.
Again, I'm also happy with being like, that's fine. I'll allow you to have this.
Fair.
Because you're probably only going to play this character one time.
Yeah.
And
Sadly.
for those that just are like, but that's not what the rules say, I'm like, but I'm running the game, so I can say what I want.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The boss here.
And there's going to be a lot of that, where it's like, yes, it tells me one thing, but maybe you just want to be better at quick change, and honestly, it's kind of cool. So, yeah, we'll probably let you have some of those, because if you just really want them, why not?
And I love the idea of somebody like having some kind of magic to detect if I'm lying, and it just still doesn't work for some reason.
Which is so cool. They're just like, wait a moment. Are you bullshitting me? I can normally tell. I'm usually very good at this. And you're just like,
The amount of times in your D&D game specifically I could have used that would be
I know.
So nice.
But that's what happens. Okay, the second side of this, you get vigilante talents. These are the cool things you do in your vigilante persona. Everything from just being better at punching people, being better at killing things, murdering people, stuff like that. Have you already looked at and made any considerations about which one of those you like?
I did look a little bit, and I'm realizing the ones I wrote down go less Avenger and more the other one. I can't remember the name of it.
Stalker, which
yes.
again, until we make the character, it
Yeah,
really
that's
doesn't.
fair. Blind Spot is one I was looking at. Basically just makes it so it doesn't matter if you have some kind of magical way of detecting people, you still can't detect me.
Which, on that, for people that want to really understand, Pathfinder has a lot of supernatural senses because this is a fantasy game. You have creatures that can fight when they are blind. There are undead creatures that have the ability called life sense, where they can literally tell if someone's a living being or not. Werewolves are really good at scent. That's a supernatural way of seeing around if someone's just stealthing. There's also underground creatures with tremor sense or earth elementals. And so this allows you to basically ignore those.
Which would be cool.
Pretty cool.
Then, because I want to go unarmed, Fist of the Avenger is one I was looking at.
Very nice.
Which just makes me good at punching things. But I would have to be Avenger to go that one.
A lot.
So.
And it makes you really good at punching.
Yes. And then Mighty Ambush is the other one I was looking at.
Very nice. Mighty Ambush is just down here, and that's a Stalker one, which is just you jump out of the shadows basically and can almost coup de grace immediately. Yeah. Which is very cool. That is a level 10 Stalker ability.
Yeah. Like I said, I probably should have looked at the level requirements, but I didn't.
But aspirational matters here, because even if you were just thinking about your character, and this kind of goes to anyone, maybe you find a class that you really like, or maybe you find an ability and you're like, I'd really like to do that, but this campaign starts at level 3, and I just want to build up towards that. That's how you get inspired towards the cool thing you want the character to do, and then you add to it so you get to do that thing really well.
Well, and I'm telling you now, I will, if we ever end up doing this as a long form thing, I'm playing a vigilante. It's such a cool class.
Perfect. I'm glad. I love vigilante. And again, oftentimes forgot about. It came out very late. I believe in like 2016 was when the book came out that had vigilante. So Jesus. 2017 was when second edition came out. This was right at the lifespan of Pathfinder. So most people never even got to see the cool things that this class has. Because who want to play a cool character that either is just like basically Batman or any other like dual persona? It's so cool. Any others that stuck out to you?
I think those were the only ones that like really, really got me. I mean, morphic weaponry is cool, but I think that's a little too much for this character, at least.
Fair, but it's really cool. It's basically you can turn your body into weapons.
Yeah, just being like my hands are knives now is really cool, but I think not for this character.
Really cool. Yeah. I mean, if you want, it is an option.
Fair.
And it's not even class level. Like, you do have to have the shape changer subtype, but there are ways to get that.
I was gonna say, I know you can get that without too much difficulty, and it would make it easier to hide my wings. So
just saying, there are options. I mean, technically, Hat of Disguise gives you some options.
Fair,
but we'll get into that. So yes, that's a really good one. And any last ones as I kind of scroll through?
I think that was about it that really like kind of grabbed me from the beginning. Returning weapons sounded nice, but not for me. So, and I don't think Cinn gets vigilante talents, unfortunately. So
true. Now, what I will say
I think I get to like soup up my mount. I think
cool.
Yeah, a lot of options for for Cinn, because this started with vigilante because we already knew what Jadis wanted. Cinn, I've got options for you.
Cool.
And we'll get to look at all those. That's the difference. If you think you already know what class you want to play, go with the class. Maybe you are like, I don't know what I want, but I really want this concept, and I don't know how to fit it to a class. We're going to get to show that next.
Yeah.
Now, those are just the starting things. The next thing you also get is you get Unshakable, which basically gives you free skill ranks in Intimidate, because who doesn't want that? Startling Appearance is basically you jump out of the shadows. You can render people what's called flat-footed, which means they have a lower armor class and they lose out on a whole bunch of bonuses by jumping out of the shadows, and they take a negative against attacking you because you just appeared. At higher levels, which we won't get to, you get a frightening appearance where it's just like Batman appears out of nowhere and all the normal peons run away. Stunning appearance where they can become literally frozen in place. And the top level ability called the capstone, which is what the 20th level ability is, you can basically spend time to give yourself a really high bonus against attacking people. Or there's an ability to basically go beyond your normal capacity and get an extra set of social and vigilante talents at level 20. So pretty cool. Now, here's the other cool things. This is the other mechanical stuff. This probably won't come up as much for you, but is important. The next thing mechanically we have is what's called a favored class bonus. Now, this is not filled in, which might be very difficult for people. Favored class bonus is a unique thing in Pathfinder and 3.5, which says when you take a level in a class, you get a bonus for being in that class. For most people, you get to choose whether you want an extra skill point or you want an extra point of hit points. You want one more hit point every level. You can change it up every level. You don't just have to go for skill points. You can go for hit points if you want to be a little bit more beefy. Some classes had pre-built in bonuses specifically to different races. So depending on the race that you went with, you could get a natural bonus from that race. So like a halfling that's a vigilante, every 6 levels, gain 1/6 of a new social talent. Every 6 levels, they get an extra social talent from being a halfling that's a vigilante. Other
Halfling
characters got
vigilante sounds adorable.
Interesting.
Exactly, it sounds super cool. And so
Go for the kneecaps.
Some had bonuses for every single one of the races and heritages that already existed, but the newer classes oftentimes didn't just because of how they were printed. So since you're not looking at playing these, you probably would go for either an extra skill point or an extra hit point per level, which you will choose.
Cool.
The last thing that really matters here, and we're going to get into this very shortly, is archetypes. Now, for those that might have played something like 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons, you'll have seen that at usually around level 3, you get your sort of specialization. That's the cool thing that is unique about you in that class. Up until now, you might have noticed you get a lot of choices as a vigilante, but there isn't some unique space where you are just now this type of vigilante. Rather, you are a vigilante. But let's say you like the concept of a vigilante, but you really want to play Hulk. You want to play this small nerd that turns into a giant monster and beats people up. That doesn't really fit into Avenger. It's pretty powerful, but it doesn't quite hit that level. Yeah, well, they made an archetype for that. And archetypes are basically adjustments to the way the class works that trade out some existing feature to make it more catered towards what you expect it to be. So if you want to play Hulk, you play a brute. And the brute changes up certain things. It basically says you have to be chaotic. You don't have to, but in general, they expect you to. You're better at fortitude saves rather than reflex and will saves. You are automatically good at punching people. You get this thing called improved unarmed strike, and you go into a brutish form in your more vigilante persona, which allows you to be much more powerful, hit much better, and you get cool brute talents that allow you to basically punch through walls and things like that.
Fucking hell.
Kool-Aid Man it.
And again,
exactly.
that's what an archetype is. It's the point of, I like this class, but it's not quite hitting what I want. There's probably an archetype that makes it closer to what you think it should be able to do. And we're not talking about that for your vigilante, because I think you like a lot of your core class features.
Yes.
But it is something of, if you're reading through and you're like, man, I like a lot of these concepts, but I'm never going to use startling appearance. And you go, I'm never going to jump out of the shadows and want people to be like, oh my God, it's Bruce Wayne, and then run away. You could look down at the archetypes and go, okay, are there any of them that get rid of startling appearance? Well, let's say it's got this X here. There's one called serial killer that does get rid of it.
I saw that
there's
one.
Called Beautiful Child. It's serial killer. Let's see what it does. Just have fun. You have Sneak attack, naturally. You're a stalker. Kind of makes sense for a serial killer, so you're better at sneak attacks. You get sneak attack equal to what a rogue would have, meaning you're
Oh,
much
shit.
better at stabbing people. You have a higher bonus towards essentially gathering information and tracking people down. You can study your target in order to basically insta-kill them. And you're really good at basically charming people, not animals, but charming people magically. You also get the ability to make a calling card. You can make a whole bunch of deadly looking instants. You are a serial killer, but it matches what a vigilante would be, essentially someone who has a social persona and a killer persona. There's also ones that just make you better at being powerful, like a brute. And again, a lot of it comes down to you're looking at what the class gives you and you're like, I'm never going to use that. I would never use that feature. Maybe it's an archetype that you want, because that will probably cater it towards what your concept of your character is. That's why I always come back to the concept. With the more of a concept you have, you match the class features to your concept. Then if there's other stuff you want, sometimes you just do magic items to help you out for the next step. Any questions, Datus?
No, I think that I just got to figure out whether I'm a stalker or an avenger. Everything else I'm good. I'm just gonna be sitting here cooking on that.
Okay, that's important. Because the next thing that I'm going to throw in before we move over to you, Cinn, and talk about how we're going to match your concept to a class is the unfortunate thing in the room, which is all the way over here. As I'm trying to go towards it. We have to talk about feats.
Great.
And the reason we have to talk about feats, not because we're going to choose them right now, is because I have to show off the horror. These are the number of feats that exist in Pathfinder.
Oh my God.
I'm not even to the G's yet.
Jesus Christ.
I just got there. There are over 1,600 feats in Pathfinder. There are feats for pretty much everything. There are feats for making you better at different types of spells, better at different types of skills, better at kind of some of the things that even vigilantes can do. Like you can intimidate people by yelling at them in combat. There are feats that make your familiars better if you're a spellcaster. There are feats that make it so that in combat, you're better at using certain weapons or even capable of using certain weapons. You'll see this a lot. It's basically feats help to customize your character to be better at what they want to do. The two main categories are general feats. That's your stuff that's non-combat centric. There are combat feats. These are predominantly combat centric. And then you get into the weird ones. As you can see, a lot of different things up here. There are blood hex feats. Those are only characters that have blood hex, characters that have conduit magic, critical feats. Maybe you've got an animal companion and you want them to do cool things. Animal companion feats. There are feats for what are called style feats. These are honestly, in my opinion, the cool ones. These are, let's say you're doing martial arts and you want to be really good at a type of martial arts, or you do your martial arts in a particular way. Style feats. I love these things. They can make you more powerful, or ones that I really like, there's like crane style. Makes you really good at dodging attacks and then counteracting and punching someone when they miss you.
Cool.
They also have a thing called crane wing, so we might consider that for your character.
Oh, okay, cool.
But yes, style feats, all about being better at martial arts style combat, using unique weapons, because again, Pathfinder is about specialization. The more you want to build towards a special way of fighting or doing something, there's probably a feat that helps get you there. I only mention it right now because at level 1, everyone gets a feat. And you get a feat every odd level. Some classes and some races give you additional ones. Such as, if you do go the Avenger route, you can take that one Avenger talent, the Vigilante talent, that gives you improved unarmed strike. That's a feat that makes it so your physical attacks, your punches and kicks, hit harder. But also, it's a prerequisite for a lot of other physical attacking feats. Not to say you can't take it independently, but you are only going to get, if we go to level 5, 3 feats naturally from leveling up. That's not a lot. And that means if you have other cool things you want to be able to do, qualifying for other better feats earlier on makes Avenger kind of an easier option if you want to be really good at getting in people's faces and doing cool punching maneuvers.
Right.
But Stalker has a lot of other benefits, being really good at stealth abilities, and gives you the option to go with rogue talents, which are cool, fun ways of combating, getting into combat and getting out of combat. I'm not going to make the choices any easier here, because remember, no one ever said Pathfinder was easy.
So what you're saying is, if I go Stalker, then not only do I have to figure out feats from this giant fucking list, talents from 2 giant fucking lists, but also rogue talents, which is another giant fucking list. Jesus
because
Christ!
like I said, Pathfinder, it loves us. It loves us too much, in fact.
A little too. I feel like I'm being love bombed by this game.
You're being love bombed by Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Again, when we get to character creation, you'll have a menu for a lot of these selections. The reason I'm bringing this up now is so that when we get to that, you know what you're seeing on the screen.
Fair. That is fair.
So that's kind of the part that
little small panic attack over here. It's okay.
Have the panic attack right now, so that when we get to it, you have the bigger panic attack, but it's a little bit less than it could have been. You aren't immediately destroyed.
But at least I know where the lists are.
Exactly, yeah.
Exactly. And again, Path Companion, which is what we're going to use to actually create these, won't take that long because we're going through the big stuff right now to kind of make some of those initial choices.
Fair.
All right. Jadis, I'm going to leave you.
Cool.
To think about this.
I'm going to go
in your anxiety.
Tinkle. I'll be back.
Perfect. Cinn, are you ready?
I am. I don't know why I'm frozen on my screen. I can hear you and see just fine.
Okay, well, we're all here still. I hope everyone is listening and is as duly terrified as possible.
There we go. Okay, it's back.
Okay, here we go. What happens if you don't know what your class is? This is the part in which we have to make up. How do you build a character when you don't know what class you want to play? And you're doing Pathfinder because, I don't know, you're insane like I am. And you're like, let's go with one of the hardest game systems with rules for everything to make a character in a game system I've never made before, but I have a really cool concept. Where do you start? And this is probably a question, if you're DMing Pathfinder, you would hear all the time. I have this really cool idea. How do I make a Pathfinder character for it? And a DM is going to look at you and say, I have about 10 different ways to make that. I'm not sure which one you like. And if you go to Google and you type it in and you ask the same question, how do I make Iron Man in Pathfinder? You are going to get, at minimum, 3 to 5 options that all give you enough of what you're looking for. And the problem is, when you get to magic items, they can handle pretty much anything else you're looking for. So what we have to do is we have to say, is there a class that gives you everything you're looking for, or as much of what you're looking for as possible? And so we start off with the notion of, you want to play something like Ghost Rider that has maybe the cool undead skull that you can turn into. Flames, I'm assuming you really want some nice flames.
Yeah, flames are nice. Flames or shadows, either way. I think just to look creepy.
Shadows, always cool. You want chains like God of War Ragnarok and God of War, Kratos's Blades of Chaos. They can do cool attacks. That's where we have to start from. And we basically have to say, okay, with this concept in mind, how do we build this thing? And there's a lot of options. The first thing that I would think anyone would go to is, if you want to be good at combat, you look at fighters. Fighters are the ubiquitous class that is good at combat. They have a higher hit die because they get punched a lot. They have not as many class skills or skills per level because, like I said, there's an inverse reaction there. More hit die, lower skills. You're not as skillful because you're good at getting hit. You also get one of the highest base attack bonuses. You only get one good save, but the other side here is bonus feats. Look at all these bonus feats you're getting. Because fighters are all about being
what I do love about fighters.
You get a lot of additional cool things you can do. But a fighter on its surface is just a fighter. It's just really good at combat. So this is when we start to asking the question of, is there an archetype that makes you closer to the type of character you want to be. And of course, this being Pathfinder, fighters came out a long time ago. And so we do have many options. Here, I'm going to put a kind of a finger here and step back and say, okay, maybe you want to have a class that's a little closer to your concept, because fighters are going to be great at fighting. That's just the whole point. You could make a fighter that could fit your cool things in combat you want to do. But maybe you don't want to have to build something so strongly from the ground up. You want something that automatically gives you some of the cool stuff you want. Option number 2 that we're going to go to, and this is the fun part that I love about Pathfinder, because like I mentioned, there's a lot of different ways to make this character. And I know I've mentioned this to you before, so you're not going to be too surprised. There is a class called Cavalier. I'm coming over here because it's not on this page right now. It is under... Where is Cavalier? I'm trying to remember because there's so many of them. There it is.
I think it's under base classes
Found it.
somewhere, yeah.
Yes, there it is. Here's Cavalier. Kind of similar to Fighter, you're getting that higher hit die. You're getting not as many skills, slightly more skill ranks though than a basic fighter. Not as many bonus feats, but you get that full base attack bonus, so you get to attack better. You only get good fortitude saves because, you know, that's kind of what fighters look like. But over here we get a mount. So those that want to play a Ghost Rider character that has a mount, that's an important part. Because who doesn't want to have a cool, you know, undead looking mount? Well, we have a benefit that Pathfinder thought about this ahead of time and created an archetype called Ghost Rider. Because that happened. It is very keyed towards the cool mount ability. Your mount has a ghostly creature appearance. It gets cool extra abilities. It gets this phantom type to it. It makes it more powerful. And it's really designed around fighting on your mount. It's another part here we have to put a finger in, which is to say, okay, but does your version of a Ghost Rider fight a lot on their mount? Or do they just have a mount and they happen to use it occasionally? Question for you.
I feel like their mount is more, they use it to track, you know, like their mount is to hunt down whoever they need to hunt down. I don't think it's necessarily that they fight on top of the mount. I don't really think that that's their style.
Again, the reason I bring it up is this goes back to your concept. Your concept said Ghost Rider, and a version of Ghost Rider exists that's very mount centric, and this would fit that, but your version isn't. And so we have to go, Ghost Rider sounds cool, but anyone can pick up a horse. Maybe it's just a regular horse. Maybe it's a cool reskinned undead horse that is still a mount, but anyone can have a horse. So we have to say, okay, Cavalier's interesting, but it's not quite right. The next thing we have to say is, what if you really want to focus on the fire aspect of your character? Well, then we start kind of pulling back and saying, okay, well, maybe it's not just about the class. Maybe your race, your origin, your heritage matters as well. So what I'm going to do is go into the races that exist. And one of them that exists is called the Ifrit. These are basically descendants of fire elementals. They don't have to look at it, but most of them have pointy ears, red or mottled skin on their brow. They can have hair that flickers like it's a flame. Basically, fiery humanoid people. And that's up to you to interpret. And now we're starting to look at races here. Races also give you some things. They give you naturally ability score modifiers. Now, every race in Pathfinder will give you ones keyed in, which will say you get this positive, and this negative. Sometimes multiple positives, sometimes one positive. Usually it's +2 to 2 of your ability scores and a -2 to one other. This is not required. You can customize this. You are not set into place. It will also tell you what sort of type of creature you are. Most people are going to be humanoids, because that's what we are. We're just people on legs, and we walk around. If you're from a creature type descended that makes you not from this world, like elementals are not from the natural world of Galarian, you're usually called an outsider. You're given a subtype, which basically says, were you actually born out there, or were you actually born here? And that's what the word native means. You're descended from a group that is not from this world, but you were born in this world. And you can say what type of size you are. If you're generally a medium-sized creature, you're medium-sized. You generally get a base speed from this. You get told what languages you start with. I feel like you're going to see some similarities to what 5th edition looks like. And you also get some cool things. In this case, Ifrits get a natural resistance to fire. They can shoot fire from their hands once per day. They have this special thing where if they are in a class that gets what's called the fire domain, that's a type of spells and spell magics, they are better at using those. And lastly, they can see in the dark up to 60 feet. That is the base stuff. And then you basically might say, okay, like with classes, maybe I don't like the fact that I'm listed as an outsider. I don't like the fact that I get these burning hands. Maybe I don't want that. Pathfinder then said, okay, cool. Well, maybe we'll give you some alternate options. So instead, maybe you're like, okay, I don't want to be an outsider. I was born in a human family and I'm kind of just naturally a human and that's about it. You have this thing called mostly human that just changes you to a humanoid background instead of being outsider. Mechanically, doesn't do very much, but maybe to you it makes you feel better about the character. Maybe you want to be even more fire aligned. There's an ability that increases your ability to summon fire creatures. There's an ability that makes it so when you get hit by fire once per day, you can heal after getting burned by fire because you're naturally attuned to fire more. And this is the sort of thing that a class has with archetypes. All of the racial abilities have the same thing, where you can kind of customize it to a bit more of the background about your character. I actually was born in a humanoid family. Ifrit is cool, but I'm actually that was 20 generations ago that there was a fire elemental connected to our family. I'm really just a human that has those characteristics. Maybe my skin is slightly more red tinged. I've got more of the fiery nature to my hair, but that's about it. They also created these alternate ones, like maybe your fire elemental wasn't just a regular fire elemental. Maybe they were a lava elemental, or they came from a solar creature, because who doesn't want cool things? The reason why I'm bringing this up is, okay, that's a lot more fire themed, but sometimes those archetypes are keyed to a particular race. And in particular, there is a class called Inquisitor in Pathfinder that's all about being good at martial abilities, but also you kind of have that sort of divine mandate about some of the cool things that you can do. And you were mentioning that you might be part of an order that helps hunt down people that are doing bad things to undead creatures or to the remains of dead creatures. That is very much an Inquisitor. That's the sort of things they do. These are not as good fighters. You notice that they're in that the 3 attacks at most. They're better at fortitude and will saves. That's 2 compared to only 1. They get a lot more skill points than a fighter does, but they still have a commendable hit die. They also get spells, which is not something a fighter gets, which you could align more towards your fiery nature or your abilities. They're much better at fighting creatures, and they get these things called judgments, where they basically give themselves a bonus every single turn. Now, they also get a domain, which means their spells, which are divinely granted, maybe your order that you work with is a divine order, makes you better at certain types of magic, which could be fire-based, because why not? You're better at fighting types of creatures, you naturally have magic, and you also have these things called solo tactics, which basically makes you better at fighting. Even if allies are nearby, you're naturally better at fighting alone, which gives you this cool thing called teamwork feats. This is another type of feat that exists, because of course there are more feats. They're usually designed that multiple people in a party will have them, and everyone benefits because they have the feat. As an Inquisitor, you get to take them and benefit from them without anyone else on the team having them.
I work
Just
alone.
work alone.
I
You
love
also have
that.
the ability to just make your weapon better at hitting things by basically calling it a bane weapon. And like, I hate undead, and you can make it do more damage against undead creatures. You can naturally tell if people are lying to you, because you're an inquisitor.
Mhm.
At higher levels, you get much better about avoiding taking damages, hitting certain weaknesses. You can have a whole bunch of your cool judgment abilities active at once, which basically give you really powerful both damaging and defensive abilities that you declare basically at the start of combat. And the whole point about why I'm bringing up Inquisitor, because it matches some of the similarities you were mentioning, is there is an archetype called Immolator. Immolators
I saw that.
basically say you have to take the fire domain,
Mhm.
meaning you're much more aligned with fire abilities. The fire domain also gives you the ability to literally blast fire from your hands a number of times per day, which is kind of cool. You also get a cool judgment ability called Immolation, which makes it so you consume enemies in fire because basically you ignore amount of their fire resistance they naturally have, and you can make your weapons have the flaming property as well. And it also says when any creature slain by your weapon with magical flames, it turns to ash. Creatures killed by you turn to ash,
That's awesome.
which is just
I love
cool.
that.
Again, I bring this up
I think
because
this fits her vibe a lot more.
exactly, but I'm not done.
Mhm.
This was just another option. Remember how I said fighter is great at the fighting stuff and will get you much closer, more feat options. Immolator hits much more of the fire nature. The Inquisitor option is much closer to the background idea you had. But maybe we want to go an extra step and say, we want everything to be fire. I have another option for you. And honestly, it's the most ridiculous option, and honestly, one of the hardest options that anyone else can make in Pathfinder. And I say this knowing a lot of things in Pathfinder. The website's also going to kill me a little bit trying to find this because unfortunately, things have happened and it got moved around, and this is not the best website, unfortunately. I have to find it. They've been hidden in here. All right, I'm just gonna have to search for it because sadly, it's hidden. And I say hidden because it is. And the class I'm going to suggest is what's called the Kineticist. Jadis, you might be familiar with Kineticist.
Vaguely, I think I do remember it coming up at some point. I think in our I don't remember exactly how, but I remember the name.
I only bring it up because I played a monk that was also a Kineticist, because you can dual class in Pathfinder as well. And Kineticist is basically elemental benders. They are capable of literally bending an element. So like I said, what if you want to be very fire focused? A Kineticist is a firebender. And they get cool abilities for using their fire. Let's say you really want those flames that lick up the side of your body when you go into your like full skull mode to be actual flames. Fire Kineticists get a thing called seared flesh, where literally their skin is so superheated that if someone goes to attack them or grab them, they take fire damage. They also have a cool thing in that naturally, maybe you've watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, and you watch people move fire around, and sometimes they do cool things with them. That's what Kineticist does. It has an ability called infusions, which basically say, how do you do the cool thing with your magic, your fire magic? There's an archetype called the Kinetic Knight, which basically gives you a thing that allows you to do what's called Kinetic Whip, which is just a whip made of fire. And that means you would naturally have a fiery whip you can use at any time, on top of the fact that your body would literally be made of fire when you wanted it to, and you can also still blast people with fire at range if you wanted to, because that's Kineticist. So when I mentioned that there were a lot of ways of making this character, this is just technically 4 of them, some of them with varying degrees of how much fire do you want this character to literally be eking out of their body. Because all of them will fit a character really good at fighting, good at using chains or some sort of whip capabilities that use a flaming weapon. Because even a fighter can have a flaming weapon, it's just they're on the low end of the sort of like flavor of flames. An Immolator Inquisitor is much more fire-centric, and the Kinetic Knight is literally, as a kineticist, on fire most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so all of these could fit your theme, but which one do you feel is closer to the concept you presented?
Mm-hmm. I honestly think the Inquisitor, the Immolator, is a little bit more.
Perfect. And
it's hard to choose between that and the Kineticist, but I think the Inquisitor has more her vibe.
Okay. It also solves another question here, which is what race are you going to play? Because it does have a requirement of you being an Ifrit. So automatically... Yep. Yeah, I saw your message. We're going to take a break here in a moment, now that we've gotten to the right area.
I'm just saying.
Just saying.
I just want to keep
perfect.
it. I know when I'm doing what you're doing, I forget time exists. So I'm just trying to keep.
Same. I've been sitting here like,
keep that in mind.
Have I drunk water? Did I do that? I'm like, I definitely have not.
What's funny about this is my first D&D character was a Fire Genasi.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
They're so
Fire
cool.
Genasi, Eldritch Knight. Listen, I have a type and I've come back to it, so.
And they're really cool. So that means we now actually have a race for your character. We have a class for your character. And so now when we move into building them, you have already a framework of the idea.
Yes.
And again, I'm going to go over it really quickly, and then we'll take our break so everyone can run away, and then we'll come back, and the next thing we'll do is we're going to actually go to Path Companion and just make these characters. And you're going to see it actually doesn't take as long as you think.
I'm scared.
I know you're scared, but it's okay. It's not that bad.
Okay.
So
I believe
we'll do this together. We're in it together.
We're all okay.
I've subjected you to this. I'm going to enjoy it. Again, just to go over some of the cool things that you get as Inquisitors, not only do you get spells, which are going to be able to be added to the flavor of your character. At 5th level, you get up to 2nd level spells, which can allow you to disguise yourself or almost cast a lot of fiery magic as well as if you want. You have a lot of options. We'll look at those spells. It comes from the Cleric's kind of Dominion spell list, so it goes down into Inquisitor. You have some of the Cleric spells, slightly less, so that would give you some healing magics as well. Your judgments are pretty wild. You have ones that allow you to just do more damage, giving you literally a bonus on your attack rolls, which for you would be like at a +2. Just naturally you do more damage to enemies. And a thing that can literally give you what's called fast healing, which means you automatically heal at the start of your turn. There's ones that give you bonuses to your armor class, ones that increase your saving throws, ones that allow you to just ignore getting hit by some damage. All of these are useful. And then again, the Immolator has that cool one that makes it so you literally consume enemies in fire. You ignore their fire resistance. And if you burn them and kill them, they literally turn to ash.
So cool.
That's a look.
So, it's pretty cool. So that's all the cool stuff with Inquisitor. So we've now settled on Jadis. I believe you've got a race as well.
Yes. Yeah.
And a class. Cinn, you've now got a race and a class. And now
I sure do.
we just get to put it all together.
I'm frightened.
All right. Break time?
Yes. Yeah. Take a break.
Yes.
Okay.
Stretch, walk around, find water, scream into a pillow, whatever it is that, relaxes you.
Perfect.
And yeah, we'll be back in 10-ish minutes.
Yay.
Alrighty.
Good break, everyone.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm going to see if I can get music going. I have a thing for interim, but I don't have it set up for this thing, this OBS like page. So we're just going to do nice little fantasy music, and I'll be back. Bye. Okay. For once, I will not be the last person back. Which is generally how it goes. Ugh. So how's chat people doing? I feel like I haven't talked to y'all much. Everybody cool? Having fun? Enjoying the terror that is Pathfinder? Scares me. Scares me to death. I think it'll be fun, but I'm scared. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and subject of your terror is the backdrop of me organizing my craft closet. Nice. So I'm assuming you're one of the people that came in for Cinn. Are you part of the Sunday gaming group as well? I know sometimes we got Archie in here. They're great.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, poor Archie. They are sleepy.
Fair, very very fair.
Yeah, it's like that's fair.
I am also sleepy. We're just a sleepy bunch here. You've infected me. I'm also having a Coke.
Nice.
From that group. Cool. Well, I'm glad you're here.
Right.
And thank you for following. And I've heard a lot about your group, and you all seem insane, but in like a really fun way. So.
What do you mean?
Oh, you know. I mean, you have to be a little crazy to enjoy tabletop games. Like, I don't think you could be entirely sane.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think.
Yeah.
No, it's really not possible.
You need to be at least a little unwell.
Just a little bit.
A little mad here. It's
yeah. That was another game.
I'm just making a callback. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I loved my character. Luce was fantastic.
That was such a game. That is the sort of game I would not ever do if I didn't really, really know somebody.
that was like, again, one of the rare times in which I'm like, that was probably one of the best games I've ever been in. I would never repeat it.
Not ever. No. No. No.
Oh, that type of game.
Just for some context, basically, it was, and we switched systems in the middle of it, but I wanted to run a game that was sort of like swapped between like Alice in Wonderland and like a bunch of people in an insane asylum. And it's the only game that I have ever, with the permission of both my players, because it was Eden and Jared that did it, that I wrote down everybody's triggers and went, okay, I'm going to do these. Like, I know we're all cool with it. These are going to be in this game, because I want it to be that, like, personal. And it was crazy. It was I can
imagine.
I have never been so depressed after a game in my life. I had to
that happens.
Just as NPCs, I had to play a grandmother with dementia, a cop who just decided she was going to arrest somebody for no reason. Yep. Which is incredibly unrealistic, I know. That never happened. That was just Jared's characters, and then with Eden's character, it was a wife of a disabled veteran who decided she was done with him and was cheating on him.
Oh no!
I finished that game and I just flopped on the couch and I was like, I don't know if I can do this.
You're like that. You know what?
The first session was the darkest. That was the first
session one.
Yeah, that was the darkest one, and it did get better from there. But Jesus fucking Christ, I was just like,
and it was one of those, like, it was such a good campaign. And it was very confined. It was very necessary for it to be confined.
I think it was only like 5 or 6 sessions.
We went in knowing.
Yes.
We made characters that deliberately had problems.
Yeah. You were thrown into it and went, oh my gosh,
No,
why
no,
would
no.
you do that?
It was very important. I had everybody's permission, everybody's consent. I didn't want to like hit anybody and they not expect it.
Exactly.
But yeah, I was like, this is gonna suck, but like in a really good way.
There's a certain every session was us just kind of like breathing at the end, going,
yeah,
okay, are we still friends after this?
We'd like finish a scene,
okay.
and I'd be like, okay, are we all good? We all okay? Do we need a second? And then most of the time, I would be the one who needed a second. Be like, okay, I need some time. Just
yeah, I can see
we did
that.
like electroshock therapy at one point. It was so much. But it was really good. It did end up really good.
It was fantastic. We made a whole bunch. We made our like insane asylum characters that were in a different world, and they were also fantastic. And also had their own flaws, and it was great.
Yes.
It's, again, one of the best I've ever been in.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, by the way, for that.
Of course.
I could never do it again.
No, that's fair. Like even if I did like a really dark game like that, I don't know if I could ever do a game that's set in the real world, because nothing is as depressing as just the sheer powerlessness of being in reality. And it was a lot, but it was really good, and I'm really glad you liked it, Jared.
Yes. I will always praise how good it was, and how much
you will never do it again.
After that. We'll never do it again.
Yeah.
Again, mostly because the experience itself was something that couldn't be re-emulated.
Exactly. Yeah.
And also, like, I wouldn't want to make it a habit of being like, I want to play in games where I'm constantly depressed.
Yeah.
I feel like
thank you.
That's why I play games. All right, back into it, everyone.
Back to you.
Here.
We're
gonna do this. We're actually gonna make Pathfinder characters, and it's not gonna take 3 days to do so.
I believe you. Ish.
It's gonna happen. Ish. Part of it will be I'll help guide you through things like the feats and making choices for them that match closer to what your character wants and what they like. So that will make things a little faster. The other part is we are using an app. That app is called Path Companion. It has both a web version and a mobile version. They both function well. I feel like the web version is a little bit better with you being able to see it, mostly because you have a larger screen. The app version works just fine. Now, there are other versions out there for people that are more familiar with Pathfinder and how to do all the math that I was talking about earlier. There's PC Gen, which is an old Pathfinder compatible module that has a lot of the rules already built in, but lacks some of the newer content. I'm not even sure if it has Vigilante in there. That's why we're not using it. It also hasn't been updated as often. There's Path Builder, which is a very good version of a mobile application. It's mostly mobile for Pathfinder 1st edition, but it's more keyed currently towards Pathfinder 2nd edition. It's very good, it's very robust, and basically allows you to create an exact Pathfinder character sheet at each level. So it's very good. You can export it. It's very good at using in all the different virtual tabletops that exist, or just printing out your character sheet. Path Companion is better in many ways. One is it's tied to Paizo, uses all of their content, and is still being updated currently. Now, what you might notice here is there's a free version, which is what I'm using, which is to say, it will work just fine. It does have a Patreon if you wish to have more characters, allow yourself alternate rules, which are things like, let's say you want to have 2 classes. You don't want a multi-class. You just want to have 2 classes that you're constantly leveling up. That's called Gestalt. It comes from an old 3.5 option. That's part of the alternate rules that exist. Let's say you want to make your own custom items. For $4 a month, as part of their Patreon, you can join Pathfinder. I am not recommending it. I am saying the options are there. This is probably better than D&D Beyond because it's cheaper than D&D Beyond. And it has all the stuff in it, and you can do it for free. Of course, your free is only up to 6 characters, but for most people, that's probably going to be as many characters as you make in Pathfinder because you play these for a while. So I'm going to walk you through what creating a character looks like, and then we're going to do your characters. You're going to make your characters, and we'll walk through them together. I have created a campaign that we're going to drop them in, and that way I can jump between your characters as we make them to see what's going on. because you're going to get some magic items, and that's what matters. In fact, I may have you share your screen just so that we can see what you do as you make your character. First thing you have the option is, do you want to limit the source books for this character? My suggestion is say no. But if you're a DM and you've said, please don't use anything from this source book, this particular book setting, you can say yes.
Mhm.
There's no reason you would have to use those character options. It's that thing. It will take you forward and immediately ask, what's your character's name? Which is the most horrifying thing to ask.
Awful. It's evil.
You can skip that. You literally can just skip ahead and ignore name. You can come back to it later. The next thing it asks for is, what is the race of your character? And the thing you might notice is all of those options that were there are right here.
Huh.
So let's see, you say you want to be a Freet. There's a Freet. There's all the cool stuff it gives you. Let's say you want to be a Drow. It's right there. Now, one of the things I had mentioned is you can choose, you don't want these ability scores. You don't want it forcing you to have a Drow that has a +2 dexterity, a +2 charisma, and a -2 to your constitution. You can say custom ability scores, and you can actually change what your ability scores give you. So I'm going to say this Drow that I have no idea about is going to be a +2 to its dexterity, +2 to its wisdom, and a -2 to its strength, because I can do that. This Drow also has immunities against charm effects. It has keen senses. We didn't even talk about Drow before, but they're one of the really cool races that exist. You might be wondering, wait, doesn't D&D have Drow? How are they able to use that in Pathfinder? Well, the answer is the word Drow is much older than what D&D created. And so they are not agnostic to only one campaign or only one particular world. So Drow were allowed to exist. But you might wonder, why do we only have Genasi and not Ifrit in 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons? And that's because they own a copyright on the term Genasi. And so that's the term they use. And so Pathfinder created their own and created the Ifrit and Oread and other elemental beings.
Interesting.
Corporate stuff. Now, that's what happens. That's what it is. Now, I'm not going to go into it too much, but you might notice there are these other options down here. These are those other racial traits that you could choose that replace ones up top. We're probably not going to mess with a lot of them, but you could decide, okay, I want this to be better at bluff and diplomacy. It, however, removes my keen senses, which means I get less perception. You know what? This is a schemer. It also shows that I can't choose some other options because they normally would override. This also uses keen senses. This also uses keen senses. So if I choose ambitious schemer, I can't also choose another thing that affects keen senses. It's replacing it. You can't choose another thing that would also replace that thing. That's the functionality. That's a nice way of building it in. So I've made a more ambitious schemer with unique ability scores of a Drow. Next thing, it's going to be like, oh, hey, you chose ambitious schemer. Is it to your bluff or your diplomacy? Are you better at lying? Or are you better at being charismatic and convincing people of things? I'm going to say this is a very lying Drow. They like to lie a lot.
It's not a stereotype at all.
Not a stereotype at all. The next thing that we're going to get into, everyone, is a choice. Because we have a choice here. There are multiple ways of making those ability scores that I mentioned, which is how good are you at different abilities? Those are strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. One of the options is what's called point buy. Point buy means that you have a number of points that increase the higher you go in your stats. So let's say I wanted to have a strength that's a 18. It costs 17 of my points. But if I only want it to be a 12, it only costs 2 points. So we have first that option where we can just build up our characters with ability score points. That's point buy. The other option, the tried and true classic method, is the classic luck option, which is to say, do we want to roll 4d4 and drop the lowest for each ability score? I leave that to you two. Which would you prefer? The point buy system, where you get up to 25 points to add into ability scores, or do you want to roll 4d4 and drop the lowest?
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a question?
That's the question to both of you.
Generally, I prefer rolling.
I will take either.
I'm generally
Rolling?
generally more of a rolling fan, personally. Like I
Okay.
I will be okay if we don't do that.
I
but
like
that's what I like.
rolling around the clicky clacks.
Exactly. They're lovely.
Exactly. So I'm going to open my dice bag, which is why I said we might be using some of them before the end of this, and I'm going to do that. Now, for you both, I'm not going to make you do this the way that I'm about to do for this sad, sad drow, because my luck is never good. I am going to roll, and whatever I get will go in its slot.
Oh,
Because maybe they'll be good at charisma, maybe they're going to be terrible.
old school.
And they're just aspire to be better at charisma. So get some dice if you don't have them. This is your time to get some things out that you weren't prepared for. And I'm going to try and find one more d6. I can't. Oh, wow. I'm to use 3.
Beautiful dice that I think will fit. Yeah.
Those are real pretty. Aha. I have 4 d6 for my cool dice back. They are a hodgepodge. They're nothing. None of them are the same. They're just all very similar.
They're still
Okay.
beautiful.
For our strength score, we have... Oh, they are very strong. They are so strong. They have a 16 for their strength. This drow, who was born with a -2 to their strength, is more strengthy than they... Their dexterity is... it's pretty average. They got an 11. Oh no.
Oh.
That constitution
Nice.
is a hefty 7.
sickly little drow.
Very, very sickly little drow.
Sickly.
They're
You're playing a
intelligent.
strong drow with consumption.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god. This... We never want to play this. They have a 5 in intelligence.
Oh my god. Yeah, that is like anathema to you specifically.
Yeah, I was like, wow, not fun. This is the character.
When was the last time
Okay,
you played
well-
a character with no intelligence, just out of curiosity?
I made a character for a Pokemon game that was basically a himbo.
Okay.
That's the closest I've gotten.
Makes sense.
13 for wisdom, better than average. Yeah, this is gonna be a very sad character. And another 7 for charisma.
Wow.
Very sorry to whoever this drow is. You shouldn't be an adventurer, but you're here anyways. You have joined us on this crusade. You'll notice, since I've added these
another
in,
career.
it is already updated up here in our character sheet as it's building them. Makes it really easy for us. Now, the thing we didn't talk about. This is an optional choice at the beginning of character generation. I'm going to say to ignore it because honestly it's not required, and also we've already got a ton of other choices to get to. Let's say you're building your character and you have a firm understanding about where they came from. This drow was obviously not well respected in drow society and was probably kicked out. So we might go and say, okay, we want to find something about the drow and why they would be kicked out. And you can choose what are called background traits. You can have up to 2 of them starting at character generation. They can be based on particular campaigns. Like, let's say you're playing in the more mummy cursed lands. There's an Egyptian country which had an adventure path called the Mummy's Mask. You can have something called Mummy's Cursed on here. They kind of build into the character choice. Maybe you are noble born. This came from the Kingmaker game, as well as the Kingmaker adventure path, where you were born into a noble family in the country of Brevoy. Now, these give you natural abilities. Maybe they give you some options about who you are and who you are as a background. You can also choose a drawback as well, such basically a negative. Like this has a -2 penalty on saving throws against sleep effects. You must sleep for at least 12 hours each night to get the benefits of a full night. Because you're just real sleepy.
I would die. I would just be dead.
You're just constantly dying. So
I have a hard enough
that's
time
what
sleeping for 6 hours a night.
Now, something I want to bring to people's attention, because this will happen with Path Companion. It is created by people that are making this almost as a passion project, which means there are some things that have not been implemented. You'd have to essentially keep track of what it is doing. For the most part, however, almost everything is pre-built in, which is why we're using it. Now, I'm not going to choose any traits for this character, but like I said, you could choose up to 2 background traits for your character.
Cool.
So instead, I'm just going to move on because you don't have to choose name. You don't have to choose traits. You can just keep going. Now, I mentioned originally alignment. There are chaotic to lawful. There is good to evil. Creates a total of 9 different options for alignment, including true neutral. And if you don't know what your alignment is, it doesn't matter. You can ignore it or just leave it as true neutral and go on. Maybe your character is generally more lawful and they fight people. Maybe they're more chaotic. I don't know. In general, I would assume Drow are going to be more chaotic right now, especially with how weird these stats are. This is a fairly chaotic Drow.
Lived a chaotic life.
Has lived a very chaotic life. Now we get into Pantheon. This is when you're building your character into the world. You do not have to choose this for both of you, but if you wanted to look through them, you can learn about the various deities in Pathfinder. Now, some of them are very specific, but in general, this is arranged on the good to evil spectrum, with lawful, neutral, and then into the evil side down here. Now, this is the core deities. There are other deities. There are essentially just shy of gods. There are the archdevils. There are different entities from different realms. There's Eridan, like I mentioned at the very beginning, the assumed to be dead god Eridan. You can still worship him, though. There are demon lords. There are gods of the Fae. There are elemental lords, elven-specific gods. There's a ton of gods, which is to say, don't worry about it, unless you really want them to have it. Now, maybe if you're playing a cleric and you really want to have a god specifically, this is a good way to start. You could pick a god that fits within your characteristic. For this particular elf who's got some problems, I'm going to go down to just got a couple of problems. We're going to see if I can find the one I'm looking for. And if I can't, oh well, whatever. I don't know why they would keep us out. Ah, there she is. I'm going to take Callistria. Callistria is a generally elven goddess. Doesn't have to be, but generally, Drow also fit under the elf characteristics. Their areas are lust, revenge, and trickery.
Perfect.
Because why not?
Take sip of coffee.
Take a sip of coffee. If you really want a fun romp through like what the crazy things in Pathfinder is, the gods are really interesting. Just what you can see here, Arostil is a god of mostly nature and the hunt. Iomedae is one of the most recent gods who has ascended. She was a human who was a devout worshiper of Eridan and was actually his herald. And when he vanished, she basically took a supernatural test that no one quite knows how it works and ascended to become a new god of basically paladins. And she basically represents righteousness and goodness in the world, which is also super cool. Just also very dykey if you're going to look for a character with, you know, a massive long sword who just slays people.
Well, that got
Super
my
cool.
attention.
Yeah. Maybe you're looking for a god who doesn't make a lot of sense, and you just want to have a fun character. Caden Kalen. Guy got drunk at a bar, woke up the next day, he was a god. Yeah.
It
Sometimes
happens,
that's what happens.
you know.
It happens.
We've all been there.
Or maybe you want a supernatural entity that literally looks like a naked woman with like cosmos floating around her and giant butterfly wings. Desna, god of travelers, dreamers, people who are kind of luck-based. Her people are constantly out in the world trying to help stop oppression. Very cool god. And Pathfinder has a lot of them, and they're all really cool. But we're going to stick with Callistria because, you know, it's fun.
Do you get
Does it matter?
something for worshipping these gods? Because I'm seeing it saying that there are some bonuses, but I don't know if you get those just if you're a cleric. Or
Yeah.
exalted boons.
The answer is, it depends. Depends on your class.
Okay.
Some of them give you bonuses, some of them don't. Some of them, honestly, it doesn't matter. These are supposed to be the idea of if you are a cleric and you're worshiping someone like Callistria, one of the things the class tells you to do is to select your domain. Remember we talked about with that Inquisitor, you are given a domain, and it's the fire domain. So you could actually say like, oh, okay, well, I like Callistria, but her domain doesn't cover fire. The domains aren't perfect. You don't have to always pick a deity because they have that domain or not. Nothing is forcing you to choose that. You can ignore it, because once again, that's up to you and the DM. If the DM goes like, no, the rules say your god has to have that domain, I don't know what to say. Maybe they just, that's how they like playing. Personally, I'm like, look, if you want to play Callistria as your god, and you want to choose a fire domain, and it's not listed, that's fine. That's up to you. But the other thing is, you'll see on here, there's this thing called Exalted Boons. There's the obedience or obeisances for the god. These are to give you an idea of like what devout worshippers might do if they're wanting to show their deference towards their deity. You're not required, but there's a feat for it. Let's say you really want to be a devout worshipper, and maybe you're so devout, Callistria is giving you some benefits for doing so. There are high-level feats for much higher-level characters than we're playing, where as long as you keep up your obeisances to your god, you get boons. And they're not nothing. They're pretty nice. Extra spells per day that you just naturally have, cool special abilities. Callistria's top level one literally gives you the ability to add your charisma to your armor. You're just so charismatic,
Cool.
People just don't hit you. And so
They're like, I can't. They're too hot.
It's literally
pretty.
the I'm too pretty to die.
Yeah.
And so when we mentioned all the things about like feats can do a lot of cool things, maybe you want to be so devout to this deity that, yeah, they give you things, because the gods, they're not just abstract beings. Like I said, a human rose to being a god. It's entirely possible you want to be that connected to this deity. They have heralds that come down and work with people. There's a lot going on, and the gods are ever present. We're going to just say this drow worships Callistria. They aren't getting anything special from being a worshiper of Callistria. They just like Callistria. Now we get into class. Class you want this drow to be. Just pick any class. You like any of these?
Bard.
Bard?
Yeah.
Or they're terrible charisma.
Exactly. No, that's why.
They're just,
They can't be
listen,
good at anything. What are
They're
you
going
talking
through
about?
it.
Oh god. Come back. There we go.
They are going through it.
They are 100% going through it. So again, here's the thing. Let's say you wanted to play a bard. Now, bards in general in Pathfinder give you the ability to sing a performance. They have this thing called bardic performance. That gives bonuses to your party. But let's say you want to be a bard, but you don't want to give any bonuses to anyone else. Or you want to do detriments to the enemy. One of the options is you can go archaeologist. Archaeologist does have bardic performance, but it's only for you. It benefits you instead of
Selfish
anyone
bard.
else. You're very selfish, but you get natural bonuses and the ability to basically uncover things that other people aren't seeing. You kind of become a minor bit of a rogue on top of being a bard. That's why I mentioned when I said archetypes are about specializing. You still want to be able to give bonuses both to yourself and others, but you want to be better at seeing things and being able to act on it. Maybe you really want to lean into noticing weird things. Detective makes you partial inquisitor. It basically gives you spells, the ability to suss out truth and false in people's actions, and you still get your bardic performance in there. Or maybe you want your singing to do things that affect your enemies. Dirge bards are all about the undead. They're capable of using their singing to basically affect undead as well, which normally things like mind controlling effects can't affect things that don't have any sort of mental capacity. But to make this more fair and to just kind of go with something that sounds interesting, you know what? They're a mute musician.
Cool.
This drow cannot speak. They get the special ability that they can still do all of their performances. They just can't use song. They eschew materials. Normally, for spells, you have to have a verbal and somatic component. They don't. They just have the ability to use their other forms of performance. They have silent performances that still affect allies and have other cool things that they do in silence. We're going to choose that. Does it matter? No, just fine. We're going to show it off. The first thing it tells you to do is choose a feat. And now is the terror. Like I said, there are over 1,600, and this is just the combat section. There are just general feats. As I showed before, there are other ones like style feats. There's teamwork feats, which we're going to definitely look at. And all of these are cool stuff. Let's say this bard, who's terrible at charisma and can't even speak, wants to be better at bluffing. Well, there is a feat that makes you better at bluffing. There are feats that give you bonus performances. So like this bard could perform longer than normal compared to others. There are feats in here that make you better at those fortitude saves or reflex saves or other saves. Let's say you have a familiar. You can get a cool, even better familiar, because why not? But this particular bard just wants to be better at bluffing. So you can just take skill focus, which just makes you better at a chosen skill. And it will ask you, what skill do you want to choose? And you choose your skill, and I'm going to choose bluff. They are really good because they're silent at lying. Then you can add a description for your character, which we're going to skip as well. And suddenly, we have a character, everyone. Now, this is a character at level 1. This page here just gives you the brief overview of their terrible stats and their basic starting hit points, which remember is from that hit die that they started with. Bards get a D8. This bard, unfortunately, has a -2. So they started with an 8 -2, and every level, they will get the average of that 8 -2, which means they're never going to have a lot of hit points. It's going to be bad. And this is what we've created. In Path Companion, it gives you a brief overview of the character, like their basic attack bonus, what their initiative is. You can even have it roll for you because the game is nice like that. All the special things our drow gets, like spell resistance, which means they're harder to affect with spells. They get bard spells. We can add more bard spells to their list because right now, this bard has no spells, and they're going to need them. Our Inquisitor is also going to need them, so that's why we have the Spells tab for adding your spells. And also, it shows you your actions. So if you already have something keyed up, it tells you what it takes. You know, beneficial, because Pathfinder's complex already.
Yeah.
The last thing that is really going to matter here is, actually, I missed one thing. The first thing that really matters here is skills. I mentioned those before. The issue here is we haven't spent any skill points. Skills are down here. They don't have any skill points that they've used, and they only get 3 per level because their intelligence is so bad.
God, these people suck.
This is a terrible,
the worst character ever.
Bard. But I'm going to put 1 point, and you notice how I started with a -2 charisma. You see it's already adding in that ambitious schemer that I chose, and my skill focus. I'm still only getting a 3 because I'm terrible, but as soon as I put 1 rank in, it goes up to a 7. So the reason for that is I'm getting 1 point from it being a rank. 2 plus 3, that's a total of 6. -2 would be a 4. And then I mentioned early on, every class gives you class skills, which you're just naturally better at. This is a class skill for bards, so it becomes a 7. That's an extra 3 that's kind of floating around added on here. It's calculating all that for you, so you don't have to mess with it. This sad bard, however, only gets 3 ability skills to add, so we're going to add 1 into disguise, so that hopefully they're better at doing something. And like I said, perception, because everyone has to have perception. That's unfortunate. I'm very sorry to everyone else out there.
Does make
That's what
sense.
it is. It's just what it is. Okay. And now suddenly, that'll update our skills over here, and we're much better at bluffing. I mean, we're silent, but that's fine. The other thing that really matters here, obviously we've got spells that we can add in. I'm not even sure they theoretically can cast magic with how low their charisma is, but you know, this is what has happened, and unfortunately, this is what we've come to. So I'm sorry to this bard. You can add your spells in that you know, and it shows choose your spell. You basically go through the spells in terms of what there is, And this just says see text. These are the general classes or the types of spells that exist, and you can add them to your spell list. Again, I'm fairly certain this bard can't even cast magic, so
Spellless
little
behavior.
unfortunate. It is sort of what happened, but yes. So like you can add acid splash.
Maybe someday they'll get to cast magic.
Now they can cast spells. We'll get to that obviously for our Inquisitor. You're gonna have some 0 level spells which are called orisons, and then some other level spells that we'll add in as well. Again, just kind of doing a brief overview of this very sad drow. The last thing is equipment. And like I mentioned, you are both getting magic items. You will have them. You're having them because if you don't, you're not a Pathfinder character. Now, magic items in Pathfinder are much more flexible. You'll look at other systems, whether it be World of Darkness, where if you find a magic item, it's probably basically just an artifact. It either does something very small, very limited, or it does something crazy and you probably shouldn't be touching it. In Pathfinder, this looks back at the old style of making and choosing magic items, which are going to be your body is full of slots, and it's those slots you're filling in with a magic item. So you have weapons and armor. That's what these slots are. You have a head slot. You have a headband, eyes, neck, shoulders, full body, chest, belt, hands, wrist, rings, lots of rings, feet, and then slotless items. We are not necessarily filling in all of these general slots and choosing slotless items, but just so you know, you can generally have one item in everything aside from rings. Rings you can usually have, usually it's listed as 2, but you can technically have as many fingers as you got because it's rings. Slotless, you can technically have as many of them as you want, and those are things like a magical compass that you carry around. Something like that has a cool ability, but it doesn't like sit on your body somewhere. There's a lot of like fun stuff, like shoulder items are really nice. Things like cloaks and capes. Everyone wants a cool cloak and a cape if you're playing in a fantasy setting. And you'll notice how we got some really bad stats here, but let's say our sad little bard got really lucky when they were adventuring, and they happened to find an item that in my opinion is one of the best, a headband item called a Headband of Alluring Charisma. Now, this headband has at base a +2. You can find a +4 version and a +6. This increases your ability score for charisma by 6. And we're going to loot this item, and suddenly our 7 charisma goes up to a 13. Suddenly,
It's handy.
we're not nearly as bad at charisma as we were before. There are items in here, and I'm just going to cancel this one out. There are headband items that basically give you a bonus to all of your ability scores as well. That's called the Headband of Superior Prowess, if I can find it. They're all hidden within here. There are ones for each ability score. There's ones that give you bonuses to 2 of them, which are what these mental prowess items are. And then Superior, which is somewhere down here. We're going to be very nice to this bard, if I can find it. That's fast intellect. You just don't want to show it to me? Or I'm skipping it. I missed it. We're going to give them a +6 to every mental ability score because I want to be really nice to this bard. Because they got problems. Suddenly, they're much better than they were before. They are being propped up by magic items at this point.
It's helpful.
Now, the other cool things about these headbands is they naturally give you skill ranks in a skill. So let's say our not very intelligent drow, suddenly, from the power of having this headband, now has maximum skill ranks, meaning their level, in the knowledge of the area. They also know about religion, and they also know about all the history. This headband is basically pumping them full of knowledge. And they didn't have to do anything. They just naturally got this, and it is attuned to them. Attunement is very different in Pathfinder. It just means you've been wearing it for a while. Just for those that might know 5th edition a little bit differently.
Mhm.
You don't have a limit on attunement items, just how many slots you can have. So suddenly, this bard much more capable than she was at the start. Look at that wisdom score at a 21.
Jesus. So basically,
Okay.
you can suck, and as long as you get nice loot, you'll be okay.
You find great loot. Now let's say the same thing. They came from a drow family, got thrown out, managed to luck into it, and found a really nice belt that did the same thing for their physical stats. This one is the Belt of Physical Perfection. Now, there are ones that just give you bonuses to 2 of their physical scores, but we're really pumping up this bar to be better than they should have ever been. They found a Belt of Physical Perfection +6, top tier. And you watch as their ability scores, suddenly they've got a 20 in strength and a 19 in dexterity. And that's from one magic item.
Jesus.
This is what magic items do in Pathfinder. And you are expected to have magic items. They are there to improve your ability scores beyond what you start with. And you're an adventurer. You're going to find them. The other thing you might have noticed is that every single item I clicked on has a price. That's because that's the cost to buy it. You might think, oh my god, 4,000 gold? That seems like a lot. It's really not. Not in Pathfinder. Unless you're a peasant. You're probably, as an adventurer, 4,000 gold is a solid foray into a decent dungeon. So buying some of these items is fairly common. You also might notice down here it says construction requirements. And that's because Pathfinder assumes, not for us, but for like a long scale campaign, that you probably have someone in the party who makes your magic items because it's cheaper. So you can actually have someone make it at half the cost. That's why the cost is literally half the price. The only difference is they need to have the feat craft item. There are multiple. There's ones for crafting weapons. There's ones for crafting armors. There's ones for crafting wondrous items, like these belts and the headband I just showed off. And the only other thing is they need to have a requisite spell that mimics what the benefit from the item is. In this case, it's the spell Bull Strength. And they don't have to have the spell learned. They could find scrolls of it if they want to use that. And basically, they spend their time making the item for the party. The math works out. You can't actually sell anything for less than the crafting cost. So let's say your party spent 2,000 gold to craft it. You can't turn around and sell it for 4,000. Your GM is supposed to sell it for the crafting cost. So you can't just make a profit by making all these magic items either. So that is balanced. No breaking the game. But yes, Pathfinder has a system. You're intended to have magic items. So suddenly, our very poor drow bard, who was not going to make it as a actual caster, suddenly is much more wise than they used to be. They know a lot more than they did before, and their charisma is actually in the positive. They're also really strong. You can see their ability scores listed here, and all of the immediate scores have already been added up. So suddenly, we are much better at a lot of scores than we had previously. Again, this is automatically doing the calculation for you. In the skills tab here, let's say acrobatics is taking that +4 from dexterity and saying, do you have any skill ranks in dexterity? I didn't put any points in dexterity, or sorry, in acrobatics, so it's just giving me my dexterity. Same thing is happening for our climb score. It's saying, okay, you didn't put any skill ranks into climb for this level, but your strength is a +5, so your climb is a 5. It's already doing that calculation for us. And the other thing is we have, what is this weird thing? Your score is a 20, but you're only getting a +5. What is that number? This is what's called the ability score modifier. So your ability scores can go fairly high. But on average, a person is around a 10 in an ability score. A 10 and an 11 are at a 0. Basically, it means you're normal. If you go down below a 10, like a 9 or an 8 or a 7, like this bard has, you'll start having a negative bonus. And this just reflects that on other things attributed to those ability scores, you're not naturally predisposed to being good at them. So at the beginning, this drow was a 5 for its intelligence. And the way the math works, and again, you're not doing this, the application's doing it for us, is it takes that number, subtracts the number 10 from it, because that's the average, and divides by 2. And that's the ability score. So for the intelligence, It said your score was a 5. You subtracted 10, which is a -5. You divide it by 2, and that means you can round it to a -3. That's how bad I was at start. But that wonderful, beautiful headband that this drow has put on is fixing that problem. Same thing for our wisdom. It's at a +5. We took the 21, minus 10 is an 11, halved, and then rounded down is a +5. Again, this is how the math would work. But if you're afraid of the math, we have applications that fix that for us and allow us to not have to worry about that. Everyone good at the moment with our terrible drow?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
I think so.
the next thing is what happens on level up. So there's a tab here called maintenance. This is really useful for us. There's a giant button that says level up. One of the things that it doesn't have in the character selection that you have to go to the maintenance tab for is this thing that says choose favorite class. Now I mentioned this a jillion years ago when we were talking about vigilante, which is when you level up in a class, you get to choose your favorite class. And usually this is either 1 hit point or 1 skill point. Sometimes your particular race can give you other bonuses, but usually it is one of those. Now, drow have a special thing for bards, and you'll see it says adds +1/2 to bluff and disguise. And you can choose that, and that means every other level you get an additional skill rank towards bluff and disguise. You're just better at those because you're drow. But let's say we want to not be so bad at skills because we've been really bad. We get an extra skill rank, and down here I'll have an extra skill rank to add in that I haven't done. And suddenly, let's pick one. Let's say they actually now know how to perform. They didn't before, but now they do. We're going to say they're performing mime.
That makes
Because
sense.
you can have multiple performances, multiple professions, multiple crafts as well. But in general, you probably only have one thing you're good at. The last thing we're going to show before we kind of jump around is we have level up. And when you level up, you say what class are you leveling up in? You can choose a different class. You do not have to choose the same one. Now, I am going to suggest to most people, and this is not the case for other systems, because 5th edition, I am a fan of it, but in Pathfinder, it's generally not good to multi-class. Now, the reason why I say that is because most people trying to do the math are going to see all the numbers. And suddenly you go, what happens if I go and decide I want to be a cleric now on my next level? Well, you now have to keep track of 2 different lists of spells that are known, 2 different lists of spells per day. Maybe the base attack bonus isn't the same between the 2. And you're like, okay, well then how do I figure out if normally for a bard I would go up to 3/4, I get up to 3 attacks per turn at my highest level, but now for like a fighter I would get 4 attacks. How does that work? And you start to get into fractions. And there's a math breakdown for how you can keep track of it. And I'm just going to tell you, fortunately, applications like Path Companion do that for you. So if you don't want to worry about it, but you do want a multi-class, having an application that does it for you, really helpful. If you want to do it on paper, I bless your heart. I have done that, and it's painful. But you can do it. Basically, Pathfinder has a mathematical formula for what you do if you're going between classes that don't naturally have a compatible sort of progression. So if, let's say, you start with a bard, which is bad at fortitude saves, and then you go to fighter, and it has a much faster progression with fortitude saves, it will walk you through how to do that manually. An application like Path Companion does it for you. For this bard, we're just going to be nice to ourselves and just make them level up as a bard. Now, when I level up, you'll see it says HP rolled. Now that's the thing, you can roll your hit die. A bard has a D8. So I could be very nice to this bard and say, I will take this D8 and I'm going to roll it. Or you can set to average. Now when you click set to average, it goes to 5. What that means is it takes the max number on here and rounds upwards from there. So normally that would be a 4, but it says, okay, but the average here is actually a 4.5 on the die. And so you would expect to be closer to a 5 than a 4. So you would actually get a 5. But if I roll, maybe I got better, and I did not, because this bard is not having a good time. I rolled a 1. We're going to take the average, but maybe you have a very very mean DM that says, no, you have to take whatever the die rolled. Well, you can set it as a 1 and feel very sad. As you notice, I gained a total of 2 hit points. Very unfortunate. You can get your favorite class bonus once again, and then at your level ups, it'll ask you what did you get. So in this case, our musician gains bonuses to certain types of schools of magic based upon these spells. Now, I didn't add a lot of spells, so currently this bard doesn't have a lot of things, but you have spells that you would choose, and when we get into our characters, we'll be flipping back between stuff. So ignore me messing with things. That's basically what it is. And then on your level up, you get more skills, and you can put more skills in. And this is how we make characters. And I think at this point, you can see what's happening as we go through stuff. So the last thing that I have to remember how to do, because I looked at this earlier and it's been a moment, there's a thing for connecting your character to our campaign, and it's this little button right there. And so when you make your character and you want to add it to the group, you will click that, and we'll go into the characters, and they'll show up in the campaign that we have for us to work with. But yes, that is our terrible drow, suddenly made much more of an adventure by magic items. Any questions about the way character generation works in Path Companion?
I don't think so.
Okay. So we'll probably go one at a time. Jadis, do you want to start us off on making your character?
Sure.
Do you want to take over screen sharing, and then I can walk you through it?
Yes, I can do that. Let me figure out how to share my screen. Okay, share screen. I would like to do this one. Okay. Okay, I think. Can y'all see that?
Yes. Such a
There we
sad
go.
drow. I feel so bad for that.
Okay.
Again,
okay.
you can skip name because how dare it?
So race-wise, I'm going Strix.
Yep. So if you
Is
scroll
the
down, it
plan.
should be, I believe, under uncommon. Yeah, there it is.
And I was
And-
thinking
Mhm.
maybe doing Day Guard.
Very cool.
It doesn't give you that, you don't get a bonus to perception in the dark like you do normally, but it just makes your overall perception better, and I like that.
Much better. So yeah, you'll just click the little mark next to it. And going to ability scores, do you like the ones the Strix already gives you, or do you want to change it up? I personally don't like the fact, if you go to summary,
Oh, thank you.
it currently only gives you a bonus to dexterity and a -2 to charisma.
Yeah.
Usually, I don't like that. I would say go ahead and click custom ability scores.
Okay.
And then you can choose 2 to get a +2 and 1 to get a -2.
You get 2 to get a +2? That's cool.
Yeah, that's how it should be. But again, not all the races were made equal.
Fair. So I need a decent charisma. Like I
Okay.
really need a decent charisma. And other than that, I don't know. Like since I'm brawling, would strength be better, or would con be better, or
Kind of depends. So
Okay.
here's the question.
uh-huh.
Again, because magic items will do a lot for us.
Right.
You can be good at either and be good at brawling. So
Right.
if you want to stick towards dexterity, here's the other things that dexterity gives you. Dexterity is how we determine initiative.
Right.
Dexterity is how we determine armor class.
Right.
Dexterity feeds into your other defenses. So there's a thing called combat maneuver defense, which is like, let's say someone comes up to try and grab you. If your dexterity is higher, it also helps with that. Dexterity also increases your reflex saving throw. So it pumps into a lot of things. Now, strength. Strength improves your overall physical combat for most things. But there is a way to give yourself your dexterity as your damage in Pathfinder. And there's a couple of ways to do it. We'll probably do it the easy way, which is you take 1 feat called Weapon Finesse, and then you put on an amulet that allows you to use dexterity damage.
Nice.
But for anyone that's wondering, Pathfinder doesn't naturally allow your dexterity as your damage type. If you're wielding like a massive hammer or a huge longsword, they are not considered naturally finesse style weapons. And that means you're smashing people with it. That's what you're doing. You want strength for that. If, however, you're using something like a rapier or your body, which is generally more dexterous, they are considered finesse. And some things naturally make you good at using finesse style weapons. It's basically a tag you get on items. And those items can use your dexterity. They can use it for your attack and your damage. And there is a way to easily do that for people using their fists. So, personally, dexterity gives you so much more than strength.
Right. And I am thinking I'm gonna go the not Avenger one. I can never remember the other one, but
The Stalker.
Yes. Because I figure if Cinn's being big tanky monster, I probably should be a little less big tanky monster. So
Also perfectly fine.
So how
2 big tanky monsters. It's
yeah,
all good.
It's true. It's true. And I'm thinking
And whichever one you want to have the -2, you put a minus or a negative sign and then the
Okay.
2 in it.
So I'm thinking if I'm using Dex for damage, I'll probably put it in Strength. I'm
Perfect.
thinking as long that you didn't immediately scream in terror, so I'm assuming that's not
No.
terrible.
And that's always going to be the issue, and we'll hear about this in other ability score based systems because I know we're doing 5th edition after we finish Pathfinder. Sadly, usually you're either going to be like, I'm a Dex character and also fuck my strength, or
Right.
you say, I guess I can't do that, and then you look at all the rest of your ability scores and you say, I guess for RP reasons I'm not able to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunately what happens a lot. So fortunately, there are ways around it, but in this case, since you want charisma, dexterity has to probably be high. Your strength can suffer. It's
Right.
okay. Remember, magic items can get us around a lot of things.
Well, and I was thinking, like, obviously I don't want to do con, and I was thinking maybe int, but int affects my skill points, and I need all the skill points I can get because I have a bunch of skills, and wisdom is perception. So
And that's so this kind of goes into the math information here. Strength, like I told you, can be good for damage for those using like big weapons. Dexterity fits into so much of your defensive
Exactly.
capabilities. Also, if you're using more dexterous weapons, you can use dexterity. Your constitution is your hit points, but
Yeah.
also your fortitude save. So that's your ability to avoid things like poisons and venoms. Your intelligence, all of those knowledge checks. Also, gives you more skill ranks per level. Wisdom, that's your will save in Pathfinder.
Oh, God, yeah.
One of your major saving throws. And it's also perception and sense motive. And then lastly, charisma is charisma. That's if you're playing a charismatic or very social character,
Like,
you want to
I
have some bonus to
that.
charisma, which immediately means it's going to be like, it's going to be really hard to make choices about these. But that's how this works. And then sometimes you build in what you want to be better at. But yeah, so if that's good for you, you can click choose this race.
Okay.
And it will.
It's just
We may have to go in. I don't know if we click the choose this ability score. Click on Strix again for a
think
moment. I
I
just want to make sure
did.
we don't miss it. Okay, we did.
Yeah,
We're
I
good.
got the check
I just don't want to mess up.
Fair.
Save your choices.
Okay, so
All right,
we're good.
let's move
Just
over.
on. Okay.
Now we get
God.
to our ability scores. So please be better than my drow.
I will do my best.
At minimum, you have to have at least one ability score that is a 15. This is my personal house rule.
Okay.
If we play super heroic characters, I usually require everyone to have at least 2 scores of 15 or higher. If not, they have to start over again. If you don't like your scores that you roll, let me know and we can do it again.
Okay. So am I
You can also
physically
assign
rolling
them
this?
however you want. You're not bound by me and my logic of making a terrible
I
character.
appreciate that.
So feel free to go ahead and roll.
Okay.
And then we'll assign them as we go.
And what am I rolling?
4d4.
Okay.
4d6.
46. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, 46.
I
And
see.
then
You said
drop
44,
whatever.
and I was like, okay.
That's pretty terrible.
That seems
4d6.
low.
I mean, that would
odd.
explain why the drow was so bad.
That's why I thought the drow was bad. I was like, okay, that makes sense. I mean, I guess.
4d6.
I don't know
my brain
Pathfinder.
is fried. It's Pathfinder.
Okay, I gotta
4d6,
find some
and then we
d6s because I was
drop
all ready for
the lowest.
44.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I
No,
messed
it's
this
cool.
up.
It's cool.
I
It's
am
okay.
at fault in this case.
It's all good. It's okay. I just need to. I'll pull up my Madeline dice, and not the ones I use when she's drunk. Okay, I got it.
Maybe those are good luck. I don't know.
I fuck if I know. She didn't have a lot of good luck in that game, so.
It was a thing. It's fine.
Okay,
Fine.
I got 2. I don't use a lot of games with d6s, as you might be able to tell. Okay, I got 3. Surely I can find one more. Okay, I got 46s. 46s drop the
Perfect.
lowest, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And we can collectively do the math together. You don't have to do it on your own.
Thank you. Okay, let me get my other dice out of the way. Okay. Madeline, get back in the drawer. Okay. Okay, so that is 13.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Got a
write that
13.
down. And, oh, that was bad. Oh, no, it's not that bad. 12.
Okay.
And then...
Fairly average. Again, 10 and 11 is an average score for a
Right.
human.
And then another 12.
Hey, average isn't bad. That's a +1, which is not bad.
And then a 13.
As long as you get one that's like 15 or above.
As long as... And that's another 12.
Oh no, this is my monk
And-
character for the one campaign all over again.
Just so average at everything.
And that's a 13.
Okay, well, let's start over because none
Okay,
of those were
okay.
15.
Yep.
But that's hilarious as a character. Much
Just
better
like,
than my drow was.
I'm
by
not
the way.
terrible at anything. I just have no talents.
You're just slightly better than average for everything.
You're slightly
Exactly.
better than a normal person.
Okay, that was a 10.
Okay.
13.
That's average.
We might be here a while, guys.
It happens.
That's another 12. That's 10.
Oh no.
I do not have... Okay, this is actually high-ish. Okay, that's an 18.
Okay.
Nice. To make up for all those tens.
All the other things. Okay, one more.
And-
This is valid though. Yeah.
Okay, I rolled a 6, a 5, and 2 1s. So that's a 12.
I mean, that's still a 12. This is valid.
Well,
You have an 18 in there.
I do have an 18 in there. So I have to decide whether I want to be really good at Dex or really good at Charisma.
Now, what I will say is, because we are going to be leveling up, there's some things you get from level up. Number 1, you do gain feats every odd level, and every 4 levels, so at level 4, you will get a +1 to an ability score. So let's say you want your dexterity to be even better than it started with. If you put that 13 in your dexterity, you'll get a +1 while we're leveling up.
Okay.
So it won't be bad. And magic items exist for a reason.
Fair. And I figure I'll probably put the 18 in my Charisma. Because,
Perfect.
like, that's my main thing. I am going to be the talker of this group. Which is fine.
I'm just gonna stand behind you.
That's cool. I'm cool with that.
I'm just gonna loom.
Hello, I'm here and this is my loomer.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I put the 13 in Dex. I'm gonna put one of the 10s in Strength because that's gonna be my dump stat.
Perfect.
And then, I guess 12 in Intelligence because I need skill points. So I've got a 10 and I've got a 12.
Mm-hmm. For wisdom or for constitution.
Right. You know what?
Constitution.
People
more
are gonna
hit
be
points?
people are gonna be hitting the big scary skull girl, I'm gonna put it.
Valid.
I'm gonna put it in wisdom.
Perfect. All right.
Okay. That's not.
Move
It's
on.
not as
We're
bad as
moving
your
on.
drow.
So infinitely better than my drow.
Yes.
Okay.
So much better.
So we're going to skip background traits for
Okay.
this. But again, for people out there that are making characters, you do have the choice. This is kind of an optional thing for a lot of DMs to have up to 2 background traits. They give you very minor bonuses, but they can be built into the cool things that your character has. So we're not doing it here, but your own campaigns could use them. Alignment and deity. Again, you have to choose an alignment. You don't have to follow it, but I leave it to you of what you think your character is for their alignment. And don't forget,
I get 2.
you can have 2. It's not going to guide you through that right now because we aren't in classes yet.
Right.
But again, that's kind of more of your personal choice about what your cool personalities do.
So I'm gonna go neutral good for this one and probably lawful good for the other one.
And you can choose a deity or ignore it if you want.
I'm just not gonna. I'll go godless behavior.
Godless behavior. Class.
Class. This is just gonna be.
So this is
where
under
this?
base. It's under base.
Okay. Vigilante.
Vigilante. And
We have all this
we're not
stuff.
going with an archetype, so you can
Right.
skip over it. We're not doing any variant multiclassing. For those that are asking, like, what's variant multiclassing? Let's say you want to play a fighter, but also a cleric, and you don't have a class that matches that sort of thing. There is the ability to level up a primary class and get some effects from another class. You lose some from your primary. You don't get everything from the secondary. It's much delayed, but you get some cool things. And it just means you don't have to take a full level in that other class.
Gotcha.
Makes sense.
It's cool, and it's nice to have something that just does it for you automatically.
Oh god.
And now, your first social talent.
Okay. Okay, and these are the ones I can't pick. Okay, that's fine.
Yes, if you want to take them, just tell me which one you're interested in.
I'd kind of
I'll put it,
prefer to. I'd like to try and do this like rules is written as much as I can,
As-
just because I
as you
want to see
want.
how it works.
I'm a rules is whatever sounds fun sort of
Fair.
GM. So
So I just pick a skill. Just by magic. Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna go with case of joint since that's something I already
that was already a cool
thought was
one.
cool. Yeah. So I'll do that.
All right. And then your
And then
specialization.
I'm gonna go stalker.
And now,
Oh no.
now here's the thing.
What do I
because we're
do?
working through this and we're talking about it. Here's the first thing. So we've already said some things that really matter here. There's a reason why I asked a lot of questions ahead of time because there's a lot there. And there's some questions we can do to kind of narrow it down. So the first thing that we already know is you're going to be more dexterous.
Yes.
To be more dexterous and do combat, you need weapon finesse.
Okay.
That is the feat that allows you to use your dexterity in place of your strength. So I believe it's under the combat feats.
And that's
Should be
all
down
way
at the
bottom.
W. Well, these are the ones you can't normally select because there's a lot of stuff in there.
God. This game
Go down
is
to the
gonna
ones that'll
kill
allow
me.
you.
Okay. So it's just these little ones. These little ones up here. Okay. Weapon finesse.
There's weapon finesse. As you can read it, it says if you're using something dexterous,
Okay.
it has the agile trait, you get to use dexterity instead of strength
Perfect.
modifier on your attack rolls. And so it's daunting. If you're looking at all the feats and being like, what do I have to select? It's hard to say what is the best option. But at early levels, there are some really key things about what will benefit your character. There are some things for casters, those who have a lot of magic, that will benefit them more. Or for people that just don't know, you go into the massive tabs of them in like the D20 PFSRD, and you go, I'm looking for things that deal with Inquisitors. Or I'm looking for the thing that's looking specifically for Vigilante. Just feats that help my class. And you could do that. Or you say, I want something that improves my armor class. And you'll find something like Dodge. Dodge gives you a +1 to your armor class. And sometimes that's perfectly fine. Most dungeon masters will then turn around and say, hey, you can change them up later on if you want. We just need to get your character made for now. But there are some things that make a lot of sense because they're part of what are called feat chains or feat prerequisites.
Oh god, yeah. I've heard of these.
And some of the super cool stuff you want to do requires you to have these other traits first. Also, one of the things we're probably going to give your character, if you can't get it from a vigilante's talent, is going to be improved unarmed strike. Because if you want to be good at doing unarmed attacks, that increases how good you are at unarmed attacks.
Right.
So there are some things built into what you imagine the character's concept is, and then having the feats really support that. So weapon finesse, one of them, just so you get to use your dexterity for everything. And then if you're wanting everything to just be like your fists, as opposed to like a physical weapon, we'll go for improved unarmed strike as one of your next feats.
Cool.
So pretty easy. And then from there, we move forward. Description, up to you if you want to fill it out. You can always fill it out later.
Yeah.
There's nothing to make you do it right now.
Oh my god. It's like, I'm in. Shit.
You're already in. So the first thing we can do is go to the maintenance tab and just get you your skill ranks.
Okay.
It'll also ask what your favorite class bonus is. If you click on it, it will say, hey, you're doing a vigilante, right? And you say, yes, choose this. And then you say, what's your favorite class bonus? And it'll say, do you want a hit point or a skill rank?
I'm at a skill rank.
Okay. And then if we scroll down, you'll see, hey, background traits. Ignore that for now. Okay. And now you have 8 skill ranks to pass around. Your skill maximum can only be 1.
It's just 1 at this point, right?
It's equal to your level. So basically, you get to choose 8 different skills to put 1 point into.
Okay.
And if you want to know about them, again, we'll kind of go through. You have things like acrobatics, which are, again, for you being better at doing cool dexterous things, running along walls, jumping over people.
Definitely
Appraise is better about looking at items and being like, that's worth money, or it's not worth anything. Bluff, lying to people. Climbing up things.
Also need that. Well, actually, I can fly. Do I need to climb things? Like,
probably not.
Okay, well, fuck that.
But for those that are wondering, fly is a skill as well.
Of course
Higher
it
points
is.
in fly make it so that, like, let's say you're in that very heavy wind, or you're flying down a corridor and there's like narrow passageways. Fly is designed as a skill to see how well you overcome obstacles in an environment. So having at least 1 point in fly, not a bad idea. Right. Diplomacy, talking to people. Disable device, that's your like, you're pulling out your lock picks in order to like jimmy through the lock. Disguise. People don't know who you are. You probably want to put points in disguise.
Yeah, probably.
Escape artist is getting out of a tight situation. Generally, people holding you, grappling you, keeping you in place. Fly is fly. Handle animal is, do horses and other things like you, or do they kick you? Heal is, oh my god, they're bleeding. What do I do? Or this person's ill, do I know how bad? Intimidate. Knowledge arcana is going to be magic, dungeoneering, underground, engineering, archaeology, geography, topography, history, local, whatever the hell's going on in your country, and also just people that live in it.
Right.
Nature, plants. Nobility, nobles. Planes, anything not on your planet. Religion. Also undead for some reason, just because.
Oh, I've done
linguistics. Linguistics is how good you understand languages. It also can be used for coded messages and like scripts and ciphers and things like that. Perception. You see things, you hear things, you smell things, you know things a little bit better. You vibe check well. Perform is perform, but can also be for pretending to be someone else.
Right.
Profession is your professional job. Riding, horses. Or other mounted creatures. I'm just saying horses for simplicity. Sense motive, are they lying to me? Do I think they're lying to me? It's not magical truth-telling, but it gives you a sense of maybe they're withholding. Sleight of hand, steal things, put things on people. Spellcraft. What spell is this? Is this a magic item? What does it do? That's what spellcraft is. Stealth, I wish to hide. Survival, I wish to find someone. Swim. And use magic device. I have a wand. Can I use it?
Okay, I need to undo some of the ones I have done.
This is me heavily simplifying all of these, but to be honest, like in general, this is how they work. Some of them are much more often treated than others. Like perception, sense motive, those come up a lot. Your character is definitely going to want stealth.
Yes.
Good reason.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's up to you how many knowledges you have, how much your smarts are, basically.
Right. I definitely need all the the charisma ones because I'm thinking I'm gonna be the only one with any charisma. So
And
trying to
again,
make
you're
sure.
going to go up a couple levels, and you don't have to
True.
keep
That's
all of
true.
these at maximum ranks. You can just be like, oh, I put 1 point in disable device. I think that's enough for probably a while.
Hmm.
And, maybe you'll get a magic item that will help out.
Never so.
Never know.
I never know.
Who knows? I don't
Yeah,
know.
maybe.
Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna take a point out of fly and I'll put a point in later.
That also
It's
works.
gonna go like full social and then like stealth and perception.
Which
Where'd
also
fly go? I can't.
perfect.
I know what an alphabet is.
It's up. It's up. It's
Is
up.
it? Okay. I was like, where's
There
the
it is.
F
There it
go?
is. We found
Okay,
it.
I did it. I'm good. I'm done.
Okay. That's level 1. We're gonna level you up to 5
Oh
now.
no. Okay.
Yeah, this is the crazy part. This is
Right,
what we're
right.
doing. So click level up
Okay.
and say, what's your class? And we're gonna just say
Uh,
vigilante.
oh,
So
that.
go down
Okay.
to level 2,
Sorry.
choose class. It's already selected. Choose this archetype, and it's gonna say hit points. Now here's the next question: do we roll for hit points?
I want to roll hit points, if that's okay.
All right, you have an 8, a D8. So roll a D8.
Okay.
If you get below a 5, you get a 5.
Okay. That I got one.
Then you get a 5.
Okay.
Favored class bonus. Do you want a
Okay.
hit point
I
or
will
do you
take
want a
another
skill
skill
point?
rank.
And then we go to vigilante talent. This is your
Oh, these are
first
the fun
vigilante
ones.
talent.
Maneuver.
So these are the cool things you get to do. Some of them can mimic like
Oh, I don't like this.
rogue things.
Right. Okay, and I'm going rogue. I need to think of this like a rogue.
Yes.
So, okay.
And for those that are wondering, like you keep looking, I'm going to just kind of talk out to people that might be looking.
Okay.
There's a lot here. And on top of this, we're adding in feats. And like I mentioned, there's the option of taking rogue talents. Rogue talents are basically cool things that only rogues normally get to do, which are things like dirty tricks where they like throw dirt in people's eyes and stuff like that. Again, there's a lot of options, but I hope everyone's starting to see like how you could make pretty much anything. And that's kind of the point. Pathfinder is designed for, ooh, I really like this. And on top of the cool concept you've already got, now suddenly you've got even more things that you can do that make you even cooler. And maybe you're just kind of reading through some of the feats that are out there or some of these abilities and you're like, I just really want to be able to jump down from the rafters and literally just like slap someone's neck and have them drop unconscious. That exists. And it's super cool.
I'm gonna go with pull into the shadows. Because that
Very
sounds
cool.
awesome.
That is so cool.
That is cool.
Cool.
Just kind of run in, grab, pull into the shadow.
Apparently, as a full
All right.
round action, you get a +4 to just literally grabbing somebody, yoinking them into the shadows, and they're just never seen again.
Yep.
So,
Skill points. Can add those in.
right.
You can also wait until you fully level up to 5 and just
That's
have a
fair.
massive
That's
pool
fair.
to do.
Yeah, I'll just do
because
that.
they're not going anywhere. Click level up again. We're going to go to level 3.
Right. Okay. We're doing vigilante again.
Yep. And it automatically does it and says, okay,
Oh no.
roll for your hit point.
Do it.
Let's see how it goes.
I got another 1.
Then it goes to a 5.
I'm really glad I'm not going to be the one they're hitting, hopefully.
Favorite class.
Skill point.
And now feats
Oh
again.
no. Okay.
And this is always the part where people are like, oh my god, what do I choose?
Right.
So there's a lot of options out here. And again, blind fight is actually not a bad one. Before we like get into things, I know you just randomly clicked on it.
You can get blind fight as a vigilante thing, so I was looking at that.
Vigilante talent. And that's another thing people have to think about. Sometimes you take feats because you need them. Sometimes you take feats because you really want them, and sometimes your class is going to give you those things.
Yeah.
So a couple of options that I'm just going to throw out. The like base level one that is kind of fun is maybe you just want to be really good at stealth.
Okay. I might know what this one is because of that one character.
Yeah, I just showed it. Skill focus, which is a general feat, makes you really good at stealth. on the other side, maybe you want to have the ability to do all those cool things with your fists, and you want to be better at your actual like natural attacks with your fists. Improved unarmed strike.
Okay.
That's what I would suggest, because Avenger gives you that naturally, but the Striker, the more stealth-based one, doesn't.
Right. Yeah, that's I'll do that one.
In all the things.
Improved unarmed. There we go.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I will take that one.
Now you get another social talent.
Oh boy. Secret messages.
These are the fun, cool things.
Those are fun.
Don't worry, Cinn. We're gonna do this for you too.
Oh, don't worry. I'm using this time to read through spells.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
That's a good option, because unfortunately I can only give you so many selections when I'm like, oh, there's a lot of spells out there. There's a lot.
Yeah. No worries.
Oh, this is like exactly what I was thinking. Notorious Fool is like exactly what I was thinking for my social side. So I can basically, you can make, anytime you fail an opposed sleight of hand or stealth check while in your social identity, you can attempt a bluff check opposed by the onlooker's sense motive check to appear that you just blundered or stumbled into it in a spectacular fashion. If you succeed, they just think you're so stupid. They don't care.
I love that.
That's awesome. So that's exactly what I wanted for this girl. So that one.
Perfect.
I'm doing that one. I don't know what custom bonus feat is, and I am afraid.
That's if you're going for like, if you need the option for a unique feat. We already selected a feat, so don't worry about it. Cool. And then level 4. Okay. Next level 4, and then we're gonna go to level 5, and that's all the level up.
Okay, I can do this. I'm gonna roll again because I am a
I believe in you. I believe you can get beyond.
I got a 4.
Well, 5. It's better.
It's it's less of a thing.
So favorite class again. And then now, because level 4, you get an additional +1 to an ability score, and currently, because you're at 15 dexterity, +1 dex. Now you're at a higher modifier.
Oh, yes. Nice. Cool. And then I get
vigilante talent.
Okay.
Second cool vigilante ability.
Attack. I don't like the ones that fuck up your attack thing. I'd rather hit more and do less damage personally.
Also perfectly fine.
Gator Wrangle? What the fuck is that? Yeah, okay. That just means I take less damage for that. Gains weapon as a bonus feat. Oh, I think I already have this one. Make melee attack. Use the dexterity bonus. Half his vigilante level on damage rolls. That's not terrible.
It's not bad.
Gains antagonize as a bonus feat. It's like, have you noticed how much you suck? Flex a rogue talent. Oh God, I don't want to look at the rogue talent ones. That makes me sad.
Which is also perfectly fine. You don't have to.
Fair. I already have low light vision. Ooh, I could get better dark vision.
That's also an option, yeah.
Because I have dark vision as a Strix. That just makes me faster. Stalker sense. Oh, that one. That one. I like that one. Stalker sense. You have a sense for danger. You always act on the surprise round.
Ooh,
I like that.
That's cool.
I like, because I fucking hate surprise rounds in Pathfinder. So I'm gonna go with
that
one.
I can understand that.
That there were several times in the one Pathfinder game I played that I was like, so we just don't do anything. We just sit here and watch if they hit us. I hate this game. So...
You were not there on the surprise round, so you just get to sit there and be like, cool.
It's like, okay, so this is it, level 5, right?
Yes. And sadly, we're gonna do another feat.
Jared,
all right, good luck.
I'm scared about this, but I think I actually understand what's going on. I got a 3.
Very average, but it's still not bad.
No.
And then extra skill point, and now the terrifying feat.
Right.
So there's a lot of options, same as before. If you want to be better at stealth, skill focus is an option. One that I'm gonna kind of point out as an option here. It's not something you have to do, but now we have to kind of think about, what do you want to be really good at? Like, if you're wanting to be even better about stealth, There
Right.
are options for like starting to build towards being able to stealth even when people are watching you.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a set of trees of basically being like skill focused stealth, and then there's another one that gives you what's called Hellcat stealth, which is basically like you're so stealthy that even when people are like looking at you, as long as there's a little bit of shadow, you just kind of like
just
fall
kinda
into the shadow and they just kind of don't see you.
cool.
And that's what the benefit of feats are. It's like the more you specialize in there, the more powerful you get.
Mm,
But the other side here is maybe you want to improve how good you are about grabbing people and pulling them into the darkness.
mm-hmm.
Because you went with that option,
Right.
that's going to be considered something like a grapple. And naturally, that is, you're fine at them,
Mm-hmm.
but those are based upon combat maneuvers, which use your strength score normally. And there's improved grapple as an option. Maybe you want to just get a natural +2 bonus
Right.
when doing grappling.
And I have
Then on
improved on
top of
arm
that,
strike, so that's fine.
so you already have that.
Yeah.
And that's why you qualify for it as well. And
Okay.
these are the things when I talked about feat chains, where it's like you want to be better at things. From there, and again, we're not going over level 5, but maybe at level 7, you take one of the style feats that makes it so when you grab people, you also just deal damage to them.
Yeah.
Then beyond that, there's a style called Kraken style, where you literally can grab people and basically like start choking them.
Jesus.
Nice.
Because
I
again,
do.
Pathfinder's
Go ahead.
about like specializing towards being cooler and cooler about the things you do.
I do have one question. Just
Yes,
do you have
absolutely.
any potential recommendations if I were instead going to go for a more social feat? Or is that
For more
are those
social,
things?
there's a lot of
If
them.
that was an
Again, they're
option.
in the general
Okay.
tabs instead of the combat. And again, you want to be better at social options. Skill focus is one that is the best option
Okay.
because it just makes your skill rolls that much better.
Okay.
You have to choose what skill you're better at, which is the only problem. But there are a few that can make you good at a lot of things. Like there's one in there that was called Scholar. We kind of like passed right by it.
Mm,
But it basically makes you better about several different knowledge checks that exist. Just makes you better about several things. And it's kind of like a very minor skill focus for multiple knowledge skills. Um, Not the best, but if you're wanting to be a little bit better and you don't want to do skill focus, that's an option. But skill focus has an improvement that the more skill ranks you put in things
right.
at a much higher level, at level 10, you basically get an even higher bonus.
Mm,
There's also signature skill, which is on there. Signature skill is really unique. Later on in Pathfinder's life, they basically were like, you know what? For people that are really good at something, we want them to have extra cool things they can do with that skill. And so there are like with persuade or with diplomacy, there was a way to basically like implant a suggestion in someone based
mm,
upon the way that you were talking. Signature skill basically allowed you to have a mechanical means by which you can do that once you had enough ranks in a skill. Required here? No. I'm just giving you some options about what
right.
exists.
So I think I'm gonna do skill focus because I like that.
Okay, perfect.
The question is,
Hmm.
I don't know whether to do diplomacy or bluff.
Okay.
And I know bluff is generally lying. Diplomacy is kind of like persuasion in most games. Um, if I'm trying to convince someone of something, but I'm
Hmm.
also lying about it, like if I'm using
Hmm.
some kind of dishonesty to try and convince someone to do something, which skill gets rolled?
The general answer here is I would use bluff.
Okay, then I'm gonna go with bluff.
And to like caveat it for anyone else out there that's like, oh, but you're trying to convince them of it. Diplomacy is when you're intending to be truthful.
Mhm.
Bluff is when you're intentionally lying.
Right.
It's kind of like the intent behind what you're doing. If you know you're lying, regardless if you're trying to tell someone to do something, the intent is, I know this is not why I'm doing this. I'm hiding something from you. I would use bluff. Diplomacy is when you're innocent and truthful and you're like, but please, I need you to do this thing. That's diplomacy.
I think if this girl is being innocent and truthful, something's gone horribly wrong. I'm just gonna say, if that happens, something bad is going on, and it's not great.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And this is the last social talent.
Right. I guess so. Chances. I don't.
And again, if you want to take the one that makes it so that you like switch identities really quickly,
Yeah,
I'm fine with
would
that.
be
Even though I
nice.
believe it's at a higher
It is. You have to
level.
be like
Like,
level
it just,
7, I think.
it's like it's a cool one though. If there's something else, I'm not going to make you literally spend like a minute changing
Right.
outfits because we don't have time for that.
Fair. That yeah, well, and that's the main reason I was doing it, is like, if we're in combat, I'm like, okay, I'll be back in 10 rounds.
Yeah.
Like,
What'll probably
excuse
happen
me.
is I'll just have you, if you don't take it, it's fine. I'll probably just have you do the thing where you ran behind a column and you just like came out the other
Cool.
side.
I love that. There's also transformation sequence, which changes it. Now that is something I can take now. That
Oh, so you
lets
can do like
me.
a magical girl
Oh,
transformation.
You do a magical
exactly.
girl.
Yeah, it's just more noticeable. It reduces it down to 5 rounds. And can be a standard action. Oh, can be a standard action if you have the quick change, which I don't have yet, but that's fine.
Right.
Transformation causes
Again,
quite a spectacle involving loud sounds or music, brilliant, colorful energies, and swift motion. I just love the fact that I'm
Beautiful.
going for this like really dark, intense character, and then like sparkles and unicorns and like a jazz band pop out as I'm changing.
I love it. It's so cool.
Yeah, I'm
I
going
mean,
for this one.
okay, cool. I love it.
Oh my
And
god.
again, we'll probably have it just be a standard action
Right.
again, so we move things forward. But
Fair.
you'll have to describe
Yeah,
what that
no,
looks
I'll prepare myself.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So from there, skill points are
A
up to you to
bunch of
use.
skills.
You've got a whole bunch of them. Obviously, feel free to distribute them how you want. You're not required to stick with just one thing, but yeah,
Right.
we've made all the other class options.
Cool.
You're almost done.
I'm scared. It actually
I
makes
know.
sense. I don't know what to do.
It is. We made a Pathfinder
You got
character,
this.
and I
We
don't think
did.
you had a nervous breakdown.
No, I mean like maybe a little one, but
Just which is fair.
no more than usual.
All right. We're gonna leave you for now. I'll
Okay,
let you
I'm
choose
gonna.
some skills, and then we're gonna talk magic items that you both have.
Cool.
And it's over to you, Cinn. If you would share us a screen, and we're gonna make
I sure
your
will.
cool Inquisitor.
All right.
And I'm gonna level up for 10,000 years.
Okay.
There we go.
10,000 years, we're finally free. All right.
Okay.
Once again, name your character if you want, or wait.
I did.
Or change it later.
Because I found Rehema, which is Swahili for
Ooh.
compassion.
You already got a name? What the fuck?
Oh, fantastic.
That's such a good name. God damn it.
That's such a good name too.
Okay.
All right.
So
But we know we're going Ifrit because
do.
part of things. I believe it's under.
There we go. Okay.
And you have options here. Obviously, I would still suggest custom ability score,
Yeah.
regardless, just because we can change it around.
Mhm.
But also because the Ifrit naturally get a negative to wisdom. And I will
Yeah.
say, Inquisitors use
I
wisdom.
need that wisdom for my magic. Yeah. Yeah. So we're gonna change that.
And all you do is you click on it, and then we can make a
Okay.
choice. You have the same thing, which is to say strength is really good at physical attacks, but you could make your chains dexterity based.
Mhm.
Constitution, hit points, and your fortitude save.
Yeah.
Intelligence, skill ranks, and just knowledges. Wisdom,
Mhm.
obviously you need
I
it.
need that.
Charisma's up to
Yeah.
you. However you feel about charisma.
Yeah, because all right, so we're doing definitely +2 in wisdom. I feel I'm gonna need to be beefy
Okay.
for sure. And then yes. I'm trying to decide if, because I feel like the chains are
Mhm.
super big and heavy. I don't feel like I can, in my mind, convince myself that, you know, it's not strength based.
Mhm.
Quite honestly,
That's fine. I get that.
you know what? Yeah, we'll do. Oh, how do I do -2 for the charisma?
For a -2, you just click a little minus sign, and then backspace, and then -2. Or negative sign. It's next to the equal sign, I believe. I think you have to backspace it first before it realizes what you're doing.
Okay. Come on.
It's being
Okay.
finicky.
It is. No, not regular 2. That's not what we want.
It's like, yeah, but maybe.
Ah! Why? Why won't you work?
Oh god.
See, sometimes technology does that. If it doesn't work long enough, we'll just
There we
oh,
go.
There we go.
Okay. Alrighty. Because I think in here there was something I wanted to switch.
Okay. So that's part of this starts with what you're interested in. Again, you start with several things that are key to the character, like you're an outsider naturally, unless you choose the human option. It doesn't make a huge difference. It's kind of just a cultural thing, whether you want that or whether you feel it fits better to your background. Some things replace out having the ability to burst fire from your hands. You get a natural ability to do burning hands once per day, which is a cool little cone effect. But if you don't like that, there are other options that make you better about whether you take damage from fire or not, or you can naturally deal an additional point of fire damage, which is the brazen flame ability.
Yeah. I do enjoy the fact that I could make myself bigger.
That's another cool option. And large reduce is really cool.
Then I can be a bigger hot lady.
You could be.
I know.
You could do
Makes you do more damage. It's really cool.
I know. I think I'm gonna go bigger hot lady. There's just Yes, and that takes over. Yeah, okay.
It just removes the burning hands.
Yeah, it just removes the burning hands. Okay.
Which is super cool.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I can do. Oh, can I do fire in the blood? That switches out
your fire.
Oh, okay.
But I will say, what does fire in the blood do? That's the kind of
fire in the blood gives me healing.
It only gives you a little bit.
It does. It doesn't give me a whole bunch.
I will say the fire affinity is actually really cool because it will bonus your fire domain abilities as well.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's the only reason I'm like,
yeah.
But yeah, if reading magic, you could still go like hypnotic if you're interested in that. I'm not sure what else. Oh, that removes fire affinity as well. Well, fine.
Yeah, nee. That's all right. I think we're good.
Okay.
I think.
Then click choose this race.
Okay.
And then that's gonna have all those.
Yep. Okay.
Cool, and then we go over to abilities. Now.
Ooh, fun times. Okay.
Okay, let's see how this goes.
Let's see if I do any better.
I believe in you.
You shouldn't. That's a 9.
Starting off strong.
It's going great so far.
Okay, well, I made up for it with that. That is a 15.
Okay.
Okay. It's trying. It's like,
at least starting to be valid, unless it's not good at all.
Yeah. Okay. It's a 14.
Not bad.
That's a 12.
Well, nice and average. Always good.
Yeah, we like a nice average. The sad thing is what I'm going to put this 9 into.
It's going to be that charisma. We're really going to dubstep it.
I'm going to really dubstep.
That's what I'm here for. It's fine.
She has no charisma. Only intimidate. That is another 12. Okay, so we're on our last one.
On to the last one. See how this goes.
Yeah. That is a 14.
Okay, yeah, not bad.
No, not terrible.
115 and then lots of nice bonus scores, except for that 9. Well, we know where the 9 is going, I believe.
We know where it's going.
One of you is talking, the other one is grunting a little bit.
Uh-huh.
But it's fine.
Don't mind the giant
It's
flaming
so
skeleton behind me,
fine.
dear. It's fine.
Okay.
So wisdom, up to you. Obviously, you don't want it to be too low. You automatically get that +2.
Mhm.
Strength, up to you whether you want that to be your primary fighting stat or not, or if you want things to be more dexterity based. Up to you.
I mean, I want it to be Dex, but I know I can't convince myself that those heavy chains would be Dex.
I'm gonna say it's possible to make them dex. Like mathematically, we can do it.
You
But
just
if you want them
decide.
to be strength based, it's
Uh-huh.
perfectly fine to go that way.
I think I'm gonna rely on hopefully my armor giving me some good AC.
That we can do.
All right. My wisdom needs to be high for all my spells. Intelligence can be a 12. That's still like vaguely above
It's
average.
still good, yeah.
Yeah, okay. My dex then is gonna be a 12, and my con is my 14, right? Yes. Okay. Cool. Yes. 9, 2 12s, 2 14s, and 15. Yes. Okay. Cool. Alrighty. So I guess we go now to traits.
Go over to traits. Again, we're gonna skip over traits. They are optional for those. We're just gonna skip it because
Yeah,
time.
because I don't. Yeah, we'll skip it, and then like you can. I'll talk to you later about like 'cause I don't think she follows a deity so much as an organization.
Which is perfectly
Or who?
fine. Now,
Yeah.
I will make a suggestion, which is
Mhm.
kind of cheating for us because I already know some things about what we're doing, which
Uh-huh.
is we are going to be in the country of Ustalov when we do our one shot. Ustalov
Mhm.
is basically a very dark gothic country that has a
Uh-huh.
primary deity of Pharasma, which happens to be the god of death. So that fits well. It's up to you.
Yeah,
I'm
that
just
does
saying.
fit well.
Yeah.
All right, I might add them in then later once we.
Which again, also not required. You wouldn't even have to
Yeah.
worship them, so it doesn't matter. So we are going to Inquisitor, which I
There.
believe is under base. Oh, don't you don't want to click it under variant
Oh,
multiclassing because you're
don't know what
going
I'm
real
doing.
Inquisitor.
I'm going
Yeah.
too far.
So I
Okay.
think it's base under class type,
Okay.
and then
Yes.
there's
And then
Inquisitor.
we're doing.
We're
Okay.
doing Immolator. I
Yes.
don't know why it
Oh.
says unimplemented because it's going to make our life harder. It's fine. Why does it not like us? Why is it mean to us? It
No.
Don't worry. You know what we'll do is we'll just add it in, so it's okay. So
Okay.
for now, just click it and choose this archetype, and we'll see if it fights us on it or not. And if it doesn't,
Okay.
it's fine. You don't worry
Yeah.
because
Okay.
you're going to choose
Um,
the same class features regardless.
yeah, so we'll just do custom archetype then,
It
because
may
it's
tell you like,
oh
all right, you have to spend money. For now, just click choose this
yeah.
archetype. It's like, oh, it's being
Okay.
added later. Again, don't
Okay.
worry about it.
Okay.
Um, because again, the domain you're going to choose is fire regardless,
Yeah.
because that's what it
Um,
does. Hey, where is it? Oh, it's click on the type where it says domains.
okay.
Got other
Oh,
stuff. And just go down to fire. The good thing is we get to override weird stuff like this, so
okay. Because
I'm never
it's
saying this application is perfect. I'm saying it's better than doing this all by hand.
okay.
And then you can click done, and that
Done.
should give you your fire domain. And then
Yes.
judgment. So here's the first kind of big option. You have to choose on your judgments what bonus you get. So reading off the judgment things, that's
Mhm.
what you understand. You use a swift action, which is one of your shorter action types per round, to give yourself a bonus. So at first level, can use this ability once per day. At fourth, you get the ability to do it more times per day.
Mhm.
Once activated, the ability lasts until the combat ends, at which point all the bonuses end as well. And if you're frightened or basically unable to act, it ends sooner. When you use it, you get to choose one of your options for the types of judgment at start. So that's kind of the way it works. Um, so
Okay.
when you click under judgment type, you can choose sacred or profane. This is basically, are you more holy or are you
Mhm.
more evil?
Yeah. She's not evil. She definitely thinks she is a righteous path.
That is really valid. And now we have to make the first fatal choice, which is feats.
Yeah.
And this is where things are going to get harder because unfortunately, you have a lot other choices that we have to think about.
Yeah.
So, first things first, things that we are aware of that we want to decide about as we're kind of moving forward. And we may make some changes as we're going. You have these super cool chains, and I'm assuming you want to be really good with them.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the first options that happens when you're starting to think about being really good at a particular type of weapon is you probably want to have what's called weapon focus. And that basically just says, for the type of weapon I'm using, which I believe it's under feat name, you'll have to just scroll down to weapon focus because it's a combat feat. Slightly too far. Where is it?
They have weapon adept and weapon finesse. And
are you telling me you're not allowed to have it? Which is also, it's weird stuff. We can still select it. Don't worry about it. We'll just go down to the things that are like, you don't have access to this. Trust me, you have access to it. It's weird things where it's like, it's not calculating it. Everyone, I'm not saying this is perfect. I'm saying this is better than doing it by pen and paper. We already figured we made it through one character so much faster. Okay, I know why it's saying that. It's because it's usually says your base attack bonus has to be at a +1 and you started at 0. Whatever, I don't care. So we go to weapon focus. That would be one of the first ones I suggest, which basically says you get a small bonus on using a type of weapon. But it also sets you up for a lot of other feats your character would take later on, like being better at doing cool things with that weapon. So that's an option. Another thing that it's going to tell you you can't take is something called 2-weapon fighting. So if, let's say, you wanted to have a chain in one hand and another one in the second hand, 2-weapon fighting gives you the ability to attack with both of those every round at a penalty, basically. You take a penalty to each of the attacks, but you get 2 attacks. So that's another option.
Okay.
I'm putting them out there because they're all good options and nothing's bad here.
I'll definitely have to take, I think, both eventually.
Okay.
I would want to get, the other one, do weapon focus and the dual wielding, whatever.
They're both cool.
They are both cool. I think for now we'll do weapon focus.
Okay. So when you choose it, it's going to tell you what is your weapon focus. And generally, chains are going to be considered whips.
Okay.
So it's going to throw you in here. I'm going to do the thing of being like, I don't really care about this, and it's really weird. So we're going to go to the thing that says exotic under proficiencies, and it's going to tell you you don't have any exotic weapon proficiencies. Why is it saying only ranged? What do you mean? Maybe.
Oh, no.
It's in here. I'm going to have to do it myself, aren't I? I have to find this, apparently.
We're getting
there. Where are you
in the end.
This is the benefit of dealing with Pathfinder. You're like, what are you doing? What's happening here? Okay, where's weapon focus? That way I know what's happening. I know I gotta find these things. Little do we know, it should be whips are the option. And not showing up immediately.
I saw whips when I was in there earlier. I don't know where it is.
Maybe under exotic one-handed.
Okay. No. Exotic. Let me see. Nope.
Weird.
I thought maybe it would show up. Okay.
Okay, well, you know what? It's fine. It's trying to kill me. I thought this would be so simple. But what we're going to do is we're going to call this something else because...
Okay.
That's fine. And when we make your chains, we're just going to call it that thing.
Okay.
So, I guess under exotic, it only is showing
a hand crossbow, a wrist launcher, and a heavy. I mean, technically, I'm throwing it from my wrist.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool. What I'll say is, if you would go to the martial section.
Yeah.
Oh. Why is it only showing?
Why am I only having range? What is going on?
It's like, oh, you only know how to use ranged weapons, apparently.
It wants you to be an archer so bad. Like, please,
no.
please.
You're capable of using other things. But it shows
Only
everything under
simple.
simple, of course.
Uh-huh.
Why are you? If you would go to two-handed for me, let's see
Uh-huh.
if we can find something that's cool. It's probably going to fit under quarterstaff, and we'll just ignore whatever it tells us. Just
Okay.
because quarterstaff does the right amount of damage, and it has
Yeah.
what's called the dual property, which allows it to already attack with both ends.
Okay.
And we want this thing to be cool, so it's going to be
Yeah.
a quarterstaff, and we're just going to rename it.
Sounds good. Okay.
This is how you get around things, everyone. You just like
Every system has a thing you gotta kind of
it,
finagle
They
a little
sure
bit.
do. They sure
yeah.
do.
And again, this is obviously something that is still being worked on and improved over, so it's not perfect as an application, but it does a lot of things. And I think from there, you can go through description, which you can add later on. There's nothing stopping that.
Yes.
And we get to the character sheet, and we exist, and you have ability scores. And click on the maintenance tab if you would, because there's one thing it doesn't ask, which is your favorite class. So you'll have to click favorite class. And it's like, hey, are you playing an Inquisitor?
I
And you
sure
can say,
am.
choose this. And of course, it's like, your alignment doesn't meet these requirements. And I'm like, I don't care.
Screw you. You don't know me.
Yeah. And so you much like what we did with Jadis, do you want an extra hit point or an additional skill rank? Or the last option is, because you're an Ifrit, there's actually a bonus towards your intimidation checks. So that's another option if you want.
Oh. With the fire, what does that say?
Basically, anything
Okay.
that is more fire centric, you're just naturally better at intimidating them. Now, I will say,
Gotcha.
skill ranks are probably better in this case. It's
Yeah.
cool, but sometimes they get a little too specific.
Yeah.
All right. Now you have skill ranks that we can use. We'll start off and do skill ranks for level 1. That way you just kind of look at what you already have. So if you scroll down, you'll see everything with the blue check mark on the left is something you have as a class skill. Anything without it doesn't just means you don't get the natural +3 bonus by putting in one skill rank. If you don't put anything in there, though, you don't get the +3. So that intimidate, I would suggest putting in one skill rank.
Me
That
too.
way you just naturally you're better at
Be
it.
scary.
Yeah.
Be scary. It's kind of cool. Now from here, you have 7 skill ranks to use. And again, you'll get more every single level. So you will be able to increase and put more things in. But if you want to go ahead and distribute those 7 for now, and let me know if there are anything you're unsure about. While you're working on that, Jadis, how's it going? Did you throw some skill
Good.
ranks and things?
I got all the skill ranks in. I even put some description stuff. Trying to think of an alter
Ooh.
ego name currently.
Very cool.
But yeah, I got my stealth up to God. Some of these are higher than I thought they would be.
Yeah.
Stealth's 11. I think my highest is bluff, which is 16.
Cool.
So yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and you can only do one
right.
in each, right? For now, because we're level 1.
Yeah.
For now, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, that question was not for me. I'm sorry.
You are just fine.
How it
like, I'll be helpful.
It was helpful.
Thank you.
Should I mean, should I be stealthy?
That's up to you. You have a positive stealth score, and it's a naturally class skill for Inquisitors.
That.
I personally like the idea of you like screaming while I sneak up behind somebody and break their neck or something.
You know,
that's pretty cool.
It is. I'm trying to decide. Okay, am I going to get a steed to ride?
That's up to you. Because remember, anyone can purchase a horse, basically. Yours is just, it's going to be a horse. Later on, there are really cool spells you can take for summoning your own cool mounts, which is probably something you would take.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, I'll get one in right then, because it's already in there. All right, one left. I want to do one of my knowledge ones. Religion, that one's about undead, right?
Yep, it's basically
Okay.
religions, but also undead fit underneath that
Okay.
category.
I
Types
think
of creatures
that's
have something knowledge base that they generally fit under.
okay. Okay. There we
All
go.
right, and now we are going to level up. Yeah, I will tell you, already know what feat you should take at level 5. You wouldn't normally qualify for it, but to do the cool things you want, we're just gonna be like, man, it's fine, whatever. So level 2, same class. It says Inquisitor. Again, the main thing is when you choose the immolator, it would normally just pop up some other
Yeah.
things. So don't worry about it because you already chose the fire domain. You just naturally already got it. You also have a D8. You can use
I
the average or
do.
roll. And again, your minimum is 5. If you get over a 5, you take that number instead.
I get a 7.
Well,
God damn
that
it.
is higher than the average.
That's good though.
Probably
You should
good
have
if
more hit
you're
points.
in combat. And then favorite class bonus, go ahead and choose whether you want an
Mm,
skill point, hit point, or again, there is that specific Ifrit ability. You're not required to
yeah.
take it. All the other stuff you gain at this level, just so you understand what's happening behind the scenes, it's already going to give you some spells to work with. We'll talk about spells in a moment. You already chose your domain, but it gave you the ability
Yes.
Cunning Initiative, which is basically you get a natural bonus to your initiative score equal to your
Yes.
wisdom. So you're already
Yeah.
much faster at initiative. You have Detect Alignment, which is the ability to basically look at people and supernaturally tell what sort of aura they're giving off, whether they're naturally
Yeah.
more chaotic or good or lawful. And it's also giving you a natural bonus on survival checks to basically track
Yeah.
people.
We love it.
And then we'll hold off on skill points. You'll
Yes.
be good to use that later. Then we're going to click level up again and go to level 3.
Okay.
Again, choose class. It's like, hey, you're choosing Inquisitor. And it's like, yes.
I
Let's roll
sure
again.
am. Yeah, that was a 4. So we're going to 5.
You get a 5 instead. Okay, so the first thing here is, again, favorite class bonus, skill point, HP, or you can choose the racial trait as well.
Nah, we're just going to get
So you get 2 feats at this level. The first is basically any feat you want. The second is a bonus feat that is a teamwork feat. That's because you get that from being specifically an Inquisitor.
Okay, so we want to
So
do the dual
2-weapon fighting is a really cool one.
Yeah.
And that just allows you to attack 2 enemies or just attack the same enemy twice if you want, which in my opinion is really cool. If it doesn't show up, it's probably saying that you don't qualify for it, in which case, don't worry, just take it. Because by the time you would have it, the reason is it's saying you don't have a high enough dexterity.
Yeah.
But you would have had items by this point, and we're kind of doing the streamlined suggestion here, and it's not stopping you from taking it. So if you go down, you'll eventually come across a 2-weapon fighting is what we're looking for.
Yeah. Twin,
Somewhere 2-weapon
2-weapon
fighting. There we go.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah. And that just, again, allows you to attack twice on your turn with the same weapon. Technically, you'll have 2 weapons because we're going to make this quarterstaff cool.
Yeah.
And then your bonus feat is a teamwork feat.
Yes. Okay, so there were a few I was looking at.
There's some pretty cool ones.
Yeah, okay. And I'm trying to decide which one's the best. Okay, so there's conduit casting so that I can cast magic through my ally.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fun.
Which again, they don't have to have the feat, so you could literally just cast a spell and it is on your friend.
That could be startling, I think.
It also means you could be hit by a ranged healing. That normally you'd have to have a touch on you to do.
On you, yeah. This one I think would be for later because I don't. It's basically I can make it so that if I cast a spell that is a big area of effect, you don't get hit by it.
Yep,
that would
which
also
is
be
really
nice.
cool.
Yeah, which is nice. So I can immolate a bunch of people and you'll be okay.
And I can just sit back and watch, just enjoy the show.
You know,
yeah.
like
Okay.
you would, because that sounds like fun.
No, not that one. I have too many things open. Okay, I think that was it was between those two. Coordinated
Which are both very
combo.
cool.
Oh. Question: do our characters know each other before this point?
That's a good
Yes.
question.
You will
Yes?
both, in fact,
Okay.
have been working together for a while.
Okay, cool.
And just for a general concept of what's going to happen in the session, we are going to start with you both finishing up your last job you have just taken.
Okay.
So we are actually going to start in media res in a combat, so the two of you can get kind of a sense of what combat feels like, and you just kind of go at it.
Cool.
Okay.
Don't
Then
worry.
I am okay. Conduit casting, because you would know then that I use this, and you wouldn't be
Yes.
scared. Okay.
I'm not just gonna
Go
be like,
ahead.
what's happening to me?
Yeah.
I'm being
Just a
attacked.
fireball emanates from your space. And
Yeah.
it's fine.
It's like, well, that's
This
new.
is normal.
This is totally
Thanks,
normal.
I wasn't trying to hide or anything.
Yeah.
But again, the benefit
We're in the
is
perfect
you
spot.
use the healing spell, you could target our vigilante at range,
Exactly.
even for something that would say touch. So that's really
Yes.
powerful.
That is really cool.
Yeah.
So I'm
And I am
basically
gonna
your
take at least
familiar, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I am gonna take at least one healing spell. So
Thank you.
Not bad. So scrolling down, we go
Mhm.
down. We're going to go to leveling up again. We're going to go to level 4. It's going to once
Inquisitor.
again be like, hey, are you
Are you
sure you're an
sure?
Inquisitor?
Are you absolutely sure?
And it's mostly saying that because we didn't choose alignment, and so it's being like,
I thought that was a 1, but it's a 7. Yay!
much better. Hit points are good.
Much better.
Once again, ability score, favorite class bonus, and then you do get to increase 1 ability score. So you could make your strength go up, which would make it to 16 even.
Yeah.
Which is not
We want
bad. More
Giggling.
strength. And one last level up is going to take us to 5. Now, I have a feat that
And
I'm going to
this one I'm
suggest.
going vigilante. No.
And again, you could. Nothing is stopping you, but probably not.
Nothing but practicality is stopping you.
Probably.
Yeah. That's a 2,
once again,
so
you get a 5, favorite class bonus, and then feat on this one. We're going to override a lot of things. The game would be like, hey, you should have a lot of these feats there. I'm going to suggest you take what's called Whirlwind Attack. That is a sweep ability.
Ooh.
It allows you to attack everyone within the range of your weapon.
That's so cool.
Normally, it's going to be like, hey, you have to have all these other feats for it.
Uh-huh.
We're hand waving that for the sanctity of things, but for those that are wondering, when I mentioned all these like feat change and feat prerequisites, you can see at the top here it says prerequisites: a dex of 13, an intelligence of 13, the feat combat expertise, which allows you to make multiple attacks of opportunity every round, dodge, which gives you a bonus to your armor class, and spring attack, which allows you to basically make a dash action and then make an attack roll. And you have to have a base attack bonus of +4. That's a lot of prerequisites. Many of those, not everyone's going to take. Combat expertise is one that I oftentimes homebrew and say, look, if you don't want to take combat expertise, you don't. But there are a ton of feats that have it as a prerequisite. And since we only have so many feats.
Yeah.
But Whirlwind Attack will allow you to make an attack roll against everyone within the range of your weapon.
Nice.
So now you've got a ton of skill points, but we've done the entire level up. I'll leave you to skill ranks in a moment, but we are going to move to equipment and get that finished up, because even if we just end after doing equipment at this point, you would have all the time to work on skill ranks, and that's perfectly fine. Like, that's something that we don't have to do on the stream. We'll talk about it at the start of the next beginning. But the first thing we're both going to do, and we'll leave it on Cinn's screen because we have to make a cool weapon for you, whereas our vigilante doesn't have that.
I'm just gonna punch shit.
Just
so.
saying. You have cool monk shit, which unfortunately is not exactly the same, but is not wrong. Just saying.
Yeah.
I have a suggestion for that, by the way. It's fine. But first off, we have to talk about one thing. Now, I asked both of you this question because it matters. What sort of armor do you think you're wearing? And then obviously we're going to make a cool weapon for our Ghost Rider character. So what sort of armor, what does the look of your armor give you as a sensation?
I think medium.
And you can leave it to auto and it will tell you.
Oh,
But
okay.
if you don't want it, doesn't matter. I'm not messing with encumbrance levels, and I don't have the patience for
I'm
encumbrance.
thinking mostly leather, and then maybe like a little bit of it is like some metal on there.
Okay. So probably something that fits in the like light category
Yeah,
for
yeah,
armor.
yeah, yeah.
But we're gonna give it some bonuses too. What about our
Nice.
vigilante character?
Um, honestly, I kind of just want an outfit that like goes into my like something fancy that can just like quick change into something a little more functional. I figured if I
Makes
was
sense.
wearing any armor at all, it'd be like very light, like something with like some padding in it, and that'd be about it.
Which is also perfectly fine. So for both of you, let's start in armor and go from there. So click on the little armor tab, that's the second green dot over, and click add new armor.
Equipment. Sorry.
Now,
Okay. Sorry. I was not there. I'm so sorry.
because we're going to basically give you cool armor because I think that looks cool.
Add new armor.
Now,
Okay.
both of this style of armor sounds like it's going to be light armor. It's up to you what type of light armor. You can kind of click through the armor names and see what's there. And one of the kind of key things that's here is you'll see the type of armor, which will say it's light armor. If you choose medium, it'll say it's medium armor, etc. The next thing it'll say is, does it have an armor bonus? That's the basic bonus it gives you to your armor class. The next thing it'll say is, what's the maximum dex bonus? So all armor allows you to also add your dexterity, but sometimes only up to a certain amount. And really heavy armor doesn't give you anything,
Yeah.
but it gives you a really big bonus from just your armor. Now, some armor is so heavy, it's also going to give you what's called an armor check penalty. This decreases any skill that is considered impaired by having heavy armor. So if you're looking for really light stuff that gives you no armor penalty, you're going to look at some like padded leathers, basically regular leather. Even some of these studded leather will do that.
Mhm.
So that would give you pretty good armor bonus and also give you a fairly high maximum dex bonus.
I think you need the spider silk bodysuit.
That's exactly what I was looking at.
Which, if you like it,
I like
you
it.
can take it.
I like it a lot.
You can take it. You can take the
I'm
spider
gonna-
silk
I'm gonna
bodysuit.
take
That's an
it.
option.
Yes, please. Thank you.
I like how we're both went. Yep, that one's.
I was like,
That's the one.
I scrolled down the list. It was like that one. That one right there.
Mhm.
Then do
I
it.
want that
Take
one.
it. It's yours now.
I shall. Thank
Um,
you.
Cinn, for you, I mean, the options are definitely there. You said there's a little bit of metal on there, mostly leather. Studded leather is a good place to be.
Yeah.
And once you decide
really-
kind of the base template of your
Mhm.
armor here, and
Yeah.
you kind of add it on, you click add this armor. It's going to take you back to the equipment page, and we're going to see your armors there. It'll say you'll want to make sure it says equipped. And then we're going to do some fun things to it to make it actually useful because you have magic items. So the first thing we want to do is where it says your armor, so in your case, the studded leather Cinn, that little gear, you're going to click it. And this is where we say we have better than average armor. So first off, if your proficient button is not selected, click proficient. That's just to make sure that the system doesn't do anything weird. The second thing is, because I love both of these characters and they deserve cool things, under material, if you click where it says basic,
Woo.
there's a whole bunch of things. Pathfinder has a whole system for cool armor bonuses where it gives you benefits. Because you both are cool and you've been adventuring for a while, you would like to choose the mithril option.
Yeah.
Which reduces a lot of the negatives for the armors, including like check penalties, to make them even cooler for you.
Woo.
And lest anyone forget, the reason why we're saying this is that there's nothing stopping someone from literally crafting these things for 2 existing adventures.
Yeah.
Now, the next thing we're going to do is go to enchantments, because these are not just basic pieces of armor. You all have them magically enhanced. So you'll see there's things like enhancement bonus. This is just a bonus to how much this improves your armor. You can choose between 1 to 3 if you would like. But there are other options. If you go down the list, you'll see things like glamored. Glamored, if you read it, basically says you can make your armor look like anything pretty much.
I'm going with that
However
one.
you want. There's also some things that make it shadow, which basically gives you a bonus for your stealth checks. Might be something you're interested in. There's also something called light fortification. Now, light fortification is really interesting. In Pathfinder, when someone attacks you and they roll the highest number on a natural 20, highest number on a 20, which is a natural 20, they have a chance to critical hit you. They have to roll again and hit you with that second attack. That's the main thing that matters. They have to confirm that they actually critical hit you. If that happens, they do twice as much damage as their normal attack would be. It's even more powerful than everything else. Not only do they roll their dice and double all of the numbers on the dice, any bonuses from like ability scores or how powerful their weapons are also double. So you could take a damage that would start up as like 12 damage and now it's 24 damage. Or 15 becomes 30. And suddenly, though you have a decent amount of hit points at level 5, you're in a little danger.
Yeah.
Fortification adds a percentage chance that it just doesn't critical at all. So it's another option.
I like that.
So these are options I'll let you choose from. Basically, if you want to have like an enhancement bonus of a +3, I would say that's probably the maximum you could put on your armor. But if you want to go with like a +2 and then choose another thing like glamored or the shadow option or a +1 in multiple of these things, by all means, choose that because you're adventured, you're seasoned.
Could I do +1 in light fortification, or is that too much?
You could do +2 in light fortification, in fact.
Ooh, okay. Awesome, that's what I'm doing.
Can I do glamored and shadow?
Yep, and then you could also add on a +1 if you want.
Oh yes, thank you.
Nice.
So you click choose these bonuses.
Glamour and shadow.
And you'll notice under enchantments, it says it on there. It will always say what's called masterwork. So masterwork just means someone crafted it and it's already slightly better than the regular stuff everyone buys. It's already giving you certain bonuses. That's because we made it mithril. And then for those out there that are like, I want even cooler stuff than this, there's more ways of doing stuff. There's the customize button if you want to make a really customized item. Some of the options allow us to even do more things to like just really completely make a new item because yeah, we can. There's nothing stopping us. We have the power. And I just like
we have the
giving people cool items. Yeah. The reason why if you click the customize button, just for those that are interested in it, this is where you can change the base properties of the armor itself. Like you can change the name. If you want to call it something, you can change the name to whatever you want. If you want to make it this particular armor, let's say it's a studded leather, but the GM is like, but instead of the basic one, it actually starts at an AC bonus of 5. You can change that. And suddenly this is how you get things to be a little cooler and might be how we're about to make your chains, by the way, Cinn. So let's go over to the weapons and shields side, which is the first green dot, and we're going to add new weapon or shield. Now, the reason why we're doing this is we're going to have some funny because we have to choose a quarterstaff, which is a simple two-handed weapon. Now, that's only because we chose weapon focus earlier, and we want the game to know what we're doing. But just to make things simpler for ourselves, we are going to click the little gear icon. You can name this whatever you want. We can customize it and call it Blades of Chaos if you want.
Sure. Actually, they are Blades of Judgment.
Perfect.
Hot.
Which is awesome. And if you did this in the customize setting, it literally changes the name to whatever that is.
I hit something. Okay.
Okay. Like I said, if you click the customize button, it'll even give you more options and be like, oh, cool, because we need to go into that customize button in a moment as well. Well, you're in it, so we're in it now. The first thing is we want these to have a range. So where it says range, give it a 30-foot range because your chains have a range to them. This isn't just a normal thing. And the next thing is where it says special, you'll want to click choose and choose the reach option because this has reach on it, which means you can hit things further away from you. If not, the system will be like, but you have a range, but they're a melee weapon, so you just don't get to use it.
So no.
Not that we don't know. The other option that we can do for things to like make this work out is there's a thing up at the top that says type two-handed. We can literally change it to just be called ranged and fix a lot of this, but you can leave it as two-handed. It's fine. We're gonna
Okay.
it knows what we're doing, and we'll just figure it out if we need to. But that's just so that we can fix things. And where your range now has an extra field next to it that says range type and none, go ahead and change that to say, I believe thrown is the option.
Okay.
Because you technically throw out the chains, and this is all semantics about how this works. We just want it to work.
Yeah.
Okay. The next thing is, because don't worry, Jadis, you're going to get a cool thing as well in a moment to
I'm
make your
excited.
fists do even more damage. But we have to make this one first. So, enchantments. If you
So
go
I
into
need to go
enchantments. Oh yeah, click
out of
add.
here,
Sorry.
right?
I got
Yeah,
it. I got
okay.
step it. And then you'll go to enchantments. If you click enchantments, it's going to say, hey, what enchantments does this item have? And the first thing I would suggest you need to take, because these are super cool, even though you can naturally make things flaming, we want to make this even cooler. The first thing is, it's called Flaming Burst. It is automatically gives you the flaming, which means your weapon is just on fire, which is cool, which means it does extra fire damage. But if you critically hit, it does additional fire damage on top of that.
I love that.
That's just because it's cool. Now, the next thing that I would consider, you're not required to do this, is that there is an attribute that I'm trying to find. I believe it is called returning, which is more of the thing of us saying, these come back to you after you attack. I would just suggest it.
Yeah.
Because all that says is you throw them out and they come back. This is about making these things mechanically fit with what your ability does. And beyond that, you can look through the rest of these if you like some of them. Speed is one I would love to say you can take, but really is designed for very high level play. That basically allows you to make extra attacks, and it's very cool.
I'll leave it alone.
I know. I'm sorry. It's very cool.
Rage.
And for if your character was playing more dexterous, there's the option called agile, which basically does the weapon finesse thing that Jadis' character has, and basically allows your weapon to naturally use your dexterity instead of your strength. But you are a strong character, so we don't need that.
Yeah.
And then I would say give yourself a +2 enhancement bonus on this, which is at the very top, because weapons should be cool.
Yeah. Just
and so yeah,
now.
feel free to keep looking through some of these. I'll talk about a little bit of this thing, which is basically like, again, normally in a party you would have someone making a lot of these cool things for you. They get much more expensive the more things you add onto them, but whatever. We're playing these characters one time. We want them to be super cool. That's the part that matters.
Very true.
Jadis, I'm going to come over to you while Cinn is looking through these.
Yeah, well,
because I need you to go to the tab that says that has the little amulet symbol on it.
Okay.
It's like the sixth one over, I believe, from the left.
Amulet symbol. That's a headband. These are goggles. Okay, I got it. Next slot. Yes.
Next slot. Yeah. And we're going to say add new item. And there's a particular item you're going to get because you want to be really good at punching things.
Yes.
And it's called the Amulet of Mighty Fists. And when you select it, it will be like, oh, did you buy it or did you loot it? And you can just say loot item because you already have this.
Cool.
Now we get to do the fun thing. The Amulet of Mighty Fists is a ubiquitous I'm punching things weapon. Punching things, kicking things, slapping things. You can use this with your wings. Like, the cool thing about choosing the I physically attack people is immediately Pathfinder says, cool, now any body part you attack with that is a part of you, your fists, your legs, your knees, your arms, your wings, all get your natural attack bonus for your natural abilities.
Fight with my crotch.
Sorry. You can also do that. It's still but to make yourself even better, especially because you're dexterity based and we chose weapon finesse, we're going to click the little gear symbol, which it already is on because of course, and we're going to go down to enchantments. And the cool thing about the Amulet of Natural Armor is that, or the Amulet of Mighty Fist, is that it allows you to click the Agile property,
Okay.
which now makes your fists do dexterity-based damage instead of strength.
Oh.
And that
Nice.
is how suddenly you now do dex for damage. Like I said forever ago, there are tons of ways to make dexterity your main way of doing damage. This is probably the fastest. You
Just the
take the
most
weapon
straightforward.
finesse property, and now you do dexterity as your damage type.
Cool.
It's really good. Also choose enhancement bonus +2. That
Sorry.
just means you're much better at punching people.
I clicked away to see
And if
what
there's-
mechanical effect this had. Let me get back to it. I'm sorry.
Which is fine. And
okay.
then
What was that? What was the other one?
it's at the very top. It says enhancement bonus. That just, you get a bonus of +2 to both your attacks and to damage.
Okay. Nope. Hang on. Wrong button. Gear. Nope, not gear. Enchantments. Right. Enhancements too. Cool. I've done that.
Yep.
Thank you.
And then from there, feel free to look through if you want to see something that sounds really cool, that you think looks really nice. So like if you want to add on you want to make your fist do flaming damage, you could choose flaming. There's also
I think we've got enough
frost, if you
fire
wanna
in
do
this,
cold
in this
damage.
group. I
There's
think.
cold damage in here as well. There's a lot of options in there. One of the ones you could choose, it may or may not like us choosing, is
Mhm.
keen, which basically means normally your critical range for most things will be based upon your weapon. Usually that's going to be only when you roll a 20. The keen property doubles the range where you threaten a critical hit. So it would make your fists go from only on a 20 to a 19 or a 20.
Or a 20. Yeah, I like
Which
that
is also
one.
super cool.
Let's
So
do
yeah,
that one.
you can take the keen property if you want. Sometimes
I will do that.
it yells at you and it's like, what are you doing? Use your fists. And we're like, yeah, whatever.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. No, it
Don't worry about it,
seemed to
game.
accept that for some reason. So.
And so that's how we get around some of the stuff of being like, but you said feats did everything. And I'm like, yeah, but magic items, that's where the money's made.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So now that's your primary weapon. And again, also now you've got your armor. And then Cinn, whenever you've had a chance to look through them, we'll move on to kind of the next bit, which is just kind of giving you all some items that you can use.
Okay.
And even between now and then, if you're like, oh man, I want to look back at these and be like, I want to give myself some other cool stuff. It's not a thing you can't stop doing. You can keep doing that.
So yes,
there's one thing I'm
two.
going to suggest, Jadis, that you take
Yes.
as a thing. And I've got it on my list of free things to give you all.
Okay.
There is a slot called Body Slot.
Okay. Body slot. Yes.
And there is an item you can take, which is called the Monk's Robes. It's called Monk's Robe.
Monk's Robe.
It basically is really good for treating your character at a higher level than they normally would be. For things like unarmed damage.
Ooh,
Treated
nice.
as a monk of 5 levels higher. Holy shit.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, I'd love that. That sounds
You were gonna
great.
do so much dope monk
Go ahead
shit.
and take that as a loot item for yourself.
Holy shit.
It's real cool. What can I say?
Additional stunning attack. If you're not a monk, you just... Oh my god. That's crazy.
Love it.
Again, this is Pathfinder. There's some cool stuff in here.
Yeah, definitely.
Cinn, for yourself, when we get to things, one of the things I would suggest you take, because there's a lot of cool stuff, and also this makes a lot of sense, probably an amulet called the Amulet of Natural Armor, which just gives you extra armor.
We love that. Yeah, that's always good. I have a question.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. For the other enchantment or bonus or whatever on this weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm trying to decide between countering, which makes it so that they can't get my weapon off of me.
Ooh.
Or ghost touch, which means I can hit incorporeal creatures better.
Incorporeal creatures, which is super cool.
Yeah.
It probably won't come up right now, but Ghost Touch makes a lot of sense.
I know. I'm like, Ghost Touch is definitely thematically
pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. For frame of reference for anyone that's wondering, why do you need something specific against incorporeal creatures? Physical people normally can't even touch things that are things like ghosts. You attack them, They do basically nothing with your normal weapons. You must have something that is essentially ghost touch like treated.
Mhm.
So you can get ghost touch arrows, and you can still attack them with spells, but even some spells barely do any damage. The property ghost touch suddenly makes it that your weapon now just blasts ghosts. And sucks for them.
I warn you, if we end
Yeah,
up fighting ghosts, you're on your own. Like, I can't do shit against ghosts. So
Which is unfortunate.
I'm just gonna wait.
But no, we're not intending on ghosts happening. There will be some other things that you will fight, most certainly.
I will
But
try and
ghost touch
seduce
is
the ghost. If
thematically
that's
very
what
cool.
I
I
know.
will switch
I'm like,
into my
ooh.
other persona and try and fuck the ghost. Will be my response to this.
Okay. Cool. Good plan.
Thank you.
Okay, I think just thematically I'll take ghost touch then.
Okay, perfect. And then you click choose these bonuses. It will apply it. Now your weapon is kind of weird because it's got two sides to it. At some point, go through and add the same things to what's called the double side enchantments.
Oh, okay.
Because technically it has two sides to the quarterstaff weapon, the quarterstaff weapon. And that just gives you the bonuses to the other side as well, which is
Gotcha.
+2 enhancement and the flaming burst enchantment, and then your ghost touch.
Ghost touch.
And then make sure it gave you the +2. I'm not sure if it actually gave that to you.
No.
There it
does
is.
not.
It does not.
Okay. Beautiful. Oh, returning.
It does not. Don't worry. It doesn't show
Okay.
anything if you don't choose it.
Okay.
Oh no, it canceled everything.
It said no. Fine then.
It was like, we were all fine until you changed things. Ghost touch and returning.
Yeah, ghost touch.
Which mechanically will also just sort of remember these things, because if we were doing this all in paper, this would all just be
Yeah.
written down. It would be like, but I have this thing that does this thing on it. That's what happens. Okay.
Okay.
Now you've got armor. You've both got your cool weapons. I would suggest, like I said to you, Cinn, take an amulet of natural armor. So yeah, if you go there and you click add new item, it's going to give you a whole bunch of things. One of them will be called the amulet of natural armor, and it says like +1, +2. And probably take a +2 amulet of natural armor.
Will do.
No problem.
And make sure you click the thing that says equipped, because then it's going to be like, oh, your armor class is now better.
Yeah, I gotta make sure all my stuff is equipped. Okay. Yes.
Now we get into sort of like the optional things, but the things that I think are pretty cool. So I showed this off, showing off our bard suddenly getting much higher ability scores than she had before. But between the two of you, one of you will have a really good headband, and the other one will have a really good belt. Belts are for physical items, headbands are for mental items. So who wants to have the really good headband, and who wants to have the really good belt?
I feel like I should probably have the headband. Probably.
Okay.
Because that's good.
The
That'll
Jadis.
help you with the
Brain,
Go to the
brain check.
headband,
charisma.
Okay.
and you're going to look for a headband of mental superiority +4.
Mental superiority. Jesus Christ.
And Cinn, if you would go to belts,
Okay.
and you're going to add a belt of, I believe it's physical perfection,
Oh.
+4.
What was the plus for the headband?
+4.
Okay, thank you. Oh my
And you
God.
click,
Ooh.
Jesus
Alright,
Christ.
And attuned, correct?
and attuned. Jadis, for yours, the headband is going to also do this, and Cinn, we're going to get there in a moment. The headband will say you get 2 skills,
Uh-huh.
and those are just automatically considered at maximum ranks.
Nice.
My charisma's 24, y'all.
Yeah, it is. This is Pathfinder. This is how it goes.
Maybe I should move some of my
Love
skill
it.
points around, because Jesus Christ.
You're also, yeah, you're going to get some extra skill points from this as well. It's a lot of fun.
Holy fuck.
Which is
nuggets.
why I get to be like, yeah, and then it'd be like, cool, that was fun, everyone. Hope you have fun on your skills now.
You
So
realize
you
if
do
I
get
ever
to
play
choose 2
normal
skills.
Pathfinder after this, it's gonna seem so boring. I'm gonna be like, but
'Cause
no, I
I'm just
want to
sitting
do
here
the,
being like,
I
yeah,
want to do the
whatever.
other thing. I want to play that Pathfinder again.
Yeah, but I want to make my character super fun.
Exactly. Why can't I be a badass? I want to
This
do
is
that.
my personal version of like, let's have fun. As you might notice, your AC sin is now at 20 and you have 57
Yes.
hit points,
Holy shit.
Beautiful.
which is,
I will need
again,
them.
the part about this is you're going to play these characters one time, and I want to show off the fact that this is what Pathfinder is like, because you can
Yeah.
just get lucky and in an adventure where you're level 3, come across a really powerful mage and you manage to get a really good magic item, and suddenly you're really set for a while. Or someone in your party is like, hey, I took craft wondrous items and we came across a whole bunch of gold. I'm going to make you this really good item. It's going to take me like 6 days. And suddenly you're much better at whatever you were doing. That's Pathfinder in a nutshell.
Jesus Christ.
While Jadis is agonizing over skill choices,
Uh-huh.
we'll give you the opposite sin. So for your headband, you get a headband of mental superiority +2.
Ooh, okay. No.
So that's the ring
Where's
slots. Don't worry, we're going to get there too. It's all the way
Where's
on the
headband?
left.
There we go. Okay.
There it is.
All right.
And yes,
+2.
everyone, these names are really weird, but that's what they gave them. And so you also get to choose one skill that you just have maximum ranks in.
Oh, nice.
Suddenly your charisma will be not as bad when you equip it.
Yeah.
It still won't be great, but it will be
as good as
not
Yeah.
bad.
But it won't be
Mine's
terrible.
crazy. Mine
The
is
power.
horrifying. Oh my god.
This is just how it goes.
Okay, I was
We're
joking
disgusting
before
creatures.
about seducing a ghost, but I'm gonna now. Because I think I can.
Just your bluff and your diplomacy are so high. It's just like, oh.
My diplomacy's 15 and my bluff is 18. Jesus Christ.
How it goes.
I feel unwell.
So escape artist would help me escape out of like if someone tried to grapple me or something, right?
If they try and grab you, yep.
Mm-hmm.
But also you can use it. You can be like, oh, I have to scramble out of this thing. Like escape artist can be used for that. It's obviously not as often used as like perception and sense motive. It's still not bad. If you choose something that you know you're going to use, like perception, you can use this skill point somewhere else.
That's true.
And then make sure you click equipped and attuned, because it'll be like, what do you mean? But now you have only a -1 in charisma. Jadis, if you have agonized, you will get a belt of physical perfection +2.
Oh my fucking god. This is nuts. This is weird. I feel like it's Christmas.
I know.
Which I mean it kind of is.
We're gonna be the coolest
Belt of physical
superheroes.
perfection +2, you said.
+2.
Okay. Okay. Loot that. I am equipped and I am attuned. And I am
You're equipped
unwell.
and attuned. Parts that matter.
Cool.
You're unwell. Oh no.
Yes, I have gotten
just saying,
the thing.
It's a good thing. So here's the next thing. I don't know if Cinn you want it, but if you really want to like add to your power of having yourself go into the undeath-like state where you get a sort of skull-like head, this is where we get to that thing I mentioned forever ago called the Hat of Disguise.
Yeah.
I would suggest it for, at minimum, our vigilante. You absolutely should have a Hat of Disguise.
Would love a hat of
because
disguise.
it's very cool. It should be under the hat section or the head section.
Okay.
There's more. Wait.
Yes,
so
there's
headband
head and headband.
also hat.
And a head. There's
Okay.
head,
Cool.
headband, and eyes.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh.
Don't ask me why. This is what happens. The Hat of Disguise is a ubiquitous item. It's even in other things, and it's just cool. It's just a cool item. So the next thing, as you both choose that, because honestly, it's just a cool thing to have. Why would you not want it? You should have it. For the two of you, the next two items are up to the two of you to decide who has which. The first are the Spectacles of Understanding, which give a bonus to things like sense motive and perception. The other is the Quick Runner shirt, which is a shirt item that basically it's a chest item that allows you to make an additional move action per day. One will get one, the other one will get the other.
Mhm.
Any thoughts then?
I mean, I feel like you're gonna get more use out of the spectacles,
Probably.
but at the same time, you need to be zoomy.
Well, what I will say is I have a flight speed. So
Okay.
like a
True.
real fast splice. It's like 60 feet. So like
Okay, so
I
maybe I
can
should be
move pretty
zoomy.
well.
Mm-hmm. So if you want Cinn, you can look it up. It's under the chest slot. It should be called the Quick Runner's shirt. And Jadis, if you want to go to the eyes slot, there will be spectacles of understanding.
Understanding. Okay. Spectacles of understanding. Oh my god.
Yeah, your skills are going to be
So you
crazy.
can just read anything, which is cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're both very useful items. Once you select that, make sure you click Equip and Attuned. If it says Attuned, sometimes it doesn't. We're going to go to the foot slot now, because there's slots for everything. Our feet slot. One of you should get the boots of elven kind, and the other can have slippers of spider climbing. Boots of elven
I
kind make you
request
better
the
at
spider climbing.
acrobatics and jumping.
Well,
spider
I
climbing,
can fly.
Spider climbing.
You can fly.
I can fly,
but
so maybe
am
you
I
should-
gonna need?
Could you put them on your horse? Is the question.
You can buy a version for horses.
'Cause I was gonna
There
say-
are horseshoes of all of these like boot things. as well.
Yeah.
I
You
guess-
could like sneak somewhere and stick yourself on the wall, because like people might be able to hear you like flapping your wings.
Yeah, that's true.
But if you're like stuck on the wall in the shadows,
Yeah.
you
What
know?
I will say is also my thought is that the wings are like not visible in my social.
Yeah.
Like I just look like
Yeah.
a drow in my social, guys.
Yeah.
So I will
That's
take
very
them if
possible.
you want the other ones.
Okay. Both of them are cool, so it doesn't
They are
matter
both
to me.
very cool. I don't actually know what the elven ones do.
It gives you a bonus
think-
on things like acrobatics,
Okay.
as well as a few other skills, basically.
Mm.
There they are. We can read them off. They give make you move nimble. It gives you a +5 bonus on acrobatics checks, which are they're used more than people think. Acrobatics can allow you to
Yeah.
jump over enemies and basically run around them. But also, if you're like climbing up a wall and you don't want to use climb, acrobatics is another option.
I feel like both are kind of useful for both of us, honestly.
Yeah, like I feel like both of us could do with either.
Yeah.
So
We're just gonna get into a given situation and swap shoes.
Also, here's another fun thing. Technically, nothing stops you from doing that.
Yeah.
These do not take time for you to like magically
Oh, that's
attune to
nice.
them. Literally, when you put them on, you have them. The only items that do have a weird like time limit on them are there's a item that makes it so that you don't have to eat food or sleep, called a ring of sustenance that requires you to wear it for a week. We're not bringing that up right now, but it's one of the weird things. And also your headbands and your belts that you're wearing have a thing that's like, for the first 24 hours, this is a temporary bonus on them. That's weird stuff where it's trying not to make it so you could just share it between everyone at the table. But
Gotcha.
these, as soon as you put it on, you get the bonus.
Cool.
Okay, so we can like if we get in a situation, we can swap shoes.
You could swap
Cool.
shoes. Yeah.
All right. I'll take spider climb for now then.
Okay.
So
All right.
click your loot, click your equipped, and then we're going to move to, we have a couple more sets of items. Some will be just kind of fun. Some will
This
be
is
a little bit
ridiculous
more
and I love
interesting.
it. Can I just say?
I'm
Yes.
glad. I want to kit you out with items like a magical character that you should be at this level.
Yeah.
Yes.
The next
Right.
thing is, one of them is going to be a shoulder item. One is going to be a hand item. That is the gloves of reconnaissance for hands, or a cloak of resistance for shoulder.
What do they do?
Cloak of resistance gives you just a flat bonus on all of your saving throws. The
Cool.
gloves of reconnaissance allow you to hear and see through a wall a number of times per day.
Can I have the gloves?
You sure
Is
can.
that okay?
That is such a you item.
It's a really cool item.
Cool. And I feel like saves are, good if you're going to be getting smacked right in your skull.
Up in the, yeah.
It's a slightly
What is it called?
important thing to have. It is called the Cloak of Resistance. And you're going to get a +2 Cloak of Resistance.
Ooh. We're getting spoiled.
Seriously.
Again, I want you to have fun with these characters, not be like, yeah, they existed. They
I
couldn't
would
do
have had fun if
anything."
they started with like a potato sack. Like,
These,
I would
these
have still
characters will
enjoyed
live on
it.
in our hearts.
Seriously. Jesus Christ.
You know.
I just want you to know that Mads always lives on in my heart. So
That's so fair.
Yay. Yay.
every character will always.
Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to see if I can put Alma in every game I run. So just somewhere,
I mean,
somewhere,
she's
a pale little
super
goblin
cool.
who's very nervous. So
Beautiful.
Look at things. Okay. Our last set of items are going to be the fun stuff. These are
right, 'cause the other
slotless
stuff
items.
was so boring. So,
I
sorry,
know.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the other stuff was so
which
boring.
Please continue.
This goes into the little compass symbol,
Okay.
Okay.
which is slotless, which are going to be 2 items. You can choose who has what, and again, no one's really required to hold on to one or the other. The first is a bag of holding type 1,
Oh.
which is it's a bag of holding. If you've ever heard of a bag of holding, this is a bag of holding. It allows you to hold a lot more items than it should. Just because who wouldn't want a bag of holding, and every adventurer should have a bag of holding. Even if it's just one for a party. In Pathfinder, it's not uncommon for everybody in the party to have a bag of holding.
Oh my god.
Because you get a lot of loot. Parties that I have had in the past carried around entire libraries in their bag of holding. Libraries, that is plural libraries, not just one.
Jesus.
The other item is a bag of tricks, rust colored. Bag of tricks is something where you reach into the bag, grab a little furry ball, and throw it out, and an animal
Something
pops out
happens.
and fights for you. This is a rust bag of tricks, which has some fun little animals you'll get to see. So one of you can have a bag of tricks, the other one can have a bag of holding.
I have a rules question.
Yes.
Hypothetically, if I had the bag of holding, could I use pull into shadows to stuff a person in it?
Yeah, theoretically.
Then I would like the bag of holding, please.
You go for it.
And I'm 100% gonna do that.
Rabbit animals at people.
so
You want a
good.
distraction? Bag of tricks.
I thought I was the rabbit animal here, but okay.
Said if you would look for the bag of tricks, which is under the slot list. Oops, you have to go under item name, I think.
Which bag of holding is it? There's like 5 of them.
Yeah.
A type 1 bag
Type
of
1.
holding.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Bag of tricks.
Yeah, 100% just gonna stuff enemies.
Yeah.
Just not gonna...
Ah!
Here, we'll have to see.
It helps if I hit bag instead of back.
Back of holding.
Or it's just gonna be weird and be like, yeah, I don't know what that is. Then it's fine, and we'll just be like, I'll tell you what it does, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, it doesn't have the bag of tricks, unfortunately.
Well, I don't know why. It's probably in some other place that I'm like, why is this not in the normal location? It's a slotless item. And it's gonna be like, I don't know. We put it under weapons or something.
Rings.
Ring. It's like no one gets any rings this time because I gave you everything else. Wherever it is, we can talk about it. So the bag of tricks, like I mentioned, is a thing where you grab into a bag, you throw out a little fuzzy ball, you can throw it up to 20 feet away, and it turns into an animal. A rust bag of tricks has 4 different creatures it can turn into. The first, between a 1 and a 30 on a percentile roll, is a wolverine. Between a 31 and a 60 is a wolf. 61 to 85 is a boar. And from 86 to 100 is a leopard.
Wow.
Yeah, those are... She'd do that. She'd just throw an animal into the carnage.
I love how we have these very carefully crafted like images, and like they're very specific. And then also sometimes you just throw like a rabid woodland creature. And
And then sometimes you need to make that great escape, so you throw
Exactly.
a Wolverine at someone
Sometimes
and
that's
you
what
skedaddle.
happens.
Exactly. You yell bath
So-
time and then throw a Wolverine at a creature and see what
Yeah.
happens.
It was only one time, okay? Just
Happened
one
once.
time.
It happened once. The Wolverine was rabid.
Just the one. So I don't know where it is in all these items. I'm sure it's existing and they just put it somewhere. But for now, under your inventory, you can just click add item. And if it doesn't show up, we'll just pick something
Aha.
and put its name.
It's
Is this
in...
hiding?
No, it's right there. Okay.
Oh.
Well,
Oh, there it is.
yes.
What the fuck?
Try to add item anyway. Yep, thank you.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. Now you've got it. Well, it just didn't want to show up in the cool menu. Well, it's there. So you have
didn't.
4 different potential things. You can pull up to 10 creatures from this bag in a week.
At a time? In a week? Oh my gosh.
Only one can exist at a
At
time.
Okay.
So if you throw another one, the previous one vanishes. But you can just kind of keep throwing animals until you are like, cool, I got a
Yeah.
leopard.
This
Cool, I
is-
got a wolf.
This is ridiculous. I love it.
Fun bag of tricks. It could be fun, it could be nightmare fuel for you. My party that is my pirate group, right? They have a bag of I forget which one it is. They can pull a tiger out of it.
It's
They
simple.
were underwater
Oh no!
in the deep,
Oh, no.
Oh, no!
deep underwater.
Oh,
And they were getting
no.
attacked by an anglerfish hydra creature. Okay.
Okay.
And the paladin went, I'm going to throw in something to distract it, and pulled in a tiger. And I was like, and the tiger immediately imploded. And everyone went,
Oh no!
Well,
yeah, they all forgot that they had special
um,
stuff for their pressure. But the tiger sure did.
Oh.
Yeah, poor baby.
So,
Mhm.
by the way, everyone, we made these characters. Cinn, I believe you still have some skill points to put in,
Yes.
which is under the maintenance tab. But up
I have
until
to, I
we
have to
play
do
next time,
spells
And you
too,
do have
but we can
spells, so
talk
we
about
should-
those.
Yeah.
we can talk about those.
There's
Do you
a
wanna do that now, or
reason
do you
I
wanna-
didn't pick
It-
spellcaster.
No, it's all good. If you want, we can either do it now, or if everyone's like really tired, you and I can do it over the week, and then everyone will be surprised by what spells I have.
Also an option. Jadis, what do
Yeah.
you say? Do you
I'm
wanna
good with
have a
either.
Small look at spells.
I'm good. Like,
We'll take a
yeah, I mean,
moment and do
maybe
it.
maybe
So-
not another hour, but I'm good.
Yeah.
with
No, we're basically
Yeah.
done, which is good. So obviously
Yes.
spells are by level. You have a certain number of spells you can cast per day. So at 0, you have a thing that says add spell to class spell list. And if you
Mhm.
click that, it will take you to another tab where it's like, hey, here's all these spells. And if you want to look by level, you can click the little left side
Yes.
section that says level, and like I think you have to go all the way to the side.
Hey.
But yeah, click
Okay.
level and it's like 0. And
Yeah.
spells are in the different areas, and so you can kind of go through the different categories. So if you know a particular spell you're looking for and what category
Yeah.
it's underneath,
Because I have a list of Inquisitor spells.
because
So,
there's a lot of spells as
yeah.
options.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I get 6 of these for this 0 level. I could be mean and take bleed. Why I would, where you can cause a stabilized creature to resume dying.
Jesus Christ!
Yes.
That's so mean.
It's so
my
mean, but it's an option.
It is an
So
option.
these are called, for everyone else, these are called orisons in
They're so
Pathfinder.
dumb.
They're also called cantrips
Yeah.
in 5th edition. They're basically, you have unlimited number of these that you can, you have a certain number of them. They can be cast as many times as you want.
Obviously disrupt undead.
Pretty cool.
I'm probably gonna do resistance. I might do. I mean, I get 6 of these. Detect magic.
You get quite a few.
Yeah. So these ones, they're not that exciting. We can go to our first level
But
spells and all.
they're fun to have.
They are fun to have. I'll probably do resistance. These will just be my utilitarian ones.
Which makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
shit.
Okay. I think I get. Hold on. I'm gonna go out of
Yeah,
this.
if you want to make it,
and
sorry, I
get
realized this.
4.
There's a thing that says add new orisons and add new spell for each level. That's, I
yeah.
think, where we're supposed to do it. So if you click add new orisons, and you can choose it there, or add new spell, and it should just be your spell list.
Yes. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so I get 4 of these. I think I was going to do uh choo choo choo. I'll probably do Bane. Bless is cool, but I feel like she's more of a Bane gal.
Yeah,
Bane's
definitely
pretty
getting that
cool.
vibe.
Yeah. I'll probably do compel hostility so that they'll attack me instead of you.
It's a cool little taunt style ability.
Yeah. And then I get 2 more. I think I might do. Oh, Doom is fun.
It's pretty cool. I will say, if it works, because they do get a save against it. But if it
Yes,
works,
they
then
do.
they're not doing great for quite a while.
Yeah. And then probably I could get forbid action.
Like an interdiction, you're just like, yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah. You can't do that. I was thinking either that or interrogation, but I don't know if we'll need to interrogate anyone or not.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to be talking to some people. Hopefully,
That's true.
our vigilante's charisma is that
I will
gonna do
remind
pretty
you,
well.
I have a plus 18 to bluff. So
Obviously, there's options if you're looking for like a little healing. For light wounds is always
Yeah.
an option. The protection from spells, the way I do it is you pick one, you have all the options. They basically, when you cast it, you get a bonus to armor, your armor and saves against that type of alignment. Generally,
Yeah.
things that are bad are going to be evil.
Yeah, that's true. That
Shield
is
of
a good
Faith,
one.
also another one if you're looking for a little bonus to your armor class.
Yeah.
But Bane is also really fun, just saying.
Yeah, Bane is really fun.
For anyone
so is
that's
True
still here
Strike.
that's listening to us, I do want you to understand this is a small spell list. You thought
I
beats
have the
were
small one.
wild? You have to go to wizards and sorcerers and see how many spells they have to look
Yeah.
at. That's nightmarish as well.
For my second level, that's where I'm gonna take. There's a healing one. I'm gonna take Cure Moderate. Yeah.
nice.
I'll take that one.
2d8 plus 5, which is very nice.
Yeah. And then there's there was one I was looking at before and now I can't remember.
I was gonna say, like, you have Detect Thoughts is a fun one.
Yes, it was either Detect Thoughts or there was one that was similar to Detect Thoughts.
Gonna be honest, I'm not sure which one. There's a lot of cool things in here.
Yeah,
Also,
there's
invisibility, which is always nice. But obviously runs out as soon as you make an attack roll or do something.
Yeah. Oh, psychic reading.
Ooh.
You read surface thoughts to learn information about a subject.
Which is, it's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to look more into what specifically they do, like mechanically, if you click on the hyperlink next to it, it'll take you to the actual spell itself, which will tell you a little bit more. Yeah. These are like the blurbs for like, I'm just trying to find something, and there's a lot of spells out there. But yeah, Jade, so you don't have to worry about any of these.
No.
Oh, I was gonna. Okay, I think the 3 I'm gonna take are See Invisibility.
Mm-hmm.
The Cure Wounds one, and then I feel like Psychic Reading.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that's what I'll take. I was almost gonna do Silence too, because that's also good if we want to like grab somebody, but I think I'll stick with those 3.
I mean, I'm gonna put him in a bag of holding, so nobody will be able to hear him anyway.
There you go. Let me see. It's the only ones I know. These ones.
Take those, and if for some reason they don't show up,
Mhm.
You can write down that you have that spell for some reason if it just doesn't want to be there.
Yeah.
These are also based upon the schools, so something like reading thoughts is usually under divination. So if you go under
Mhm.
divination, you'll probably find that psychic reading.
Yeah.
Ideally, if it's there, it is perfect.
Uniform. And the invisibility is also under there. Okay.
Perfect. And so,
It's-
by the way, everyone, we made Pathfinder characters.
Holy shit.
we did it.
Yay!
I'm just gonna say, Jadis, did you think it was possible to do it in like 5 hours?
No, I didn't actually. The nice thing is I knew it wasn't possible to do in 4, so and I was right.
You were right.
But
in 5,
we did get it done in 5, which I'm kind of impressed about. But we did it. We did it. And
characters leveled
did.
up to level 5, and you have magic items.
And it
Just gonna
seems
say.
like all of the most of the work is kind of front loaded so that next time we won't have to do all of this.
Yeah, and for most of the stuff when
Exactly.
we get into the session, your character stuff, aside from spells, are going to be on the Adventuring tab in Path Companion, which is going to show your current full hit points, your armor class with all the cool stuff that you've got on, your saves, including all the cool benefits that you got from your choices that you've made, and then at the bottom, those actions, spells, any items that you've got that you can use when we go into this whole menacing situation.
I actually really like the layout of Path Companion, like the way it has everything spread out. I really like that.
It's I did again, I know we're kind of closing out for this, and it's late, and I appreciate everyone taking the time, realizing Pathfinder is complex and crazy. I looked at a whole bunch of other options, and there are ones that exist. Like I said, there's one called Path Builder, which is really, if you already know some of this stuff, like how the modifiers work together, it works really well because you can really customize it to make it look like a character sheet you're used to. There's also other ones that exist where it's like you would have to physically put in all the numbers. I even looked at Roll20 and kind of went through how their character sheet works. It modifies, like it does some of it for you, but Path Companion has a better layout for you want something more visual, and it's doing it for you, and it's got all of this already in there. Like if we did this in Roll20, I'd have to be like, cool, let's go to D20 PFSRD, and like here's the thing, and now you need to copy over the information.
Copy paste.
Copy pasting. Whereas here, since it's already preloaded, it's already doing a lot of the work for us.
Fair.
And considering how complex that was for those that were listening, I will take whatever we can get.
Seriously.
Even if it's not perfect, I will take it. So from here, finish up any skill points that you have, add the rest of your spells, and initial thoughts about Pathfinder.
Still intimidating, but I like that I can, like, now that I know what to look for, I think I'm gonna make a whole bunch of characters, and my poor D&D people I'm gonna be like, hey, you guys want to play Pathfinder?
Just saying, it is very cool, and again, for those that have played D&D, Pathfinder is very similar. It's a lot of those concepts of rules, armor class, you have hit points, you go to 0 hit points, you're unconscious, you have spells per day, you rest, you get your spells back. It's very similar. You just have actions in Pathfinder and more crunchiness, because a lot of things behind the curtains are small little increases to each of the numbers, little bits of math floating around, that hopefully Path Companion is going to do some of that for us to make our lives a little easier. But yeah, that's Pathfinder. Thank you for joining me for this terrifying journey.
Yes.
Thank you for instructing us. It was lovely to not have to talk for most of the session. This was great.
I'm glad to help.
Wonderful.
I believe we've got 2 weeks, right? The 27th?
Yes. Which I realize is like right after Christmas, so if people aren't available, I understand.
we can
I
always
think it should be
reschedule.
good.
But
Yeah, I will also be, but if we wanted to move it just because of Christmas time period, that's also fine. I leave that up to the person who actually runs the stream, not me.
fuck. I am going to, since this is going on YouTube anyway, like people can watch it if they can't join the stream.
Also fine.
And we shouldn't be paying too much attention to the chat while we're playing anyway. I know both of y'all do, but
I don't know
I
what you're
think
talking about. I only look when I'm
that'll
not
be fine.
helping.
I think we'll just do it on the 27th, and if people can't make it, they can always watch it on YouTube. So,
Okay.
I did
Perfect.
want to ask.
So yeah.
Is this
Yes.
because I had to do mine in 2 sessions? Do you think this is just going to be 1?
I think this is only going to be 1.
Okay.
Because I'm going to make you all happen doing things in media res. We're going to sort of run things as if you need something that you didn't have, you're just going to tell me you've already prepared it.
Cool. I
And
love
we're going to
that.
move forward.
We're going to do Blades in the Dark
That
rules
way
for
we
this
can-
shit.
A little Blades in the Dark on that just to make it a little easier.
Excellent.
Yes, Blades in the Dark is a different system. We're not
Yeah,
running it right now.
we'll do it at some
but
point. We will get to it.
in the joke of Pathfinder has a rule for everything, Pathfinder wrote rules for heists.
Of course
they wrote
it
a rule
did.
for everything.
Of
And they
course
said,
it did.
if you want to run a heist and your players don't want to like figure things out ahead of time, just give them some points and basically be like, yeah, you can spend a point and say you did it.
I want to know who did that first, because that's how Blades in the Dark works.
It was definitely Blades in the Dark. And then Pathfinder was like,
it's like we'll just take that.
If we don't write the rule, someone's going to be like, but they don't have a rule, so it's not rules as written that you can do that. So they wrote it as a rule, and
Pathfinder,
no one
we'll just knock out Blades in the Dark and put them in our bag of holding, and then it'll be great. If I don't do that at least once, I'm going to be very sad.
You have the option. You're going to be able to do it. I don't know who you're going to do it to, but I'm intrigued.
You know, if I can't do it to an enemy, I'll just do it to the big skeleton.
Just
person.
grab someone.
Yeah, just.
You'll have options. All right.
Then we'll go in there and
Next
kiss
time,
or something.
We will be in the capital of Ustalov, the city of Calaphis, a Venetian city along a great massive lake, sitting in a country that once was ruled by a lich king known as Tar-Baphon, but they pushed him back. He's fine. He's in a castle, or he's in a giant tower somewhere, and no one really wants to deal with him. It's fine. There's undead across the large expanse of the countryside. It's a little dark most of the year. Calaphis is a country full of nobles. Sorry, Calaphis is a city full of nobles, run by a sort of king. He's not official, because he's not technically related to the last king that died, but that's fine. The nobles are sort of going along with it in this weird power struggle that might happen to have just a few vampires amidst them.
You have my attention.
And we're going to get to that next time.
Yay! Thank you so much, Jared. This is really cool and really exciting, and genuinely feel less intimidated by Pathfinder now. Which I did not think was possible.
Succeeded.
Yes.
Well, cool. Then
I've done it.
Yes, I'm gonna let y'all go collapse. I will be back on Monday. Doing more solo leveling. Probably gonna finish that either next stream or the one after. And then we'll be back with this and our characters, and I'm scared but very excited. So thank y'all for viewing and watching and staying and sticking with us for a really long stream.
Very long time, but it was fun.
If you had to bow out or check out at some point, it will be on YouTube if you want to go back and see that. Until then, it's been fun. Farewell. I'll see y'all later.
Love you both. Bye.
Bye. And now I have to end the stream.